Good evening, everyone. It's Branavat again. How is everyone tonight? Missed you all. Took a bit of a break. Hello, Platty and James. And I'm not sure who else is in the room at this moment. Good morning, Miss Platty. Did you sleep well? I hope. By the way, it's dinner time, so the mosquitoes have come to feast on me, as usual. Hello, Alexis. Insightful. Tattooed Libra. Miss Butterfly, good evening. How's everyone going this evening? Doing well? Or in the morning? I know we have different time zones, so I try to not forget them. Hello, Andrea. The Andrea. I'm just trying to figure out what your icons are. Alien Shroom? What's the Alien Shroom? Good evening, Ivana. You're still asleep? Good. I'm glad to hear that. Hope everyone's doing well. Before I get started, I Andrea, my mouth stopped working. What did I call you, Andrew? What the heck? I'm not obviously with it. See, you go a week without making a live, and you just completely lose all of your composure. Good evening, New Zealand Mysteries. Veritas, did I miss Veritas? Oh, hello, Veritas. Hello, Iquitas. I'm sorry. Duh. Good evening, Unseen and Alesa. So yes. So this evening's chat, first of all, it's Friday Cocktail Live. So, for any of you joining me this evening, I have an coconut rum and orange. I don't know, but should do the trick. So, I this this stream is going to be serve a few different functions. One, Friday night, hang out with you guys. Hopefully, have some laughs at a good time. Maybe we'll learn something. Maybe we won't. And I thought I'd sort of use this live to put together a couple different ideas together into one. So the sort of function of the live this evening is to talk about impotent ideas. So this was sort of provoked by, good evening, Edie, and Andrew. Oh, and Andrew Archaeology. Okay, now you're messing with me. Okay, I'm not losing my marbles. You just changed your name. Andrew Archaeology. Andrew, it is. Don't stop that. Don't. You guys all start changing your names on me. I'm going to have a little mini stroke and nervous breakdown in here. You're not helping. So, where was I? Gosh darn it. Again, chat. Don't focus on chat when you're thinking about ideas. It's impossible, guys. You can't do it. You can't have a lucid, linear, coherent stream of thought and read the chats, or if you can, it's a skill set that I do not possess, and I'm very envious of anyone who can do this sort of thing. So I was thinking about the idea. I was going to make for you guys one of my pre-made videos in response to being defamed by Mr. McDonough. Took him long enough to recognize me, and my feelings were a bit hurt because my body of work has been out there for all of this time, calling him out on a number of moral and intellectual transgressions to which he never courteously responded. And it was only after I went on Trisha's channel, who is a reputable true crime channel and a long time um, true crime content creator and aficionado. And so, my feelings are a bit hurt because he only gave me a little attention and defamed me after I was invited on her show to discuss the bad actor problem in true crime. And I'm pretty sure that he was not only triggered by Trisha having the courage to stand up to him and to not allow for his bullying to go unnoticed, but I'm also sure that he probably was a tad troubled by the appearance of a certain Mike King from Profiling Evil and his old partner. And I don't know if someone can confirm this, but from my little mini investigation, Mike King um, at least was one of the directors at the Cold Case Foundation. And obviously, McDonough is associated with the Cold Case Foundation, but not on the board. But not that it really matters, but I don't know if anybody can confirm or reject that he is still on the board of directors at the Cold Case Foundation. I'm not sure if he still has an affiliation. Anyway, that certainly doesn't matter to me. I actually went on Mike's channel the other night, and I was honored. He actually noticed me, and hello, Kathy, and gave me a bit of a shout out. So I appreciated that. I told him that we needed him as a large, credible channel in this space to promote the right ethics, and that, in that sense, we are allies, I suppose, in order to help prop up and promote the best of the actors in the true crime space and the best of our values in handling these delicate cases and the people who are unfortunately victims of these sorts of horrible human behaviors. So I, of course, am going to ally with anyone who promotes a certain set of ethics. Good evening, Femme Fatale and Alicia and Triple Crown. Nice to see all of you. So I had planned on making a video a couple weeks ago in response to McDonough's finally defaming me. Again, I'm honored. It took him long enough. He's defamed so many other people. I wanted to be defamed as well. I mean, not really, but hey, I guess it comes with the territory when you challenge a bad actor in this space, especially a powerful bad actor who's probably not used to being challenged, to be honest. But I mean, I do have to say that the method by which he attempted to defame Trisha and I was so infantile and poor and transparent. I mean, it's very in line with his character. And here is a shout out to Miss Platty, who coined a lovely phrase, which I would be um, remiss to not credit, referring to a certain flaccidity of character. Now, she wants to believe, of course, that my idea was inspired by hers, her comment about flaccidity of character. That's a bit dubious, although it's possible that she did plant a seed, because when I was thinking about things, I came up with an idea for a video, and it's in the title. And let me just put that back up again. So, so I'll develop that idea a little bit more time. But the point of this evening's conversation, which, as you know, anyone who's been with us for these long lives, we tend to go down lots of dark alleys and let the conversation take us where it will. I just like to talk about intellectualism and science and philosophy, and to the extent that you do too, um, we enjoy each other's company. I certainly enjoy yours, and I hope you find some of it at least useful, and if not useful, at least entertaining. I own you now, Skept. I expect royalties, motherfucker. No, I told you, I'm not giving you credit that my idea was inspired by yours. I said it's possible that a seed somehow snuck into my unconscious mind and also inspired my idea, but it might be completely coincidental. And I prefer to for my idea to be original and for your reference to have not inspired me, just because, well, I want it to be mine and not yours. Hi, Jamie. So anyway, the point was that after I got defamed and insulted by these infantile videos on Rumble, no less, because the guy doesn't have the courage to use his own voice to actually address any of my valid and substantive arguments. He made some infantile, seventh grade video project and placed it on Rumble, probably not to um, do it on his YouTube channel either, because he fears the YouTube editors taking his channel down for a second time, which I imagine probably put a bit of fear into him. It also might be because he is afraid that placing such a low quality video up on his channel on YouTube would also make his loyal followers a bit confused as to the direction of his channel and what his intent was. Hello, Zanime. Andrew, put your name back to Andrea, please. It's gonna mess with my mind. And to enjoy Skip moving and talking fast. Am I talking fast? I don't think I'm talking fast. Why do you think I'm talking fast? I think I'm talking rather slow. Well, I mean, on the videos I talk almost too slow, because I'm trying to get that sort of, I don't know, profound emphasis by speaking slowly and emphasizing certain passages and words in order to gain maximum impact. Although when I listen to my older videos back, I think that I sound a bit like William Shatner and his bad acting and melodrama in Star Trek. So I don't want to do that. So, and Andrea, welcome back, Andrea. Used to think CM had dementia. Yeah, I can't speak to his mental health. Although I did do a parody, in case anybody noticed, where I did essentially do, well, I didn't draw any diagnoses or qualify his personality type. Although I did interview Sigmunda Freud, who was an artificial intelligence online psychiatrist, and I did have a conversation with um, his conscience, who was very forthcoming about her challenges trying to keep him on track. But that was not me diagnosing. I do not have the credentials to diagnose. I even used, Dr. Grande's, legal disclaimer, to cover myself in case, somebody might come and take away my psychology credentials. I don't have any psychology credentials, but hey, you know, political scientist, economist, we study a lot of human behavior, guys, and I have spent 25 years trying to learn a little bit more about human nature, but I'm not a psychiatrist. And so that's why I allowed, the cartoon and the false made up AI psychiatrist to diagnose him, so that, you know, you guys understood that it wasn't me who wrote those scripts. I That wasn't me. So anyway, after, these silly Rumble videos, I thought that I should, at least have the right to respond, free speech and all that. So I was going to make a pre-made video for you, and I decided on a title for the video, and I decided to call it The Impotent Cop. And I'll explain that in a little bit. And I thought, since I didn't make that video, and to be fair, um, I'm I I would have made probably a better video. Hello, Packless. I would have made a better video had I gone inside and taken the time to clip all my old videos and additional videos. I could have made a more succinct, probably a more compelling case, because I decided, since I hadn't made that video, I'm going to do it. I'm going to make my argument off the cuff tonight, spontaneously, and I imagine it won't be quite as powerful as had I made a proper video dedicated to that idea. But this will allow me to sort of respond, make the case, and when we talk to Skep in our group chats, talk about Andrew. Yes, Andrew. Is that like Victor Victoria? Andrew Andrea? So I thought anyway that what we could do tonight was combine this notion of an impotent cop with the idea of impotent ideas. I thought that maybe we could then talk about more than simply the interview room and his loathsome behavior, but also to talk about other, what I'm going to refer to as impotent ideas. So, why did I choose the metaphor impotent? Well, I'm pretty sure you guys can imagine why I would have chosen the word impotent. Impotent has this connotation, this je ne sais quoi, of not being very powerful, not being very effective, not delivering on uh, the the task at hand. So obviously, impotent refers to some particular biological activities, and it also could be used as a metaphor to refer to ideas that don't deliver, that don't provide us with much value. So, as a scientific skeptic, we evaluate truth claims. That is what we do, and we try to promote basically certain values, like the value of evidence and value of reason, and essentially, as a moral philosophy, our perspective would be, to sum up, we think that a world where our best ideas flourish and our worst ideas perish or fail, relatively speaking, um, is essentially something that we try to promote. And I very much doubt, when I state it that way, that very many of you would disagree with me, that probably we would have a better world if our best ideas flourished and that we could agree more on our best ideas, and that our worst ideas would not do very well, that fewer and fewer people would adopt them as operative beliefs, that fewer and fewer, um, that behavior would not um, be a function of our worst ideas more of the time, and that probably would be sort of what we're aiming for, to have a world where good ideas flourish and bad ideas fail. So, in that context, then, um, we focus on what we believe to be the good ideas, and we try to promote those, and we try to call out, challenge, and refute those ideas which we consider impotent. And so, what did I want to say about that? Yeah, so does anybody disagree with that claim? Oh, I just wanted to say, now, where we will have healthy disagreement and debate is on distinguishing between good ideas and bad ideas. So, in principle, I doubt very few of you will disagree with me that we want to live in a world where good ideas flourish and bad ideas fail. Where we're going to disagree all the time, of course, is on what constitutes a good idea and what constitutes a bad idea. You just sing everyone's name as they come in live chat. Damn, I think we just made up a new YouTube community. So, um, So I was thinking, how did I come up with the notion of the impotent cop? Well, thank you, Mary. I bet this community loves you as well. So I'm trying to think how I want to handle this. So another metaphor, in addition to the metaphor of, oh, in case you didn't get it, so here's the thumbnail I made for tonight. And as you can see, we have a candelabra. Is that a candelabra or just a candle holder? I don't know. Maybe the candelabra is the big, huge thing, or is that the thing that hangs from the ceiling? I don't know. I don't know my candelabras from my candlesticks. But the picture I chose was to show essentially candles in varying degrees, to use Platty's term, flaccidity. And the metaphor then holds that we would want to be promoting that candle in the middle, which seems to be rather rigid, solid, firm. All of those metaphors would suggest that that could be considered an idea, a value, a belief, a knowledge claim that holds up well under rational, intellectual, moral, and evidentiary scrutiny. So, if we're to use this candle holder as a metaphor, and those candles representative of being ideas, we would want to live in a world where that candle in the middle thrives. And these rather flaccid candles, these rather impotent ideas, um, don't do as well, relatively speaking. Fewer and fewer people hold them, fewer and fewer resources, human resources, are dedicated to investigating them, supporting them, promoting them, and we want to live in a world increasingly with more of those rigid, solid, and firm phallic candles. There, I said it. I said the word phallic. Darn it. Sue me. So, unfortunately, the metaphor this evening is impotent, so it seems rather unavoidable that somewhere that word wouldn't come up. We've already used the word flaccid and impotent, and now eventually we would get to the word phallic. That's definitely a candelabra. Sorry, I'm cleaning up after feeding my fur kids. As soon as I'm done, I can give you all of my full attention. Femme fatale, will you take care of the fur kids? They are far more important than I am. Listening while working, but I need to say I love Platty, but it's a no for flaccidity. so, so I thought about this evening using this metaphor of impotent for bad ideas, and in the case of a certain owner of a channel named the Interview Room of a retired ex-cop, and essentially how he is an impotent cop. And again, I'll explain that in a little bit. And then when I was thinking about it, I thought about another metaphor that I thought we could play on tonight, which hopefully then you find amusing. But I'm sure that you will all know this reference right here. So, you are in love with this idea, Skep? So, on screen, as you will likely all know, this is the infamous scene from The Matrix where, what was his name? Xanadu? Xenu? Morpheus? How about Morpheus? Let's go with Morpheus. I have a bad memory, but I'm pretty sure it's Morpheus. Morpheus, I believe, in a conversation with uh, Keanu, but I don't remember his name. What was his name in the movie? Morpheus, and I can't remember the actor's name, but I remember the character's name. Keanu, I remember the actor's name, but I don't remember the the role he played. Did we slip into Scientology? We shall see. But the interesting thing, one of the things that Neo. Yes, Veritas. Thank you, Neo. So, um, so that metaphor I thought we could also use in our conversations because, yes, Fishburne, uh, F, Fish. What's his first name? Anyway, yes, Fishburne. God, my memory sucks. Oh. Well, I used to remember things more. Yeah, go ahead. Give me an age joke. Come on. Make fun of me. Was my memory better before? I don't know. My memory always sucked. But my memory on certain things. Lawrence. Yes. Larry. So, anyway, one of the interesting things about the Matrix, of course, is that for any of you that, because this comes up all the time, my brain in a vat, well, said a different way, the Matrix, the idea of a simulated reality, that we could all be living in a simulated reality, does not come from Matrix. It's an old philosophical idea that was used in the Matrix. And the brain in a vat, my icon, is also a thought experiment which discusses exactly that. And as I've told you many times, the entire function of my brain in a vat video is to promote my central value, my aspiration, which is epistemic humility. So, to promote the idea that, again, we would be better if we came to be more humble about what we claim to know. And of course, any of you that know me know that what I try to promote consistently and have for many decades is just um, asking people that they support their beliefs with evidence and reason, and that they be forthcoming and more than happy to come forward with their reasons and evidence for their beliefs, and to not take offense. On the contrary, to be more than happy to provide those reasons. And then we can discuss them as a civilization, whether we find those um, reasons for our beliefs compelling. And again, back to, if we care about wanting to live in a world where good ideas flourish and bad ideas fail, we should want to interrogate our own beliefs and those of others in our civilization to see how well they hold up, and then to be willing to abandon them like old dirty socks when they don't manage to do well under scrutiny. Brains in a Vat was also Star Trek. I did not know that, but I'm not surprised. I mean, it's an old idea. It's certainly not mine. And the brain in a vat is also, as I've told you, a nod to philosophical skepticism, which is a very strong um, form of skepticism, which essentially questions, not only evaluates truth claims like we do as scientific skeptics, but it's a much stronger form where it essentially asks if we can know anything at all, and and if there is even truth, an objective truth out there. So, as scientific skeptics, we are from a different school than philosophical skepticism, but the brain of that is my nod to this possibility that reality is not as it seems. We just do not find that as relevant, because we would simply say that Occam's razor would suggest that we have good reasons to believe that there is an objective reality out there, and that we can know things in principle and in practice, and that we should get on with trying to learn more about this universe, because even if it isn't real, it still seems to have rules. We still seem to benefit from figuring out those rules. So, um, I think that's enough with the philosophy. I think now I will try to make my case for why Chris McDonough in the interview room is an impotent cop. But I did want to present to you the blue and red pill, because there's a certain irony here. Um, McDonough is a man who made his living in blue, right? The blue. the police. And yet, as I will be challenging his credibility, the blue pill in the Matrix represents ignorance and a preference for ignorance. And the red pill, ironically, is the pill that one would take if they have a concern for the truth, whatever that is. So, if you share my interest in trying to figure out how all of this, what all of this is, and how to figure out what all of this stuff is, then you, like me, would take the red pill. And if, however, you are of a different philosophical school and prefer to live in ignorance and to consider ignorance bliss, then by all means take your blue pill. But I thought the metaphor was interesting of McDonough being a cop in blue and ultimately taking the blue pill. And I'm going to make another reference to blue at the end, but I want to hold that back for the moment. So let me get rid of that. And then I don't need that because you guys all know what the blue and red pill is. So what I thought we would do tonight, you're a retired cop, James? Yeah, my uncle's a retired cop, one of my favorite people in the world, really good cop. I think most cops are good cops. They do indispensable service in our society, and they deserve our respect and support. And I'm sure you would be the first to admit that, of course, like with any other um, group of people, there are some bad apples. I hate to use that cliche, but everybody understands. And as self-respecting people in a society, we should be have the courage to stand up and call out bad behavior from wherever it lurks, whether it's in our governments or any other human institution. Um, and so, for example, in that context, then, I was very appreciative of Mike King, taking a stand to support Trisha in this context. And I very much respect that he did that. I don't think he ever really called it out by name, but people understand, um, which side he is on in this particular context. And so I admire that and respect that. We need that sort of support. Um, so yeah, good on him. And I imagine that um, Chris must be fuming, knowing that Mike came into her chat that evening when I was on, and her and I were speaking in no uncertain terms about his behavior in this space. So I imagine that made him livid, the fact that he supported. Now, on that note, then, Mr. McDonough, you're calling me a criminal, insinuating that I'm a criminal. I have a criminal mind. So again, as I've told you all before, he's right about that. I do have a criminal mind. At this moment, I am indeed in the process of robbing a bank, but I promise to be sharing my millions with you. But you will need a USB dongle connected to your brain if you wish me to transfer the proceeds of my robbery, my virtual robbery, to you. Has it grown? Yeah, probably. I'm overdue. I was going to shave tonight, but then I decided to just go a bit scruffier. Plus, did you notice? I changed. I moved from my couch to my chair. I'm not sure if I like it more or not, because now I have to reach over to grab my keyboard, and before I could just have it lying next to me, but I can sort of put my arms up. Hi, Percy. Come here. Come say hi. Come here. Hi. Everyone say hello to Percy. He had to go in for a couple days, and I don't think he was thrilled. Yeah, I have a couple of these chairs, and then I have couches, and I have tables. Um, so I thought then we'd do a little. Um, we'd watch some videos. Like I said, if I'd have made a pre-made video, hello the Grab. So nice to see you. I haven't. I was a bit worried about you. Hopefully everything is well in your world. I was happy to hear that Gray said he was in contact with you, so I assumed you were okay. um. So yeah. So as I said, if I'd have made a video for you guys, I would have taken all the video clips, exactly the right size just to make my case. But because we're going to be doing this off the cuff, I thought maybe I'd show a few videos, but um, I'm probably just going to be sort of scrolling through them to show you a couple of pieces of things. Um, because otherwise we'll be here all night long. I could just, if you want, I went on a trip and then caught the flu, but I'm on the mend. I hope you had fun on your trip. Sorry to hear you got the flu, but happy that you're feeling a bit better. So, so if you do, for any of you who haven't seen, if you want to see what my case has been against McDonough, Um, you know, I have a bad actors series of videos, pre-made videos, so you don't have to listen to me drone on for hours live. You can go see my cases, which are hopefully have a bit of satire and humor, but also hopefully make a fairly comprehensive case with the receipts, as people say, evidence in his own voice. So you can see the sort of character that we're dealing with here. So I have a video on the AK Rocks case with the evidence and the screenshots and his own words, and then I have one on the Nomadic Trek case, and then I have one on the Jamie Wilson case. I also have showed how dishonest he is in the Michael Crow case to this day, still lying about what the outcome of that case was. And he even, Trisha, also in her live, provided you with some more information that he lied to her. He said that he was exonerated in that case, and it's the same tactic that he's using to this day. And he's so dishonest that he even had to put up these, you know, you know, how can I be nice about this? Whatever. His little internet hitman, Doug and Josh, to do his dirty work for him. Um, and or when he's attempting to exonerate himself, he does it off of his channel when discussing the Michael Crow case, because any sane person who actually looks up the evidence knows how blatantly obvious he is and how transparently dishonest he is. He's just lying. He's still, to this day, and I'll show you, referring to the 2004 summary judgment that he got, which is what he told Trisha, and just completely omits the superseding, far more superior reversal on appeal from the Ninth Court of Appeals, which was then upheld by the Supreme Court of the United States. Because when they made their final appeal to the Ninth Court of Appeals, it was rejected by the Supreme Court. So for him to continuously refer to the truth about the Michael Crow case, and then discuss only the 2004 summary judgment is just so dishonest. It's a lie. This is a lie. Nobody, when discussing a court case, would refer to a lower court ruling um, that was overruled by a superior court as a defense. Or if you're going to try to do that, you really have to make the case for why the superior court ruling is less credible than the lower and earlier ruling. That's simply not how the law works. Skeptic did a video that included Joe Murray's comments. yes, Joe Murray's a cop, and in my video, one of the three that I just referred to, he calls out McDonough um, for I believe he was insightful. Correct my language. He was basically saying that he put someone's life at risk who had referred to an informant, and therefore that person could have been exposed to the consequences of drug dealers coming back for revenge, and he clearly had no sensibility about editing that out of his video. And then Joe Murray also said, where he also then simply chose to want to have no further contact with McDonough, was the fact that he was using the Cold Case Foundation banners and badges on his for-profit YouTube channel, which he found extremely unethical. So Joe Murray, on all accounts, from what I can see, has far more credibility than Mr. McDonough at this point. So I thought let's have a little fun. So first thing is I'm going to play. I don't know if Heels in the Air is here. I'm sure that she will not mind me playing her short little video where she just sort of mocks McDonough's efforts at defaming and discrediting me. He said what? Grandeur criminal behavior. I don't even know what that means. I was told also I have a criminal mind or something. Uh, Good luck finding anything in my criminal record, Mr. McDonough. Mr. McDonough, my record is flawless, impeccable. I don't have a blemish on it in my entire life as an adult. So please, if you're going to defame somebody and call someone a criminal, this coming from an ex-cop, you probably want to provide some evidence. So I'll show that video, and then yes, my kitty. This is a bit profane and obscene because he's I think he's trying to seduce me, and that's a little strange. So let me just play Heels in the Air, fun little video, just so you guys get a little idea of what McDonough attempted to do. Bear with me one sec. The interview room.
In the chat? You
Yeah,
can click on it and see if it's the real channel, like one of your mods can.
Yeah, hold on, because if that's the real one, good luck, Mr. McDonough. I got all the goods on you. Oh,
wait, is he saying he's going to sue me?
He says we're both being monitored for slander, and somebody.
But if it's the truth, it's not slander.
That's what I just told him.
Yeah.
Somebody blocked him.
Our autonomic nervous system is actually that part that holds our sympathetic nervous system, which is our fight and flight system. So when our autonomic nervous system for a normal person gets charged up, which it would if we broke a rule, if we did something embarrassing or rude, if we ran through a red light, our heart starts racing. Mm-hmm. We sweat, our pupils get wide, we look around because we're afraid of the consequence. A psychopath doesn't have that same kind of arousal. That's why they're able to lie on lie detector tests. That's how they get.
I've gotten a little bit of my voice back, been able to breathe, been able to check email. Was sent some pretty, honestly, some messed up stuff said by a creator, Chris McDonough. Let me tell you something, bud. You got the wrong one here, bud. Okay? Shut your fucking pie hole. If I don't have a rainbow, a pretty rock, and an apology on my front porch within the next week. There's gonna be a lot of shit that happens.
I just realized right then and there that I got him.
You know, I remember back when, you know, Chris and I we'd go to the skating rink, you know, together, and he'd hold me and spin me, and then we'd go have ice cream together. Ice cream. He'd buy me ice cream. We had a lot of, you know, we had a lot of lovely romance, but it just, you know, it wasn't meant to be. So sorry, Fish. I'll always keep a fond memory of you in my heart, but we weren't meant to be together.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, 'cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going
screen, for Christ's sake. So I'm getting sexually assaulted by my cat right now while I'm trying to make a serious and passionate argument. Percy, come on. This is not the time. Yeah, I love you too. Percy's obviously very impressed by my passionate argument. He finds it so compelling that he needs to sort of um, congratulate me in his own way. So, again, a cop that needs to falsely coerce 14-year-old boys to get the bad guy, and then who gets sued for defamation to the tune of $7 million plus. A cop who needs to lie on his YouTube channel day in and day out and play the bad acting of kissing up to people to show him, to virtue signal and show himself being the good guy, only to turn on them as soon as the moment suits him. This is not a sign of virtue. This is not a sign of high character. This is a sign of a certain flaccidity of character. A cop who lies in order to make his case, it's not a cop at all. That's an impotent cop. A cop who can't find the evidence to demonstrate that he's right and get the bad guys is an impotent cop. A guy that puts together his case after a 3-minute Google search, that's not an investigator. This is an impotent investigator. You've done nothing to solve any case that you've covered in true crime, McDonough, because on YouTube, you are not performing the role of an ex-investigator. And I know that because your shows would not be public. If you had the evidence you claim to have in real life, where you're talking about your insider buddies and how you're the super cop solving cases, insinuating that you're doing all these good works, I know you're not being a cop because those shows wouldn't be public. If you had real information, they'd be handled privately with the actual law official, the legitimate legal authorities. You're a cop who has no evidence. You're a cop who's virtue signaling and acting for money and super chats. You are a cop who can't collect evidence and make his case. You cannot erect a case. You cannot get an erection. And if you can't get it up, Mr. McDonough, then give it up. If you can't get the evidence and you can't put it up, then shut the fuck up. So those are my words to Chris McDonough and his defamation of me and Tricia as a response to a lot of hard work and collected evidence on him defaming at least 6 families that I can document. So you're an impotent cop, McDonough. So take that to the bank. You can't get an erection. You can't erect a case. You are an impotent cop, and you're a bad actor, McDonough, and you're transparently dishonest. You're unconvincing. You're bad acting. You're a used car salesman who's begun a second career, trying to hide behind his ex-law enforcement career and his badge and weapon because he was so used to gaining authority by proxy through osmosis and his badge that you simply can't handle being wrong. You can't handle receiving criticism. And you have such a flaccidity of character that your only response is to go as low as you can possibly go by defaming people, by accusing innocent people of horrific crimes like pedophilia and child pornography and making false accusations and straight up lying. You still to this day lie about the Michael Crow case. No, you were not exonerated. You were named in the suit that paid out more than $7 million. The judge that oversaw the federal um, um, legitimate and superseding decision referred to that interrogation as psychological torture. And I'll show you a little bit of that now. So that's my case. Chris McDonough, you are an impotent cop. You are a cop who can't get an erection because you can't direct a case. You have no case against me. You have no case against Trisha. You had no case in the Michael Crow case. You had no case against AK Rocks. You had no case against Jamie Wilson. You had no case against Nomadic Trek. And not a single acknowledgement of any of these mistakes. Not a single apology to anyone. Your sycophants that all claim that you apologized 4 times in the Jamie Wilson case, they are wrong. Go look in my video. None of those are apologies. Admitting a mistake is not an apology. You didn't apologize to Jamie Wilson by name. You didn't say you were sorry for what happened to him and his family. You didn't do the same for Nomadic Trek or AK Rocks. You've never apologized or acknowledged the decision in the Michael Crow case. And I'm going to show you how to this day he still lies. On his videos, I will show you. He says, for the truth on the Michael Crow case. And what does he refer to? The 2004 case. The 2004 summary judgment that was overturned on appeal in 2010. So in addition to my videos where I've covered his false defamations, I also have a video demanding that he apologize to Nomadic Trek, which he never ever responded to. And I also have a video where I covered the legal revisionism that he put both Josh from the lab and Doug Hutton up to on their shows. And Doug Hutton read the 2004 document badly, like illiterately, like he couldn't pronounce exculpatory or any of the big words. He made horrific legal arguments as if this guy, I mean, he admitted in the video that that was the most he'd ever read since high school, and it showed. He was clearly put up to those things by Chris McDonough. And the irony, of course, that Chris McDonough accused me of having a criminal mind. This is how I know he's also a fraud. He uses Doug Hutton, Josh from the lab, Tiffany Marie, people like AB to promote his ideas. Doug Hutton's criminal record is as long as my arm with felonies. I think I won't share it, but I have it. The same with A.B. Watchman, who was his old buddy, also equally long record. He goes on their channel, promotes them, says that we should all hit the smash button so that all of those channels get to be the size of the interview room because they're all legitimate good actors. These people have criminal pasts, Chris McDonough. That's why you wouldn't be seen dead in public with any of these people. So I feel sorry for them because you're using them. Now, granted, they're using you and riding on your coattails to grow their channels. But the irony of using Doug Hutton, a cop hater, ambulance chaser, and career criminal and grifter, you used him. He was your buddy. He was your partner. This is how you're an impotent cop. You're not a cop at all. You used the lab, and you promoted the lab, and what a good actor he was. Well, we now know what he just did, because, Chris, do you know about the gifts that Josh sent to the grad? You know about the gifts? Because I know about the gifts. And did you see him on my channel, Mr. McDonough? He threw out code words, which we then tracked down. He was trying to get somebody to off themselves during my chat room. This is the quality of people that you hang with, Mr. McDonough. He was responsible for romance scamming to the tune of $7,500. He only reimbursed the person after he was caught, and he was afraid that he was going to get have legal recourse from that particular behavior. And he's a serial plagiarist and a serial liar. These are the people that you promote, McDonough. These are the people you hang out with, that you buddy up with, that you promote their channels. This makes you an impotent cop, not even a cop. You're not a cop. It begs the question of whether or not you were a cop when you were carrying a badge and a gun. And then, lovely people like Tiffany Marie, who I think is a psychopath, personally. She can be all nice and sweet from time to time, but if you know a bit more about her, she's also got a criminal background with racist tirades at a donut shop, playing the screaming Karen, calling people racial epithets, and and then talking about how from time to time, doesn't it happen to all of us? You just walk out of a store and you forgot to pay. Yeah, I mean, can that happen? Sure. I can't remember that happening, or I don't know, maybe once in my distant future I might have done that, and I'm pretty sure I went back and felt bad and paid for the item. I don't even remember. I'm not even sure that happened, but I will at least allow that could happen. But this is what people like Tiffany are out there, and I have some more information that I will not expose on her. But you can all go look up the Dunkin' Donuts episode, and that's in one of my videos. She's certainly a bad actor in this space, coming from the drama background, having no interest in true crime. She just jumped on the bandwagon. So these are the people that you promote as good actors. There's a reason why no legitimate people want to engage with you, Mr. McDonough, Mr. Used Car Salesman. You're an impotent cop, McDonough. You can't erect a case. You can't make an argument. You can't bring evidence and reasoning to the table because you're a fraud. And you can't get an erection, Mr. McDonough. You're an impotent cop. So let's go over a bit of the evidence in this case to see what we can say. Now there's the longer video, and I don't like this video, but I'm going to be sharing in the Michael Crow case a video that was made by Talk with Terry. The video is a bit annoying because it has a lot of repetition, but I'll try to just go through a bit of it with you. But the things that are important are, his horrific reasoning, but also his lies to Michael Crow. It was essentially entrapment. Just as I always say, what is CVSA, his voice recognition software, is a complete and utter fraud. And just like polygraphs, I try to always remind you guys that what's important to know is we need to understand that this voice recognition software and polygraphs, we need to understand that these are not scientific technologies to determine if somebody's lying or not. These are interrogation tactics. So what the reason that law enforcement uses both the polygraph and the CVSA is to scare you. It is to intimidate you. It's to make you believe that they have this state-of-the-art technology which can tap into your brain and understand if you are telling the truth or not. We do not have the technology these days, ladies and gentlemen, to determine if somebody's lying. We don't even know what a lie really means. Is there a distinction between a conscious lie or an unconscious lie? We do not have the technology at this point to determine whether or not somebody is telling the truth or lying. So we need to understand that the CVSA technology, because a lot of people were claiming that he was just doing his job as an expert who had expertise in this science, as if he's a scientist. No, he's an interrogator. This was an interrogation technique. They used it in order to scare a 14-year-old kid into believing that they had the goods on him, and he had no other out but to admit it. It was a false, coercive admission, and that's why he got his ass sued, and that's why he lost.
Case is dismissed, Detective Chris McDonough calls into this radio show to defend his role in the interrogation process.
I did not wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and sit down and say, you know what, today's the day I'm going to plant and frame Joshua Treadway for murder.
Okay, so as I teach critical thinking, I just want to point that out. This is what you call a straw man fallacy. Nobody was accusing Chris McDonough of waking up in the morning with the intent um, to frame someone. That is not the accusation. The accusation is after the fact, when we saw the evidence about the conditions of the interrogation, we considered it immoral, unethical, irresponsible, dangerous, and inadmissible. That's what he's being accused of, not having got up in the morning with evil intent to frame somebody. So this is what's called a straw man. This is what people do when they don't have a legitimate defense.
Well, I don't
That's
think that anybody,
ridiculous.
Detective
And
McDonough,
then
I don't think anybody is saying that this
and
is
secondarily, on
born
top
of
of that,
hostility
and
rather than stupidity.
if I may finish, secondarily, on top of that, videotape it at the same time. It's ridiculous.
So again, listen to the arrogance, the inability to be wrong. This is all consistent with the McDonough we know to this day. Um, you know, complete inability to acknowledge that what they're doing is wrong, and that is why they were sued.
Guess.
Before giving the truth verification test, Detective McDonough actually works together with Michael to formulate the questions.
What are some things we want to learn here, do you think?
If I know who did it, if I did it.
Okay, well let's do that then. Do you know who, let's say, took Stephanie's life?
No.
Okay, would that be a good, fair question?
Yes.
Okay, do you know who took? Do you know how she died?
No.
Soon the test questions are agreed upon, and McDonough asks Michael to sign a form declaring he's about to take the test voluntarily.
Though he wasn't there for the most grueling part of the interrogations, Chris McDonough sees things differently.
I think not being there, so I don't know what they were thinking, so I'm not going to, guess.
So Michael's interrogation
That I want to discuss, and this is something that, as a skeptic, we need to deal with in the world. And this is not anti-cop. Cops provide an indispensable job. We have bad people doing bad things, and we need people to protect innocent people and to remove bad guys from our society until we have good reason to believe that they will not recidivize. And so, but we need to understand what the role and the training and the society in which these tasks are being performed are. So investigators, their job is to get bad guys. Okay? That is what their job is. Their career will be judged at the end of the day by how many bad guys they get. And things like how many arrests to conviction they get. So, and I believe McDonough has also boasted about his arrest to conviction ratio. This is what investigators do. And we reward good investigators by how many bad guys they put away and by how successful their, am I frozen? Or can you guys see me okay? Police need to be policed, as do procedures, policies, etc. Exactly, Nikki, because when you have a monopoly on force, whether it's the military or the police, they need to be scrutinized more than anybody, because people with that sort of power require oversight. There's nothing anti-cop about that. Okay, so we just need to accept and understand that investigators, their job is to get the bad guy, and their job is to, and at the end of the day, they will be judged by how many bad guys they get and how successful their arrest to conviction ratio is. And on that level, so are district attorneys, so are prosecuting attorneys. Prosecuting attorneys are judged by how many successful convictions they get. Defense attorneys are judged on how many acquittals they get. These people have vested interests to. Sorry, I was just reading a comment. We just need to accept that we live in a society where people perform roles, and we judge those roles by how successful they are at that. And so, in that sense, there's not a lot of incentive for prosecuting attorneys or investigators to want to exonerate people. That's not their role in society. We are hoping that we have sufficient oversight and sufficient checks and balances in our society to check law enforcement, to check prosecuting attorneys, the state, and law enforcement to make sure that they are also acting ethically and within certain boundaries. So I think hello heels, if you observe someone like McDonough, I think that it's pretty clear that this is a guy who sees bad guys everywhere. He sees himself as somewhat of a savior who is an expert at getting bad guys. And I think he overestimates his abilities and overestimates his intelligence. And so, in the context of the Michael Crow case, to this day, he still will not acknowledge that any mistakes were made. And so I think we have to understand in that context that, there's going to be some incentive and some motivation for investigators to want to get admissions, to want to get confessions, to want to get the bad guys, and to see the bad guys everywhere. And I think if you look at McDonough's behavior in terms of defaming so many people on social media, I think what we're seeing is somebody whose inclination is to see bad guys everywhere. He's called me, a criminal, or insinuated I'm a criminal. AK, Jamie Wilson, Nomadic Trek. He perceived them as bad guys without evidence, without respecting the burden of proof, without having any respect for the presumption of innocence. This is a dangerous trend, especially for somebody who knows better. That's why I know that McDonough is a fraud, because he does know better. Had McDonough been frivolously accusing people of horrific crimes like he's doing on YouTube throughout his entire career, he would have been fired. There's no doubt about that. He clearly was playing by different rules when he was on the force than he is now as a YouTuber trying to maximize views, subscribers, and profit.
Investigation continues. All the while, his parents assume he's being looked after at a children's shelter, unaware he is in police custody.
They just kept grilling and grilling and grilling. And to think that we were at home, not even knowing he was near the police station. If we would have known, we would have been there.
Now, however, Michael seems almost relieved to be cooperating and submits readily.
Okay, so another serious problem in this case. They misled everyone by, getting these kids into interrogation tanks where it's cold and you're nervous and you're uncomfortable and you feel alone If I remember correctly, I believe they convinced these kids that their parents had turned on them and wanted nothing to do with them, so they felt entirely isolated and alone. This kid is being grilled so hard that he's starting to question his own sanity. We know this is why we have international treaties on the treatment of enemy combatants, and why things like Guantanamo were conducted off of American shore, outside of the American legal jurisdiction, because we know that human beings will, at a certain point, will do anything you ask them to stop the psychological torture under certain conditions. They will tell you anything they want. They will say, okay, just tell me what it will take for me to be able to go to the bathroom, or to go to sleep, or to leave this onslaught of psychological coercion. What do you want me to tell you? I'll just tell me what you want. I will lie for you. I will admit that I committed a horrific crime. We know that about human brains. And this was an impressionable 14-year-old brain who felt incredibly isolated, away from his family. He had no representation. And this Mr. McDonough, playing good cop, tried to get him on his side and convince this kid that he couldn't trust his sanity, that he couldn't trust his conscious mind, and that he had science on his side, which is a lie. He's gaslighting this kid the entire time until the kid finally cracked and felt like he had no other choice but to go with the only people that he thought were on his side, the good cop routine that McDonough plays to this day. I think if you look at the videos where he's, first of all, if you look at the video where he's first interviewing Candace and Dawn, playing the good cop, doing that same interrogation method that he was when he was actually had his badge, where he tries to pretend he's their buddies and he's cool and he's laughing at their jokes and he's making physical contact with them to show them that they can trust him. And then he flipped on them in 2 seconds. He did the same thing. And now I think if you look at the videos where he's talking with Jenny and Mary, calling them superheroes and, flattering them with this saccharine sweet, transparent, good cop acting, I don't buy any of it. It looks completely consistent with the approach he used in the Michael Crow interrogations, as well as other interrogations I've seen in the past. This is acting. This is not a moral, forthright character who looks interested in getting the truth or getting justice. It looks like he's more interested in getting views, sensational content, and things that promote patronizing. Indeed, Marge. Absolutely patronizing.
Readily to the voice stress analyzer.
Though he wasn't there for the most grueling part of the interrogations, Chris McDonough sees things differently.
Are you sitting down? Yeah. Do you know who took Stephanie's life?
No.
Is today Thursday?
Yes.
Did you take Stephanie's life?
No.
8 minutes later, the truth exam is complete.
Though he wasn't there for the most grueling part of the interrogations, Chris McDonough sees things differently.
Go over these charts and I'll be back here in a couple minutes, okay?
When we come back, what will the voice stress exam reveal? It is 4 p.m. Thursday, January 22nd, 1998, and 14-year-old Michael Crow of Escondido, California, is in the midst of a 4-hour interrogation at police headquarters without an attorney or his parents present. His younger sister Stephanie was found murdered at home the day before, and investigators suspect Michael may be involved. He has just completed a voice stress exam.
Yes.
Now, Detective Chris McDonough returns with the results.
I think not being there, so I don't know what they were thinking, so I'm not going to, guess. What did you think? What were your thoughts?
So again, sorry because I didn't make that point. He talks about, I don't know what they were thinking. He's talking about his associates. This was all planned. If you know anything about interrogations, they go outside of the room, they let them think, they discuss with their partners the approach that will be used in the next interrogation session, and they all are on the same page. They all have a common tactic. For him to say, like he was just, giving the test and he was not in cahoots or working with the other investigators is just an outright lie.
Whole thing.
I don't know. Nervous.
Nervous? Okay, let's go over that. What were you nervous about?
I don't know, that it might be wrong.
Okay, in what way?
And it might say I did kill Stephanie.
Okay, and why would it say that?
I don't know, because everyone's already treating me like that.
And I can understand your feelings there, okay? I mean, you're 14 and you've been through a lot, okay? But this instrument doesn't know you, does it?
No.
Science is in our favor. Okay, technology's on our side. Okay? I mean, can you understand that?
The detective shows my...
So before I go forward, so you see what he does there. He gaslights the kid. Imagine you're a 14-year-old kid, you know nothing about science, you know nothing about this technology. What does he say? We have science on our side. This science is objective. This science is true. This science can read your mind, kid. We got you. If it shows that you fail this test, we got you. That's what he's feeding this kid. He's gaslighting him. I'll show afterwards that this test is a complete and utter fraud. But that's why I said you need to understand these are not pieces of technology. This is like Scientology, where they read the e-meters and they give you tests to test if you have thetans, these imaginary lost souls from deep space. This is the good cop. Hate to see the bad cop. Yeah, this is like Scientology. That's how credible this technology is. The Scientologists believe they have, I forget exactly what the device is called, but they claim to be able to try to clear you of these disembodied souls from distant space 14 billion years ago, sort of thing. It's no different. This is exactly the same thing. He's convincing this kid that they're able to read his mind, and then now you'll see the next lie that he tells.
Michael the charts of his performance on the so-called truth exam. They indicate he lied when he answered no to question 12, do you know who took Stephanie's life?
Maybe there's...
Though he wasn't there for the most grueling part of the interrogations, Chris McDonough sees things differently.
Something we need to understand about Michael and about your sister that we didn't understand, and maybe somebody could have helped. It's okay. It's okay to feel the way you feel.
I really...
Okay, but
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why I'd say that. I swear to God, I don't know.
But the police think they know. Their theory on this second day of the investigation is that a very smart, very lonely, and very angry Michael Crow stabbed his sister to death. His likely motive, a rage-fueled case of sibling rivalry.
Though he wasn't there for the most
Oh
grueling
God,
part
I
of the
hate this part.
interrogations, Chris McDonough sees things differently.
Looking at you right now, okay, and inside you're about ready to burst. We can't bring her back. She's gone. Okay? You're fighting it. You're
I don't know what to do anymore.
I understand.
Now I'm being told that I'm lying.
I'm not saying, Michael, I'm not saying that. Have you heard me say that?
This sounds like Ryan Upchurch. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm not saying Xana May killed her dog and buried it. I'm just saying, oh look, Xana May has a dog. And didn't the cops say that they found a dog skeleton in the area? I'm not saying she killed her dog and buried it. I'm just saying. Well, he's not saying that you killed her. He's just saying. The kid knows what he's saying, and he knows what he's saying.
What if they come back and say to you, Michael, we have your hair?
Though he...
Okay, and I think that's where I'm going to end it, because right there is where he lies again. What if they come back in and say, we have your hair? Well, that's when he's saying he doesn't know what his colleagues were going to do. He did know what his colleagues were going to do, because that is exactly what they did. They came back in and they said that they lied and said that they found blood in his room. So they made this kid question his sanity, that he essentially unaware, unconsciously somehow held hidden resentments towards his sister and somehow committed this act. And they told him that they had science on their side and that they had forensic evidence confirming that he was guilty, and then they left this kid no other out. That was why this case was deemed to be a violation of their civil rights, why they were sued to Kingdom Come to the tune of more than $7 million. Probably had they gone to court, it would have been much higher than the settlement, but I think the family had been traumatized for more than 10 years, and they were, at that point just wanted to move on with their lives. So I think I'll end that video. Unfortunately, that whoever clipped that video with the continuously repeating Chris McDonough sees it differently wasn't a very well made video, but it serves my purpose to show how he gaslit this kid and lies and plays a good cop, and he does that same strategy to this day. So let me see where I want to go from there. Oh, I wanted to show you bear with me for a second. Let me find my old video for anybody that wants to go see that video. Bear with me a sec. Legal revisionism video if you want. I will share it with you. So for anybody who wants to see the dishonest tactics that McDonough employed by putting Doug Hutton up to reading the 2004 video. Oh, before I show you that, actually, let me just prove that to you right away. Okay, so this is a video, again, talk about just pathetic. I mean, this is pathetic. Chris McDonough still has a video up on his channel that's called Let's Talk About the Truth in all caps. I mean, really nice clickbait, McDonough. Let's talk the truth about the Crow case. This is clipped of him in a friendly room with his sidekicks, Doug Hutton and Josh at the lab, where Chris McDonough gives his own account of the Michael Crow case in his own words, and then has the gall to title the video The Truth About Michael Crow. In which world do we accept the word of somebody who's been convicted of having the truth? We don't tend to have a serial murder, talk about how he is innocent and then refer to that as the truth. Here's a video of Ted Bundy saying he didn't do it, titled The Truth About the Ted Bundy Case. So that's the sort of tactic that McDonough is willing to use in this case. He makes a video, posts on his page of clips that he took from the prior night interview that he had on the lab or on Doug Hutton's channel, where these clowns, who are his sycophants, who didn't ask him a single challenging question, and they just let McDonough tell his account of the Michael Crow case. And in that video, and I'm going to show you, still to this day, if you click and move down this video, here is the Crow case. If you can all read that on screen. On his video, where he gives his account to two sycophants, he then below has the nerve to say, here's the Crow case. Well, if you open up that video, that link, and this is what I exposed in my revisionism video, that link takes you to this legal document. That legal document is the 2004 ruling from a lower court where he received indeed his summary judgment. And this is what he refers to as the truth about Michael Crow. That summary judgment was overturned by a superior court on appeal and then upheld by the Supreme Court. And to this day, he will never refer to the 2010 legal document, which reversed his summary judgment and found him responsible for violating the civil rights of those boys. By name, he was also cited by name in the lawsuit. He lied to Tricia and said he was exonerated, and to this day, he will only refer to that 2004 document. And he had, and let me get that one, and he had his little dumb sidekick, Doug Hutton, and later the lab, on his second effort, attempting to exonerate him.
I saw war.
So here is my video. I won't watch the whole thing with you. But if you want, look up Chris McDonough and Doug Hutton, Legal Revisionism Fail, where I showed what a fraud that video was. And in here, if you want, here is the actual 2010 superseding and superior ruling from 2010, which overturned the legal document that Chris still links to and that Doug Hutton attempted to read from badly. And that is the legitimate legal document that's relevant in this case. And then the retired judge slams the Crow case. And then the actual underlying article, which will tell you about how it was the 2004 ruling was overturned on appeal. It was then appealed again by their legal staff and was rejected by the Supreme Court of the United States. And the federal judge that oversaw the case referred to what had been that the treatment of the boys was psychological torture. And then I have another link from another retired judge who said it's the worst and most immoral criminal interrogation he's ever seen in his entire career. So these are the things that Chris McDonough will never tell his audience. And it's absolutely despicable and so transparent. I mean, he must think his audience are really stupid. And obviously they are, because they don't check. I mean, it takes 2 seconds to check that he's lying, just straight up lying. And he told Tricia the same thing. He said, I was exonerated. So all you need to do is do a bit of homework. So where do I want to go from there? Well, I also wanted to it's too long to watch, but I would recommend that you go watch this video.
He's doing the next couple of letters.
Where he interviews Jeannie and Mary. And I mean, he's so transparently inauthentic. And he's calling them superheroes and flattering them and pretending to, be impressed by them and love them and listen to their theories. And it's so, for me, flagrantly opportunistic and condescending and patronizing. And, I don't think for a second he cares about these women. Now, these women claim to have an open case, and to the extent that they have evidence against Dawn Wells, then if they do, and they've been victimized, there's certainly a lot of dysfunction and abuse in that family. I would not be surprised. And if they are indeed victims, then they deserve to be compensated for. And if they can pursue Dawn, then by all means hold him responsible. I'm certainly not accusing these women of having done anything wrong, but I am accusing McDonough of playing that good cop routine out of his own interests to virtue signal, pretend that he's the good guy and he cares about victims. But I think he's got it in for Dawn Wells, because his narrative has been from day one that somebody in the Wells family is guilty, and he's gone after, I think, pretty much everybody in that extended family, just like the Ryan Upchurches and the Zav girls do. They just they sort of exhaust the list and insinuate to their audience that everybody's, possible murder, because it's sensational content. And again, as I say, it's true crime. It's not true accident. So these people make their living by creating mystery and using insinuation and conspiracy theory and claiming to see the clues and the noise all over the place. So he's that's why Chris. By the way, officially, Chris has regained the title of the worst actor in the True Crime Ghetto, and that's only because Ryan Upchurch seems to have taken early retirement and has moved on. To the extent that Ryan returns, he might get his title again as the worst actor, but at this point, I will give the title back to the impotent cop, the cop who can't get an erection. Because if he could get an erection, if he could erect a case, and he has evidence on me or Trisha or any of the other people he's falsely accused, then get it up, Chris. I don't think you can get it up. I'm convinced you can't get it up. And if you can't get it up and put it up, then you should probably shut the fuck up. Okay? So you're an impotent cop, McDonough. You're not a cop because cops don't do the things that you do. Cops care about the presumption of innocence. Cops can get evidence. Cops can erect a case. Cops can get an erection. Proper cops can do those things. You can't. You're a used car salesman. And so, yeah, without then just going through all of my videos, you're more than welcome to, if you haven't seen them, go back and look at the Bad Actors series that I did on him, and the legal revisionism video, and my demand that he apologize that he never respected or addressed. And then this is my response to him going further and defaming me and Trisha. But I speak for myself. Come at me, Mr. McDonough, because you have nothing. I will destroy you with words. I don't need to go in real life. I don't need to defame you. I don't need to accuse you of things that you haven't done. You, on the other hand, have no case. You have no evidence. You can't get an erection, so you make shit up. That's what you do. You make 7th grade videos. You do 2-minute YouTube, Google searches trying to find dirt on people that don't agree with you. And then you accuse them of the most heinous crimes. What a low tactic that is, to go after people that you don't like or who criticize you. I don't need to make up false allegations against you. I can use your own words. I can use your own videos. I can use your own tweets. I need simply show the things that you've already done. Now, what do you have on me? Nothing. So you accuse me of having a criminal mind, as if that means anything. Are you a mind reader now? So I think actually now I will take a moment off to maybe catch up if anybody wants to come up and talk with me. My little rant is done for the moment, and then I thought afterwards we could move on to some other impotent ideas, some other ideas that can't get an erection, some other ideas that don't hold up well under scrutiny. So I don't know if Platty's still around. You want to come up and maybe talk to me, Platty? Tell me if you're awake yet and you've had some coffee. And then also you can help me with any of the, I'm sure, great comments that were said that I just missed, because you know me. What is his education level? That's a good question, James. I don't think, I can't claim to know. I don't know. Platty.
Hi.
Good morning. You know what I'm going to do?
What are you going to do?
Before we talk, I'm going to completely abandon you. So I'm
Good.
totally leaving you alone.
Okay.
I don't need a damn microphone. I'm just going to leave you here to fend for yourself.
Oh, good. I love when you do that to me.
And go get another cocktail. Do you have a cold?
No, no. I've told you this before. I can't watch that the Michael Crow thing without crying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have let
It
you
fucking
recuperate.
ruins me.
Okay, so you just then cry and commiserate with anybody else. Make my entire audience cry, and I will be right back with a cocktail. Hold on one
That's
second,
my aim.
please.
I want everyone to
Oh,
cry.
look, you can't
Hi,
see, but
Scap.
Percy is right next to me. Hold on.
Percy's been
Percy,
on top of you all morning or all
Percy,
evening.
speak into the microphone. Speak into the microphone, Percy.
Hello, Percy.
He just wants to
Hello.
sit next to me. He's got the hots for me tonight. I don't know why. I must look extra sexy tonight. Either I'm looking very good,
You're giving
or
off some sort of pheromone.
yeah, either that or his food dish is empty, and I'm gonna go with the latter. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Well, don't die, because then he'll eat you. Hello, everyone. How you doing? What's happening? I wish I hadn't have said it. I wish I... Oh, fuck. The Michael Crow thing just ruins me. There's just something about it. And I imagine that my son is Michael in the room, and it fucking kills me. Ugh. Hi, Tech Death. Hi, Delighted. Hi, Ivania. Hello, Bammy. Hello, Doohickey. Hello, Rennie. Hello, Marlene. Good God. What a fucking crying bitch. Someone needs to slap me. Slap me. God damn it. So is everyone doing well? Yeah, I woke up not long ago. It's 19 past 11, Saturday morning. Oh, good. I don't mean good, like good. I love other people to cry. No, it's just good that I'm not the only sort of freak who fucking cries over this stuff. I feel like lately, every time I get up on the panel, I'm fucking crying. How day do I cry? Well, it really depends. It depends on, I don't know. It just depends on if I've watched some sort of commercial that, I don't know, it involves family and shit, then I'll cry. If I see an animal that gets hurt on the side of the road, I'll cry. I don't know. I'm a fucking crier.
I've never seen you cry except for the last time you were up here.
Yeah, that's such bullshit. You see me cry all the fucking time, you asshole.
You're right. I do.
And I hate it. Like, I hate that. I think it's the vulnerability of just letting other people see you cry, you know? And you're like,
well,
come on, you weak ass bitch.
Luckily, my criminal mind prevents me from caring.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's your narcissism.
Oh, or my narcissism.
Yeah.
You pick one of the two, or my narcissistic criminal mind.
It could be both, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they're not mutually exclusive.
No, they're not. Matter of fact, they're mutually supportive. So, what did I miss in the chats? Were there any good comments that I should address?
Oh no, people were just comforting me through my tears, which is beautiful. I love everyone here.
No, I don't mean when I was gone. I meant
Oh.
when I was talking earlier. Were there any good comments that I missed?
I think you got to most of them. Stop reflecting. Who's reflecting?
Stop
Me?
reflecting. Stop reflect. No, remember the joke? He accused
Oh,
me of.
deflecting.
Oh, that was Josh. Josh accused me of reflection.
That's right. Oh, derpy.
Because I'm now a vampire.
But yeah, I just
But
don't think that. I don't think that you're human if you're not touched. Like, you don't have to cry like a bitch, like I do. But if you're not touched by watching what Michael goes through, what Chris McDonough puts him through.
well, but I mean, my way is I was angry. You could
Touched.
hopefully see that I'm angry.
Yeah, I'm saying you don't have to cry like I
No,
do,
I just
but be
mean there
touched.
are other manifestations. Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, fuck. Hopefully that's the last of that. And I don't know. I'll save all my tears for the next panel. Hey?
Hey.
Hey?
So as you
So how
were
have you been other than that?
well, as you were privy to me, making the video and in terms of using the metaphor of impotence and all that.
From my idea,
No,
the
no,
flaccidity of character.
no, not at all. It was completely independent.
I absolutely expect royalties.
Yeah, no, it was totally
You
coincidental
owe
because
me your life.
I was working through. Well, thank you, Brits Creek. That's very, very kind of you.
Oh
You
my
didn't have to
goodness. Hello, Brits
do that,
Creek.
but I
Brits Creek in
appreciate it.
the house.
And Xana May was here earlier. She was here. She came to say hi.
I did say hi to Zanny.
Xanax.
I see all these people that I love yous. You're fucking good people. They don't mind me crying, unlike you, Skep.
Well, the other thing
You
too is that
cold-hearted bitch.
if you go to I can't afford to break down like that, Patty. I'm trying to make an argument.
It's part of your brand.
So, in my legal revisionism video, I highly recommend you go down into the description and you read up. I covered it in that video, but I recommend you go take a look at my links on the read technique and the research on the read technique and how we've been 70 years of still refusing to abandon some of these far too coercive of interrogation techniques, and also it's just a complete and utter destruction of this fraud, which is voice stress analysis, whatever that whole technology that he claims to have an expertise in. It's a complete and utter fraud. Even the company has claimed that they have a peer-reviewed scientific study showing that it's 97, 98% accurate, and then under fear of perjury in court, they claim that it doesn't work at all.
Oh, good
So
night, Nellie. Are you sure you have to go?
Good night, Nellie. So their marketing claims are completely debunked once they're under oath. Thank
you, Patricia.
They say that the studies, that there were no peer-reviewed studies, and that their advertisement that they'd made refers to a 1970s earlier prototype that doesn't work. So CBSA is a complete and utter fraud, even worse than the polygraph, because polygraph has some validity, but it's so undependable that we don't, there's a reason why these aren't admissible in court, and why I always try to tell you guys, we need to not think about these things as technologies that determine truth, even though that's the words we use, and understand them simply as interrogation techniques to render a potential defendant vulnerable to sharing more information or to admission. As a matter of fact, the Watts case is a perfect example. I completely forgot about that. He comes back and they say he failed the test, and doesn't he basically admit it, like immediately after being told that he failed the test?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, will you have a smoke for me too, Ivana?
How long are you without smoking now? Like 4 months?
It will be 4 months tomorrow.
Congratulations. You deserve it. That's
Hang on.
hard.
No, yeah, 4 months. I know. I'm getting like a fat bitch because, you swap out one sort of addiction for another. So at the moment, my addiction is biscuits. But, whatever.
I
I
have I
can
have a
I
lot
can
of
work that off.
I have a lot of cookies.
Is that why Percy's liking you
Oh,
tonight?
no, but
Oh,
I did. Sadly, I bought this special, really expensive cat food
thank you, Benny.
for his sister Cassie, who I
Oh, you
was
did tell me that, yeah?
when I was trying to hope that I could save her life, to no avail. And then my cat food company had me on. They get you in these deals where they give you a deal if you agree to automatically order in 6 months, but you can always continuously, if you have the presence of mind to go onto the website and push the date into the future, you don't get the automatic delivery. But I messed up, and so I got an automatic delivery of cat food that I didn't want or need, but it came with Cassie's poor old, very expensive cat food. And Percy's on a dietary restriction, but he only gets dry food. So I thought if I just give him some of her wet food that's supposed to be really healthy, and it's like tuna or something, and he loves it, but I'm just not going to give it to him every day, just once in a blue moon. I'm criminaling. Are you, Ivana? Are you criminaling with me? Let's channel our brains and come up with a really good criminaling, and maybe we can, I don't know, go to Tahiti together. Can we like steal an island or something like that in the middle of the?
Not without me, bitches.
Well, you're obviously
I'm probably more of a criminal mind than all of yous.
So I thought. So
Just
anyway,
saying.
so you don't. Do you have anything to add that I omitted? Obviously, I didn't do as much of a development
Well, I still,
as I would have
I
had I made a
what?
pre-made video.
Yeah, what happened there?
What do you
Oh,
mean? What
you were
happened?
going to do a pre-made video. What happened?
Well, I've been outside. I have some other things going on in my life, and
Wow, you actually you went outside.
no, I've been living outside, as you know, but
I know,
went
but
I went
outside more? You left the porch?
no. That's why I didn't make the pre-made video, because I'm not on my other computer inside, where I have my other computer. So I've just not been motivated to go in and make a big pre-made video and download tons of videos and clip and edit and all that. So as I was
You're
2 weeks late.
so lucky that I'm not there with the fucking taser.
Well, I just have other things on my plate these days than making YouTube videos. I'm trying to sell my house again, and I have other things that. So, but anyway. So I thought I
I'm
would do.
silently judging you.
I'm gonna be like, what was that guy on Fox
Oh,
News
didn't you have your binky?
who gets caught on a hot mic? Who gets caught on a hot mic and he says, "Fuck it, we'll do it live. We'll do it live." You know that clip?
Yes. Yes, I think. Hang on. No? No, I don't
No, you
know that
don't.
one. No.
Oh, he's whatever, the guy from Fox News, who got
Oh,
fired.
the one that got fired, Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly.
Oh, that we all
So he,
miss him.
when he was young, you could see how arrogant he was. He was when he was on like Entertainment Tonight, or he was on another show. I forget what the
Was
show
he?
was. And something went wrong with the technology, and you see him, off camera, completely freaking out and screaming at everybody. And he's like, fuck it, we'll do it live," and he's like screaming. So anyway, that's my Bill O'Reilly impression of me just doing my video live.
So fuck it.
Do it live.
Did you see that I wrote like a little disclaimer in the comments for the comments that I was making about Chris McDonough?
No, I have you shadow banned.
Oh my goodness, you're a C word.
You think I see your comments, but I don't see any of your comments.
No, see, all I do, or I just sit in the comments and I just wait for Skep to realize that I'm there, and he just ignores me. I don't know if you're deliberately doing it now, or if it's just you just treat me with such disregard.
I wasn't doing it before, but now I'm tempted. I have to say, now I'm a bit tempted to do it.
Don't make me bring out the fucking cranky panda.
Oh yeah, don't go after me with the panda, please. I got when Platty needs attention, Insightful and we are demanded to be available for her, and if she doesn't get a quick response, we just get hit with angry panda memes and Andy Pandy angry panda gifs. Should I? Well, I don't know. Should we show your angry panda gifs?
Yeah, you could do that. This is what happens when you're friends with me. Fucking, I demand attention, motherfuckers. And if I don't get it, I get cranky panda.
Okay, hold on. Okay, well, I can at least show a few. Hold on.
Yeah.
I have proof, people.
Insightful. You're getting double pandas just for that comment.
See, so, she's like, where are you, motherfucker? So here we go. Here's the panda attack. Where are you? In all capital letters. And then she throws the frickin' birthday cake against the wall, so now we have the panda tantrum. Can you see this?
Yeah.
And then here's another panda losing it and getting pissed off at the chef. Fuck you, we'll do it live. We'll do it live. See, that's one pissed off panda. And then here she is waiting. I'm under pressure. I better get back quickly. What are you doing that's better than talking to me? Ugh. And now I get just judgment, panda judgment. Look at that panda. So this is just a small sample of the psychological abuse that I get if I'm not.
Yes, I have a pantrum.
A pantrum, I like that.
Complete pandemonium.
Looking at the merch, what do I want? Stop it. Don't make fun of me.
Never.
Stop that. Stop it. Uh-oh.
I will never.
Uh-oh. Stacy said, is she sending me more pandas? Here's a couple I got. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, wait. Can I show that, or?
Yeah.
Well, no, I worry about, because I'm dumb like that. I'm afraid to show.
Are you worrying about doxing?
Yeah, I don't think it shows me. Anyway, she's the little temper tantrum girl. This is what Stacy gets, and then ignoring. By the way, ignore, that's French.
I don't give a shit.
But
I sent pandas to her too, didn't I?
I don't know.
And then you guys had the audacity to laugh about me. Yeah. Fucking while I'm having a tantrum. Pantrum.
We have to have some recourse.
Oh, yeah, at my expense.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers.
Yeah. What are you getting,
What are you getting, Bammy? Jinx.
Yeah, I have to put my email. I do have an email. I'm still trying to set up my website, but I do have at least a temporary email I should put up for you guys if you want to contact me.
You should.
Socrates
So I can
Geneva.
send you pandas on that one.
I don't use that email, but it's socratesgeneva@gmail.com. I'm still waiting to hear back from Kresha,
Oh
but
yeah,
I checked
you
for
haven't heard from her.
no I since I don't use that email, I checked for a few days waiting, and I didn't hear anything back, and then
I suggest sending pandas, cranky pandas.
Cranky Pandas.
Yeah, that's the only way. If you're not getting the response or the attention you want, cranky pandas.
Okay, hold on a second. Well, since you're not on video either, I don't know. I sort of wanted
What do
to
you
set
mean?
I sort of wanted to set this one up, but I want to talk about other impotent ideas.
Oh.
And so here's a whole set, and this is why I wanted to bring up again the conversation we began the other night about my problem with paranormal claims and how normalizing paranormal claims in this space is maybe not a great idea. So I found this individual, and I just,
May,
are you ready?
may I just say something
No.
before you start?
Yeah.
I'm having, because it's rainy and I know you're not surprised by this, but I'm having internet issues. So if I
I'm
drop
shocked.
out,
Okay. Well, you come
I'll
back.
let you know. You
Yeah,
know, you know what's happening.
I know.
And
Okay, so
I love everyone.
here's another impotent set of ideas. In the true crime space.
Hey babes, hello, hello, hello. Today is a sponsored video.
Oh, fuck this
For
chick.
David Dixon. I've done one reading for him already. The only facts I know is that he's missing from Philadelphia. So I'm going to be using my True Crime Oracle Decks 1 and my True Crime Oracle Decks 2. And I'm going to put them together, boom, to make one big deck. Okay, I'm also going to be using these just to get a little insight as well as myself channeling. So let me just get into this. Okay. So already I'm seeing this train tunnel. I saw that the last time. I'm gonna start shuffling.
She's shuffling, everyone. She's shuffling.
Okay, so right away I get a kidnapping and a girl. Sorry, my dog ate that. A kidnapping and a girl. You're in my way and a friend. You're in my way and a friend. The you're in my way is under the kidnapping. So it's making me feel like that's a reason. And the girl was a friend, or it was a girlfriend. Whoa, okay. So a cover-up fell on top of a girl and a friend. And then I got near a park. And I don't have train stations and stuff like that. I will be doing a third deck to try to get every situation possible. I want what you have and in a hole. What you have. And near a park.
Okay, I'm not going to give you more brain damage than I've already given you by showing you that. But this is why I worry about playing footsies with and normalizing what people consider to be benign paranormal claims. What this person is a fraud. Okay, this person is as big as Zav Girl. Okay, she's got 80,000 subs. She's exploiting all the common cases: Kylie Rodney, Summer Wells, Chris Watts, etc., 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 etc. This is not funny. This is not cute. It's not charming. It's not open to opinion about whether or not this is value added content and contributory on missing persons case. This person is a fraud. She's a charlatan. She's making this shit up. I especially like the fake plastic vines hanging from the ceiling for effect. Really gives it that whole mystic, magical vibe going on, plus all the fancy makeup and hair color and stuff with a big shirt that says boss on it. This is dangerous, people. We have our own frauds engaging in paranormal claims in true crime, exploiting victims, claiming to have insight into the cosmos in terms of who killed who, who's a criminal, who's not a criminal, and how people have died. They make money hand over fist to the extremely gullible. And these people are no different than the garden variety scam artist and conspiracy theorist in the true crime space. This is no different than Ryan Upchurch. It's no different even than Chris McDonough and all of his conspiracy theories. These people are dangerous, they're frauds, and they're stealing money. They should be put out of business. Now, again, we live in the world of free speech and caveat emptor, so let the buyer beware. But they're making claims and claiming competence in true crime. And that's why I always say I don't go after people who engage in celebrity gossip or who make cooking videos, regardless of if I consider them to be good cooks or if I agree with them on their critique of a movie, or if they're a movie critic, or if they analyze the Kardashians or something like that, or they do response videos for reality TV. I don't care. I don't find them very harmful. I find it trivial, irrelevant, subjective, truly what we should mean by subjective. But I don't think that the harm is on the scale of these people engaging in serious topics like criminal investigation and law enforcement and victim advocacy. These people are truly grief vampires. In my space, we go after all the psychics and the dowsing. This person, she's also got dowsing rods, so she's got the whole package. She's a channeling, she's a psychic, she does a little breathing. I mean, tell me I couldn't do that. Hold on, everybody. Let me get in the mood. Summer Wells. I'm seeing trees. I'm seeing trees. I'm seeing water. I'm seeing trees, and I'm seeing water. I'm seeing the color blue. I feel blue. There's something blue here that's significant. I'm seeing somebody who knows her. Somebody knows her. Somebody knows her. Hold on. I'm seeing them in the forest. I'm seeing two people in the forest. I don't know why, but I'm seeing blue. I'm seeing a name. Henry, Hank, Maurice, Thomas, Tom, Tommy, Dick, Frank, Bob. These names are coming to me. Bob, Mary. I'm seeing names that starts with M or L or J or F or T. Seeing green. I'm seeing somebody small. She's young. She's blonde. She's small, young. I see a young child, and there's somebody else with her, an adult. I'm seeing an adult. Person has blonde hair or brown hair. Could be red hair. That's what these people do. They're frauds. They're fake. She starts out this video with, promotional advertisement at the top. This video has promotional advertising in it. So she's probably selling those cards. But I don't know. If you look at the comment section, everybody believes this. Everybody believes it. They all think that this is insight, that this is value added. I mean, this is exploitation. This is not different from Ryan Upchurch. It's not different from Chris McDonough. It's not different from any of the hundreds of other conspiracy theorists making money exploiting missing persons cases and dead people, and exploiting and harming families, and potentially doing damage to ongoing criminal cases and polluting jury pools. So when we are trivializing and normalizing the paranormal in this space, because we like ghost stories, and we think that there might be something out there, there's no good reason to believe that any of the things that these people sell. And I mean, we have our own Donna Serafina. Thank you, Doohickey. Very kind. Can I book a reading, Skep? Oh, forgot my train of thought. We have, Donna Serafina is writing a book claiming that she knows of the things that get rid of this. I'll get rid of the porn bot. Donna Serafina, who claims that she's oh no, an animal is screaming in pain. I hope that person got away. Hope they're just fighting, or that's just flirting. Hope an animal did not just get harmed. So I'm as a skeptic, I would just warn you to not take these sorts of channels lightly, and be careful when we have our appeals to magical thinking. These people exploit these susceptibilities. I have no problem with people believing that there are things yet unknown in this universe. I openly concede that. But simply because we don't know everything does not mean that your magical thinking is true. It simply means that we don't know things. Not knowing things does not mean that your claim is true. We don't know. That's the best we can say. We don't know that these things are not true. I mean, one of the things we say in as scientific skeptics is some of these things have been proven to be untrue, not yet proven to be true, but certainly there's no evidence that they are true or that we should believe them. And in many cases, they are disproven. They've been studied at great length and have been shown to not work. So, one of the reasons I'm passionate about these things is because they do harm. And there's a whole body of evidence, like I say, if you ever want to, when people use the argument, what's the harm, go to a page called what'stheharm.net, and you will see the harm done in the name of a whole host of unsupported human ideas. So when I talk about the topic of tonight's live, impotent ideas, I'm talking about those ideas that have not met any reasonable burden of proof, and asking you to care about the reasons for your beliefs, and to care more about beliefs that rise to the level of knowledge and that have lots of supporting evidence and reason, and to, if not discount, at least reserve judgment, or don't base your behavior and your moral system on impotent beliefs. There's a reason it's called paranormal. There's a reason it's called superstition. If it was, if it had evidence, it would be called the normal. When if there's a supernatural claim, there's a reason it's called supernatural, because that means there's no evidence for it. Otherwise, it would be just called the natural. So I'm not saying that I know everything about the universe, nor that science does. But most of the things that ever rattled around the collective human skull throughout history have been shown to be wrong. Therefore, a priori, any idea that's postulated and presented to you, if they don't have evidence, there is every good reason to believe it is simply not true, not a proper explanation for how our universe works. So these people are not simply just having a margarita with you and telling you that they think that they see things and they have insight into the universe, or they can read minds or move objects at a distance. They're telling you that they know where murdered people are. They're telling you who needs to be in jail, and they're making money over it, appealing to your emotions. Because as I've told you before, when innocent people are harmed, especially children, our minds break down. We stop being able to be objective and remain rational because we're susceptible. And then these grief vampires jump in to fill that vacuum and to feed on that demagoguery, that fear that you have. And they come with all sorts of potions and words, and claim that they can remedy your discomfort, your cognitive dissonance. Thank you, Drone Man. Very, very kind and generous of you. Thank you so much. Lemon character holding his hands with gratitude on his face. So don't take unsubstantiated claims too seriously. I'm trying to be as kind and charitable as I can in terms of allowing for, things that people find comforting in this world, even if they're, not likely true. So if you wish to debate me on these topics, please come up and have a conversation with me about your reasons for why unsupported ideas have value. And I will be nothing but respectful, and we can have an interesting conversation about why you might think certain ideas deserve to be treated more fairly by people such as myself, by scientists and critical thinkers and scientific skeptics. So, I wanted to show you one of my favorites. This is what I call the economic argument against the paranormal and the supernatural. It's a meme that I find very useful to understand how we assess these sorts of things. So this is a little meme, a little chart, but as an economist myself, one of the reasons why we can have good reason to believe none of these magical powers are real is because of all of the inherent value that these alleged powers would have in this world. If you believe in capitalism, if you believe that people are greedy, good night, Ivana. If you believe that people would do anything that would believe in anything that they think could make them millions and millions of dollars, then you might want to ask yourself, why is it that oil prospecting companies, some of the biggest companies in the world, why do they not hire VPs who claim to have remote viewing powers or dowsing powers? Why do they not hire these people by the hundreds and pay them massive salaries? in the healthcare cost reduction space, why are they not hiring people who claim to be able to read auras? Or why do they not accept the claim of auras? These would be very beneficial in order to lower healthcare costs. Homeopathy, another one. If there was any value in it, it would be regulated and go through clinical testing. But it's over the counter. You should ask yourself these questions, and it would also be a massive savings because homeopathy is effectively free as it's nothingness. So it would go a long way at lowering costs. Now you could say big pharma is trying to crowd it out, but there are massive vested interests in terms of lowering healthcare costs, and they're not hiring homeopathists. Remote prayer. Why are these people not being people that claim to have these skills? Why aren't they brought on the board of large corporations where they could make the stockholders tons and tons of money? Financial and business planning, for example. Financial consulting is a $1 trillion business. Why aren't they hiring astrologists to help with financial forecasting or tarot card readers? They're not. These people are left to pander on the street or sell their wares in some little tiny building in a bad part of town, or sell their wares on YouTube and social media because nobody else wants to give them a high-paying corporate job at an investment banking company. You might want to ask yourself why that is. Regular energy. Why aren't crystals being used? Why aren't people that claim that they can read crystals or use crystals to help out with energy production? Energy prices are going way up. Why aren't they using crystals? Where is this alleged energy that exists in the cosmos? The military. Well, if witchcraft works, if you can actually put curses and hexes on people, why wouldn't the military be hiring these people, these voodoo priestesses and shamans and witches that allegedly exist on this planet with these magical powers to curse people? Why aren't they being hired by the military? It would sure be convenient to be able to place curses and hexes on our enemies and on their generals and on their soldiers. It would save a lot of lives. So why is it not that any of these services are called upon by the military? GPS devices. Oh, look, we use GPS devices because we believe that the evidence for general relativity is very, very strong. And look, we actually use that idea in industry. We use it to be able to calculate geolocational spots on our planet by calculating and taking into consideration time-space curvature when we're sending GPS signals back and forth from satellites back to Earth. And semiconductor circuit design. Wow, when we're building semiconductors, we actually call on the knowledge that we have in quantum electrodynamics to be able to build those semiconductor circuits. And we pay millions and millions of dollars in order to gain the expertise in quantum electrodynamics, actual physicists who can help companies design these semiconductors. And look, there are checkboxes next to those two scientific theories. And yet there aren't any checkboxes. None of those additional paranormal, supernatural services are being called upon in a capitalist system where everybody allegedly is about trying to maximize their profit and buy themselves Lamborghinis and yachts. But we're not using any of these alleged services. You might want to ask yourself why that is if you believe in these sorts of things. You're going to invite me to the next cocktail party so all the ignorant people will go home. Yeah, like I say, Drone Man, we're not very popular at cocktail parties, and I tend to take off my skeptic hat at parties because I don't want to offend everyone or have everybody dislike me, because then they'll just say I am a destroyer of dreams and fantasy and a party pooper. Well, there is no evidence for naturopathy. So again, you if you wanted to convince me, since I've done a ton of research into naturopathy and into its claims, and looked at the alleged evidence and looked at the qualifications these people allegedly have, it's all bunkum. But I will, of course, engage anyone politely who wishes to promote the idea. I would just simply ask for reasons and high quality evidence, like peer reviewed studies in high impact journals and meta analyses from high impact journals and clinical trials. And these claims don't have anything like that. And when they're offered millions and millions of dollars to support their claims, they suddenly get cold feet and decide to sell it on the internet where people are credulous. Yeah, no, that's what I said before. I will honor that. Obviously, I can't claim to know everything. There's always, one of the problems with doing what I do is that you have to cover so many claims that you'll spend, a lot of time looking into a certain set of claims, but then you move on to a lot of other claims, then you forget some of the details. And so, pseudoscientists who are savvy, they will come up and hit you with a lot of science-sounding words, and they can be quite convincing to the uncritical and the unskeptical. And sometimes you just have to then go off and say that you can't evaluate that particular claim on the spot. So, for example, if I were to debate somebody on naturopathy formally, well, I would go off and refresh my memory and do lots of homework and prepare. Because if I was dealing with somebody who claimed to be a naturopath, they would already be, prepared. So it would just be fair. So I would be using logic and philosophy of science, you know, and I would just be listening to the answers given to me and then seeing if they could at least back up their claims rationally. I mean, there are reasons that naturopaths don't win Nobel Prizes for medicine or, get written up in the New England Journal of Medicine. Most of our meds come from the jungle. Of course, our medicine comes from nature. Where else would it come from? But they also get processed and studied for purity and for dosage to eliminate impurities and additives and all sorts of things to make sure that our medicine is safe. And obviously, I care about human well-being. So if you believe you are better, then that's all that matters. But there's a thing called the placebo effect. And this is one of the problems, is that unfortunately a lot of people go to a doctor and they don't get necessarily the attention that they deserve. And there's always a pseudoscientist who will dedicate more time to listening to you and believing you. And we know that placebo is a real thing. And we also know that some things just go away naturally, but humans attribute it to, like, for example, we know from studies that sometimes just having a doctor listen to you can make you feel better, and in some cases cure your ailment. That's clearly a placebo phenomenon. It's not, no treatment was performed. So sometimes just having people listen to you and, you feeling like you're acknowledged and your suffering is acknowledged can go a long way at even helping your body overcome things. Plus, sometimes then just things go away. But people who believe in this stuff, that's what's called the false correlation problem, where people think that correlation equals causation by definition, but the correct equation is correlation does not necessarily equal causation. It may do, but in order to demonstrate causation, you need more than anecdote. So you have an anecdote, and I'm certainly not claiming you're lying. I'm just claiming that I don't accept the attribution that you're claiming, that the causation was unproven, undemonstrated pseudoscience. Yes, exactly. This is what, Rachel, this is called the appeal to nature fallacy. So a lot of people believe that anything synthetic or anything processed or anything produced by modern medicine is somehow unnatural, and everything that you can pick in your garden is somehow better for you. But they forget that the universe is determined to kill you in 1,000,001 innovative ways, and it is through science and civilization and hygiene and all of the things that we've come to know that we've reduced 1,000,001 ways in which the universe can kill us. So this is a very typical logical fallacy called the appeal to nature fallacy. Yeah, there's no such thing as Eastern and Western medicine. There's only medicine. A lot of people say there's Eastern and Western mathematics and Eastern and Western physics. There's only medicine, physics, and science. There is Eastern and Western philosophy, but there is no such thing as Eastern and Western medicine. There's only medicine. There's things that have been proven to work, things that have proven to not work, and then unsupported claims. So as Tim Minchin says, you know what you call alternative medicine that's been proven to work? Medicine. Yeah, there is a mind-body connection, no question. We certainly don't. Placebo is still. There's tons of work to be done in AF in understanding the placebo effect. There's also an opposite called the nocebo effect, which fewer people know about, where if you believe something, science-based medicine, exactly, Crochet. There's also something called nocebo that fewer people know about, which is that if you believe something will harm you, you get sick. Chinese medicine is very different. No, there's no such thing as Chinese medicine. There's only medicine. Chinese scientists submit their medical claims to the scientific method just like everybody else in the world, and things either are shown to work or they're not. And if they're not, it's not called medicine. It's called pseudoscience. It's called alternative medicine, which is a pseudoscience. If something works, there are companies all over the world that would take it, manufacture it, and make millions and millions of dollars off it. The fact that they're not should demonstrate to you that this is pseudoscience. It doesn't have the evidence. Submit these claims to, clinical trials, double and triple blinding tests, and then publish in large scale quality methodologies with large samples. Then show that the studies are repeatable and falsifiable, and then put together a meta-analysis of various studies that have attempted to repeat the exact same claim all across the world from various different sources. Then you have medicine. Otherwise, it's pseudoscience. That's called the appeal to antiquity, crocheting, Bammy. So people think that because something has existed for a long time, even people think acupuncture has been around forever. Acupuncture has not been around forever. It's only about 200 years or less. Same thing with chiropractic. It's from a crazy pseudoscientist who believed in humors and like cures like and all sorts of magical ideas. Chiropractic is also pseudoscience. And people believe that just because Chinese medicine is a perfect example. People believe that because the Chinese have had these ancient, you know, folk cures for things, that they work simply because people have been doing them for a long time. That's not how we demonstrate that something works. Humans do all sorts of things that have been handed down forever, and don't, never are able to demonstrate them, the claims, under scrutiny. Now, that's not to say that there are not folk cures that exist somewhere around the planet that have yet to be exposed to empirical scrutiny and the scientific method, and that may show therapeutic or medicinal value. There may still be some claims out there, but until something has been demonstrated to work, we shouldn't call it medicine. These are anecdotes. No, chiropractors it's also pseudoscience. Subluxation is a very dubious claim. Physical therapy can do the same thing. The only legitimacy that chiropractics have at all is it can show some. I've read all the studies, and now recently they're people on TikTok are doing baby adjustments and putting babies' lives at risk. Babies have died from having their necks broken. Subluxation has shown to provide some short-term lower back relief. They also claim, depending upon the chiropractor, that they can cure all sorts of diseases. They make all sorts of claims way beyond subluxation. Subluxation, there is some research that it can provide some temporary lower back relief, and you can get much safer results from evidence-based physical therapy and going to a proper doctor. Physical therapy is based in science, so why would you go to a chiropractor when you can go to a physical therapist? It might take you a tad bit to get the relief. I mean, I have an anecdote. I had a massive back injury. I missed a whole semester of school, and they wanted to operate on my back, and I couldn't stand upright, and somebody told me to go to a chiropractor, and I went to a chiropractor, and they stood me up. I left that session standing straight up, and I was like, I'm cured. It's a miracle. Oh my God, this is amazing. Oh my God, I'm cured. And they wanted to see me once a week for several months. And the next time I went in, I felt really good. And then I left doubled over, exactly like I was when I'd come in the first time. So I never went to a chiropractor again, and I got a book on stretching, and I stretched diligently for about a year, and I fixed my back. But my back is still weak. Matter of fact, last night I thought my back almost went out. I've been having problems the last 3 or 4 years where my back can just randomly go out, and it's terribly painful. And I've had a good year. My back hasn't gone out this year, but I can be doing nothing. Just like once I leaned over to pick up my cat, and yeah, old wives' tales. Yeah, I mean, again, that's what scientific skeptics do. If you want the best, for me, the best, I always put them up. I always award them the sort of Scientific Skeptics of the Year award. The best database, I think, for evidence-based refutations of all these claims is a page called Science-Based Medicine, and it's run by, one of my intellectual heroes, a neurologist named Stephen Novella, as well as an oncologist named David Gorski, legitimate scientists, and they spend their free time, because they're also practicing doctors. They have a whole staff of science writers and scientists, and they evaluate all of the pseudoscience claims that go viral, and they're like the best, and they just have a massive database. Let me see what U.S. value of shooting pains down your leg from sciatica and are in pain. You see a chiropractor received 100% relief from having been manipulated. Yes, stretching will prevent the back from going out. In any case, again, I don't want you to misunderstand my point. US Sauce Pal. Not sure how you want me to say the name. I just want human beings to have their suffering relieved. So if things work for people, um, and they feel better, that's the most important thing. I'm just as a scientist, I just care about the causation claims. So I don't accept causation claims because I think it's important that we understand how things work in this universe, and that we support evidence-based and reasoned arguments. And chiropractors just don't hold up well. They're considered pseudoscience for a reason. No legitimate scientists consider chiropractic science. But as I've done the homework, like I said, I will give you that there is one claim. Many of them make totally bombastic claims that are completely outrageous, claiming to cure all sorts of diseases and things like that. But subluxation can provide benefits in terms of short-term lower back pain. That is the only supporting evidence, and you can gain those same benefits from an evidence-based thing like going to see a proper doctor, a proper bone doctor, or a proper back doctor, or physical therapist. So I just it's important that we talk facts. The same claims you're making about chiropractic, people say the same things about touch therapy and acupuncture and Western medicine and shamans in Nepal, and astral projection, and remote viewing, and all of the pseudoscience claims. You'll find hundreds of people with anecdotes that will tell you that these things work. But when you look to see if they have actual evidence, they don't. And when they're offered millions of dollars to prove their claims, they don't come forward. And there are probably reasons for why they don't come forward, because they make money by making claims that they can't back up when it comes to providing the evidence. Ouch, Riney. Yeah, I'm afraid to have back surgery. I'm missing my ACL in my right knee. This back injury, after 30 years of high-level competitive sports, and my doctor told me I'd never run again. He told me I'd never play competitive sports with my back, and I defied all the odds, and I was stubborn, and I said, screw you, and I fixed myself, and I went and played forever without the surgery, and now my knees are bad. They hit me at about 45. I can't really run anymore. I was really, really fast, and I was in great shape, and now, if I run like a robot, because I'm like afraid my knee now moves, rather substantially, so I have to be careful. But I can still keep myself in shape. I just can't go play full court basketball anymore. And my back, I am worried about the back. I don't know if I have like a pinched nerve or something. And AF, I know you have your basket of things. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Again, I just want people to have their pain removed. Obviously, I want them to get the best advice that they can. But one of the things I often say is that when modern science, if you go to all the best doctors and they don't have a solution, by all means, look to experimental medicine. Still get some advice, but I would never criticize anybody who has exhausted modern medicine and cannot find relief, who then looks to alternatives. I would just, I just want, and of course, there's a financial problem, especially in America, where you can frickin' become homeless because you have a medical condition. And that's also how the alternative medicine business makes a fortune, because, but they're not cheap. There's a myth that alternative medicine is cheap. It's a $50 billion business. So people are critical of big pharma, which goes through a massive amount of research and development and empirical scrutiny and regulatory scrutiny. And then you have these over-the-counter hacks who sell nothing that they make in their basement without any testing, without any regulation, and they're making $50 billion. So, why aren't we as critical, if not more critical, of the pseudoscience alternative medicine business industry? If you're going to go after big pharma, I mean, I will agree with you. My only point about big pharma is that I think that's an economic problem, not as much of a science problem. They don't have a vested interest in killing their patients. They don't have a vested interest in making in mass distributing medicine that doesn't work. Yeah, acupuncture's not even close to that. I think acupuncture's actually relatively young. I think it's within the last 200 years. I think it's a myth that it's that old. I could be wrong about that one because I cover so many claims, but I'm pretty sure acupuncture is not old, but people believe it's old. Chronic pain is the worst. I've been living with it since I was 19, and my friend drove us off the road. Ouch. So sorry to hear that, femme fatale. Anybody else want to come up and talk to me about anything? I'll drop the invite again. One of these days, AF, I'll have to frickin' just do a StreamYard just to get your audio. If you guys can hold on, I just need a little break. I'll be right back. My Percy cat is asleep next to me. He's so cute. One second. Oh, that was the other thing I loved about in McDonough's video criticizing me. He's got a screenshot of my empty chair as if that's a gotcha moment because I must have gone to the bathroom during one of my lives. So he takes a picture of me not being at the chair. I mean, really? That's the best you got, McDonough? Yes, I took a bathroom break. Oh my God. Hey, Percy. Oh. Hi, sweetie. I missed the beginning. So, you guys have any questions for me? If there's nobody who wants to come up and say hi, any questions? I mean, again, the point of this live was to talk about impotent ideas. So when we're talking about impotent ideas, I mean, I'm bringing scientific skepticism and critical thinking to this true crime space, but the problems are a lot bigger than just true crime. I'm just applying the same things, the same reasoning and that I use in any other aspect of civilization in this true crime space. But don't take these things lightly. In true crime, they have the same problems, all the things I point out. The use of these snake oil tactics, the unsupported beliefs. That's why this true crime space is just infested with so many impotent ideas, because people don't put enough importance on reason and evidence. And unfortunately, humans are very susceptible to their feelings, their emotions. And of course, in a sensitive area like true crime, with victims and people suffering from mental illness and PTSD and being vulnerable because they're listening to stories about horrific crimes and children being harmed and innocent people being murdered, they're just that much more susceptible to the snake oil salesmen, or what we call grief vampires, that our reasoning skills are compromised. So if you want to be a better if you care about cleaning up this space and promoting good actors and scaring away or crowding out the bad actors, it behooves us to all become better critical thinkers and to help other people become better critical thinkers. Percy really likes Skip. Well, he does seem to. I think he's a happier cat after us staying outside. He's been doing zoomies more often. He runs around more often. He's been a bit more lovey to me, so I think he appreciates it. I've had chronic pain, rheumatoid, and osteoarthritis since my 40s, and I have to go to a pain clinic. You do what you have to. Quality of life is very important. Yeah, Kibby, it's, again, the objective here is to reduce, my moral philosophy is about maximizing human flourishing and minimizing human suffering. Pretty simple equation. So then we argue about the ideas and the ethics and the attitudes that hopefully lead us in that direction, in the right direction, and away from bad answers. How can we deal emotionally with the ire in raises? How can we deal emotionally with the ire? Can you retype that? The ire raises, and the ire it raises. Oh, and the ire it raises. I think you mean the anger that's caused by the bad actors. Is that what you mean? The ire it raises, the anger that we all feel from it. How to deal with it. Okay, my kid's down and I'm back. Welcome back, Elisa. They come with so many side effects and restrictions of judgment now that barely worth the relief they do provide, to be honest. It is just me, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? It raises anger. Yeah, so I thought that's what you meant. How can we deal emotionally with the anger it raises the bad actors? Well, I mean, obviously, I think that we have to challenge them. So we need to inspire others to think better, because the hard part about with teaching critical thinking is you don't want to offend people. You don't want to hurt their feelings. You don't want to call them stupid. There's some things we know about how to change minds. I think if you guys followed my prior live, I talked about, some things we can say about how to change minds, based on the science, and then also, on anecdote. And so, our challenge is, how do you counter bad ideas, especially harmful ideas? And, my opinion is through a various basket of of efforts on our part. Um, I do believe, and the evidence does support me, ridicule and shunning can work. It's only one tactic. The evidence shows that. We are social animals. Social animals get shunned in nature all the time. It's a very effective approach at modifying behavior, but it's not necessarily the best approach. It's certainly not the best approach in all cases. So we need to teach people to be more critical. We need to challenge their beliefs in the only ways you know how to do. You can be kind. You can try not to hurt their feelings. You can just ask them to, the Socratic approach is just, um, with respect, you say, why do you believe these things? And then you ask people to think through their thought process. In many cases, you'll find that people have not ever thought through why they believe something. They simply do. They heard it somewhere, they feel it, but they've never actually thought through it. So if you ask them politely and respectfully, what are the things you believe and what are the reasons you believe them, and then you try to engage in a sort of Socratic dialogue where you ask them if they've thought about this or they've thought about that, or is it possible that this could be true or that could be true, and then you teach them to actually begin performing the thought process in a way that they've not done before. Most people just accept things. And they don't tend to like it when they get challenged. But it's an approach these days called street epistemology, but it's really nothing more than the Socratic dialogue. So if you're inclined to change a mind and you're patient, there are a host of polite and courteous and helpful approaches where you just simply have a conversation with somebody and ask them to think through their beliefs and the reasons why, and then ask them to think about whether they're good beliefs or not, and then propose some alternatives to see if you can get them to just find an inconsistency or get them to think through their thought process and hopefully start practicing it and getting better at it, and then possibly having a doubt that they never once had about their own thinking. Critical thinking is a skill. You can learn it and you can get better at it. It takes practice. It's not, some people might intuit a little better than others, but you can learn it and you can get better at it. It isn't uncommon for people to lash out when people are ridiculed. Of course, I mean, you get part of the problem with with attacking somebody is that you have this thing called the backfire effect. And again, it's also backed in science, where if you show somebody contradictory evidence, they can double down and it could even reinforce their wrong belief. But ridicule can work. Shunning can work. I mean, I've certainly seen it work, but there's even evidence because social animals don't like being ridiculed or shunned. There's also, I've touched on it in a few other lives, but there's also some research which I find rather troubling because it makes my job a lot harder. It makes the moral philosophy a lot harder. Is that we now seem to think that beliefs are essentially, in some sense, an extension of our nervous system, like a body part, like a limb, and we know already that beliefs are an integral part of our sense of identity, our sense of individual identity, as well as our sense of group identity, and also, our worldview. And certain fundamental beliefs, when challenged, can be interpreted by a brain as being physically attacked. I mean, literally, like the idea being that if you criticize a cherished belief, somebody doesn't experience that simply as being told that they're wrong, but they're experiencing that as if they've literally been punched. And if that's true, if beliefs truly are to be understood as something like an extension to our nervous system, as like a limb, then we need to be far more compassionate about challenging beliefs, because obviously nobody would condone punching someone in the face. And if the evidence holds up that challenging someone's cherished belief is akin physiologically to punching somebody in the face, then it's a problem. Sorry, the lab is real evil, just saying. Skep, yeah. Did somebody bring up the lab? Yeah, we really have to do something about the opioid problem. I think the opioid problem, I think there was definitely some irresponsible doctoring and probably over pushing these drugs from the suppliers. But I think also, unfortunately, these opioids are a bit of also a victim of their own success, very much like antibiotics, where for many doctors, antibiotics, when we don't have a proper diagnosis, but somebody has a particular set of symptoms, historically, doctors have often given, for example, antibiotics because there's the possibility that there might be some low-level infection in the body that could explain the symptomology, even if they don't necessarily have the evidence of it. So by the symptoms, it might work. And then we give antibiotics, and the antibiotics seem to work. And so then that can result in them being overprescribed. And then because they're overprescribed, that can then result in our problem now of antibiotic resistance. Because the viruses and antigens are evolving to deal with these antibiotics. So the same sort of thing, I believe, probably is why opioids have. There's probably some irresponsible behavior, as well as they probably simply were so good at solving certain forms of chronic pain that they underestimated the longer-term consequences of addiction. Yeah, no, I hear you, Gemini Slacker. As you know, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but sometimes you don't need to have a conspiracy. You just have people with common interests who are irresponsible, and it's just sort of a nod and a wink, or you don't even really need the nod and a wink. You just have you know, a lot of people with common interests, that nobody necessarily planned on trying to kill people, but the result could be the same. But there could be, far more nefarious acting at play here, and if there is, then they need to be fucking sued and put out of business. And the government needs to do its oversight job. Yeah, Mary, I don't disagree with that, unfortunately. But the federal government and the state governments, they have a role, and the doctors also have a role in terms of responsibility. Um, so I think it's a systemic problem that I don't think anybody necessarily, well, at least not enough people, saw the potential problems in advance, and now there's probably, because again, unfortunately, they work. For a lot of people suffering chronic pain, they're a godsend. But then you have the unwanted side effects of potential addiction and possible overdoses. And then I think now there's a black market for it, right? So, okay, I got to get rid of the damn bots. Get rid of the bots. We have sexy bots, people. Where the enemy is coming to take screenshots. I think I got them all. Wow, how many are there? 4 of them? I don't know. Sorry, now I can't read my chat. Sorry, I need to hit the reload. I got these error messages. I had a hip replacement 10 years ago due to early onset of osteo from a car. That sucks. I was on long-term opioids. They were making my pain worse. Well, that sucks. Even worse. They didn't even help. Call me later, sexy bot. I'm busy right now doing. And hi, Quink. I didn't get to say hi to you. It's such a tough battle. They do serve a necessary purpose. They're needed. Well, one of the things I've talked about a lot. I've written an essay. Oh, good, Quink. That can't be fun. One of the things I've written an essay on in the past, and I've talked about a lot, is that humans don't. Again, another example of where humans show themselves to not necessarily be rational, or rational enough, is when humans are confronted with only options that are negative, it messes with our brains. Humans desperately look for alternatives. I've also noticed this when I provide thought experiments, where I try to constrain people, like trolley, the trolley, one of the variations of the trolley thought experiment for all of you who know the trolley experiment, and humans don't like it when they only have bad options. So one of the examples I used in my essay was the idea of cancer. Oh, thank you so much, Quink. That's the ultimate compliment. You couldn't pay me a better compliment. Anyway, so this problem of humans that are confronted with only bad options, it does something to our brain. We can't handle it when we don't have a good option. We always think that there's, if we have a problem, there's a good option. But unfortunately in life, sometimes there are not good options. There's a less bad option, and we have to make really difficult decisions. So an example I often use is people that um, is the conversation between cancer and chemotherapy. So there are a lot of people that are anti-cancer. They make appeals to natural medicine, alternative medicine, or they're afraid of the doctors. So they don't want to go to the doctor for cancer, and then they claim that for example, the chemotherapy is worse, so they won't get chemotherapy, for example. But we've come a long way in chemotherapy. Chemotherapy is not as invasive as it used to be, and depending upon the type of cancer, it's not as bad, and we've gotten far better at curing cancers. There are all sorts of cancers that if we get early enough, we can treat them. The chemotherapy is not even necessarily bad, or other therapies, and we can then go on to live long lives and die of old age. But people, are so afraid of something like chemotherapy that then they will just die. They'll go to alternative medicine peddlers, and they'll just accept the outcome of cancer. And I think it's because in a human brain, cancer is bad, chemotherapy is bad. And there's also something in the trolley car experiment shows that how there's a difference in the brain between doing something and doing nothing. So we prefer to do nothing rather than doing something. The trolley car is a perfect example of where some people don't want to pull the lever because they feel like if they don't pull the lever, they're not responsible for anyone dying, because they're not participating. So for any of you, does everybody know the trolley experiment? Give me a 1 if you know the trolley experiment. Give me a 2 if you don't, and I'll explain it. But in the case of something like chemotherapy, people will then often not go to a doctor to treat the cancer because they think the chemotherapy is worse than, and so they don't do anything, and then they die of otherwise very curable forms of cancer, even sometimes that were caught. Okay, you don't know the trolley experiment. The trolley experiment is a psychological thought experiment. It's also a philosophical thought experiment in moral philosophy, where you're confronted with the following scenario. There is a train coming down the tracks, and you are witnessing the train slowly coming down the tracks, and there is a lever that you can pull, and on the current trajectory of the train, there's many different permutations of the trolley experiment, but on the current trajectory, if the lever isn't pulled, the train will run over 5 people. And you can pull the lever and deviate the the train onto another track, but on the other track there's one person. So if you pull the lever from a utilitarian moral philosophy perspective, that would result in saving 4 net lives. So from a utilitarian perspective, you should feel morally obliged to pull that lever, save the net 4 people on the current trajectory track, but you unfortunately then actively have killed that one person. Exactly, it's the one versus many. But interestingly enough, and that's why I was talking about the brain also differentiates between doing something as opposed to doing nothing. So and there are all sorts of different variations of the trolley experiment. And as I say, people don't like the choice. They don't like 2 bad choices. So, I mean, I've discussed this topic so many times on my science and philosophy forum, and the sorts of mental gymnastics that people do in order to avoid making this decision, because they're dealing with we evolved to not want to kill people unless there's something wrong with your brain. We have empathy. We don't want to just gratuitously kill people. And so in this scenario, pulling the lever means that you've killed the person on the second track, even though you saved a net 4 lives. So the amount of mental gymnastics that people, well, there's a perfect example. Doohickey asked, can we pick the 5? The amount of questions that people will ask, who are the people on the 4? Who are the people on the track? Is there a Nobel Prize winning scientist who's the one, and there's 5 old people that are in hospice? Well, then should we make the decision to, unfortunately, kill all the old people who are going to die anyway and save the brilliant, scientist who's going to come up with a cure for, cancer or something like that? So the but given that we don't have those answers, that's not the point of the thought experiment. The point is, these are just random people. Assume they're all equal. But then what do? Do you pull the lever and save the 4? And from a utilitarian perspective, it's a moral no-brainer. But there are a lot of people that do not want to pull the lever because there's something about acting as opposed to not doing anything. If you don't do anything, you can argue that, yeah, no, man, I had nothing to do with this. You just looked the other way and said, this wasn't my fault. I have nothing to do with this. But if you don't pull that lever, you kill 4 more people. So these are the sorts of thought experiments that make everyone's noodle go a little wild, because people don't like that you have 2 bad choices. Kill 5 people, kill 1 person. In both cases, they're a bad choice. You have to kill someone. Spock said it all. Yeah, Mary, that's usually where somebody refers to the old famous Spock quote. But that's just a good example of where, unfortunately, so when we were talking about opioids serve a purpose. They solve certain chronic pain problems in a way that other medicine can't, but then they have this unwanted side effect. So it makes us crazy. Cancer, chemotherapy, another one. We only have bad choices. We don't like only bad choices. We're always looking for an out. We're looking for an option in our brain that doesn't have negative consequences. But the universe doesn't necessarily provide us with an out without consequences. And so we need to be big enough to accept it and then try to do the best we can with bad options. And nobody likes that. But it makes us irrational. That's the point. So then we end up not making the most rational decision because our brains are confused with only bad options. Depends on the age of the people, I guess. Like I said, I've discussed this topic so many times, and you would be amazed in any sort of thought experiment, moral thought experiment. Humans don't like it when they're constrained and they will always try to come up with some innovative way to get out of the problem. So, if you try to create a thought experiment, okay, you're in a prison and there's no way out, and then you have to do this, there's always a contrarian that will come in and say, no, but I would do something magical. I would dig a hole through the floor, or I would, trick the security guard into letting me out and getting his keys. Or the human brain is nothing if not incredibly innovative and clever. But in real life, there may not be an out. Lesser of two evils. Right, and not all people become addicted. So, how do you think Chris McDonough is going to feel about me making a video calling him impotent and that he can't get an erection? Do you think he will be pleased? Or do you think I deserve a new Rumble hit piece defamation video for having rhetorically chosen that rhetoric? He may think your argument falls short. I hope CM gets a hard on from your video. Yes, I think they'll send you flowers in the mail. Oh, Andre, you really think so? Andre, you want to come up and talk with me? He will call you a perv. Why? For saying that he can't get evidence? He can't direct a case. I'm just using the English language. He's the one that has his mind in the gutter. I didn't say anything about sexuality. Nowhere once did I mention anything about sexuality. I said, what's a cop who can't get evidence? What's a cop who can't erect a case? It's an impotent cop. If you can get it up, you can get the evidence up, put it up. I don't know how anybody could accuse me of being a perv, just using lovely metaphors. Oh, and by the way, since I did refer to the blue pill as being the ignorance is bliss pill, because surely you remember that I was talking about how the red pill is the pill that we take in the Matrix if we want to deal with the truth, right? And the blue pill is the pill we take if we prefer to live in ignorance and bliss. So I was thinking that, apparently him and his sycophants have chosen the blue pill. They prefer ignorance and bliss. Right? Now, of course, I'm just referring to the blue pill from, I'm just, I'm only talking about the Matrix. Talking about the blue pill that Morpheus has in his hand there. I mean, that's a blue pill. Blue pill is ignorance and bliss. Blue pill. Blue pill. Right? These people choose ignorance and bliss in the form of the blue pill. Yeah, people always go for the easy answer. Yeah, I can't say that enough. Are you saying that all I need is Zoloft? Is that a blue pill too? logic isn't a lot of work. It is a lot of, well, a lot of people like Trisha was funny. She was saying, I don't know how he can do all these 6-hour lives. It comes with practice. Like, I bore the hell out of people that don't like long intellectual conversations. But I have lots of practice. I've been doing this for most of my adult life. There's nothing that invigorates me more than a long, fascinating intellectual conversation. So it doesn't make me tired, but I have a lot of practice at it. And for a lot of people, they only can take this stuff in small doses. You may find your argument a little small and flaccid, but who cares? Yeah, Bammy, you'll probably be a bit worn out. I was tired yesterday. I just took the day I had some stress this week, and I was just exhausted from it. And plus I read some science article saying that if you're over 50 and you're sleeping less than 5 hours, you're opening yourself up to longer-term chronic illness. So what do you think about that, Andrea? How many hours of sleep do you get? Oh, I love your new picture.
Thank you.
Aren't you pretty? Oh, I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Fix your audio. Fix your audio. Let me just check my audio to make sure I don't hear your audio, so in case my cat
Testing.
hit it, let me watch another.
Can you hear me?
Oh, it's me. It's not you.
Okay, I'm gonna keep talking. Let me
me.
know when you can hear me. Here I am. Let me know.
Keep just saying 1, 2, 3 test, 1, 2, 3 test, and I'll mess with my headphones and get it working again. It's not you.
I'm testing.
Say 1, 2, 3
Hello,
test.
everybody.
1, 2, 3 test.
Hello, everybody. Hi, everybody.
Keep talking.
I'm talking. Oh, I'm talking. I just woke up from a nap.
Okay,
and I'm talking.
Thank you. It works now. It wasn't you. Oh, hold on. Say something again.
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, God damn it.
Hello, I'm here.
I have this
hello,
loose
everyone.
jack, and it's a major pain in the
Hello. Here I am. I don't want to sing.
Why not?
Hi, guys. Hello. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Okay, there you go. Yep, I'm talking and I'm talking.
I get it to come in and then I lose it again.
Oh, that sucks. Hi, I'm here.
Thank you. Sorry about that. That's obnoxious.
That's fine.
And then now I'm gonna leave you at the helm again. I'll be right back. One second.
Okay. Wait, does that mean everyone can hear me and I can't test it because I can't turn on a stream? I'll echo. Okay, hopefully everybody can hear me. Oh wait, I can hold on. I gotta open up the chat. Hi everyone. I was here in the beginning and then I fell asleep because Skep started like the moment I got off of work, and I really like sleeping, so yay! Okay, thanks guys. What did I miss for the last 3.5 hours? Don't you hate that when people come in to chat and they're like, what have you been talking about? Can you do a recap? Because they weren't there for it, but everybody else was. So, or not everyone else, but you know how people come and go. I just think it's funny that like one person shows up and they request a recap. Hello, can you still hear me?
What?
You can still hear me, right?
What?
Oh my God, stop.
That was very mean of me. Very, very mischievous and capricious and unfair. I apologize.
No, you're good.
But I do like your new picture. You know, in the previous one you had your hair up in a bun, and now you have your hair down.
I do. So it would be funny if I turned on my camera, which I wouldn't dare, but I have two very, very different looks. One is my work look and one is my at-home look. Like I'm literally head to toe in sweats right now. But when I go to work, I'm all like glammed up because don't know. I
Well,
like to. It's fun, but when I'm at home, I don't feel like it, and
well,
it
of
looks
course,
very different.
that's why like sometimes I feel nervous, and then I show you guys like pictures of me in my suit and tie, because my whole adult life was as a corporate executive. I mean, I literally never had a beard. I was always in a suit and tie and fancy Italian suits and loafers and blah blah. And so now that I'm working from home, it's just such a different style. But I realize that I mean, in a way, I'm regressing to my natural state. I'm a kid who grew up on a half an acre of land and used to climb trees, and a bit of a nature boy. So I like it. But if I
Yeah,
had to go back, I would just go right back into the monkey suit again.
right. And yeah, I don't know. There's a part of me that really loves the monkey suit kind of lifestyle, but I'm also appreciative of the fact that I only have to do it a few days a week, a few days a week these days. Like I don't know how I did it 5 days a week before.
Yeah, well, Mary's tempting me. Well, yeah, I, I think left to my own devices, I would very rarely go formal anymore. But having said that, it's definitely not to say that I don't know what you mean, and that and that I agree. There's something really nice about getting fancy. I mean, I used to go on a bunch of cruises, so like Mary, I used to have tons of cummerbunds and bow ties and all sorts of colors, and in like wine red and lavender and black and white, and I used to get really dolled up. I don't know if that's what a guy says, but same idea. And as my grandmother used to say, we all would get dressed to the nines.
Yeah.
And but then when I was a corporate guy, you know, because I was making good money, I was then got really picky about my ties, and I had to have fancy Italian suits, gussied up. That's a nice way. So when I moved back to the U.S., I ended up leaving half my suits, because the plan was to have my own business and move to the tropics and not necessarily have to be in the monkey suit all the time. But I wouldn't say I don't like getting fancy. It's just that I'm less interested in it than I used to be, because of course you just get into habits. So I mean, if you then whatever you worked, you were a scientist in Tahiti for 5 years, and you're a marine biologist, and every morning you just put on your scuba gear and your bathing suit and your shorts, and it was hot as hell, and nobody for 5 years did anything besides a nice tropical dress or shirt in the evening, and or informal beach attire. You might then also not long for the really formal civilized urban fanciness, or maybe you'd long for it even more. I mean, might also be just individual taste differences in individual taste. I like
For sure.
more and more. I like being casual, and I wouldn't mind it being more permanent than less permanent.
Yeah, I suppose my ego comes into play when I dress up. I obviously feel more confident and more
Hmm.
professional when I'm dressed up at work.
And I definitely used to feel that it made me feel important.
Yeah,
and
yes.
and I maybe I have less of that, maybe because I'm a little bit older than you. Like maybe I proved to myself, and I always used to talk about this one interesting social experiment where I lived in Switzerland's a very formal um, culture. They definitely People are very polite and mannered, and they dress well, and they're not nearly as informal. But Americans are also very formal. But I come from California, so you have America's always this wild dichotomy between the least formal and the most formal, the most conservative and the most liberal. It's always considered a paradox. But Switzerland was very formal. And so I
Hmm.
always remember that when I would drive in to my apartment building on this side after work, I'd drive up in the Beamer in the suit, and then everybody on that side of the building would see me as sophisticated and, important or something, right? And then they would all treat me with a much higher degree of respect than the people who would see me leaving on the other side of the building. When I would come home, I'd run upstairs, I'd take my suit off, I'd put my running clothes on, my soccer clothes, my baseball hat on backwards, and then I'd leave, to go out the other side of the building, looking like a beach bum or something. And
Right.
they treated me noticeably differently, and I've seen that all the time, even here. I'm sure people look at me and think I'm some sort of bohemian or something, not knowing who I am professionally or something like that. And I'm always poorly shaved and all that kind of stuff in the tank top. And people just simply do not take you as seriously when you are informal. And they definitely take you far more seriously if you're in a fancy car, if you got fancy clothes on, you're in a fancy restaurant. And, especially being from LA, we sort of know, it's very often the guy in sweatpants,
Oh yeah.
who's in line at the hot dog stand, who's going to drive back up to the top of the hills, in his $20
Right.
million mansion. So we're not quite as judgmental, but it's the same pretty much everywhere, unfortunately. I mean, you should be judged by your words and your behavior, but we're not. We're judged by the stuff, the material stuff.
Yeah, it's true. And the whole idea of like a dress code at work is quite interesting as well, because I would have coworkers, like for example, I love dressing up at work, but I have coworkers who would come to work in pretty practically their pajamas if they could. They hate dressing up.
Yeah.
And then you kind of think about, well, why can't they come dressed in any way that they want? Because it doesn't make the work that they produce any different.
No, I mean, it shouldn't. I mean, it makes no logical sense that you would judge somebody by anything but their performance, their words, and their abilities. But that's not how it plays out in reality, because we're social animals, and social animals have hierarchies. And in our world, in a capitalist world, our hierarchies are determined by materialism, title, and formality.
Yeah. I just hate that I'm such a sucker to the system sometimes, and that I really love parts of the system. Like, I'm such a consumer. I have, a 10-tiered shelf of shoes and shit like that.
Okay, Imelda Marcos.
What's that? Imelda Marcos?
Okay, I got you on something that is obviously, I'm aging myself, but considering they just elected her grandson. I'm
I don't know
not.
what you're talking about.
I know, because I'm not going to spoil it. I'm going to show you.
Okay.
That's why I'm taking so long. Otherwise, I would just explain it.
I
And the
get.
first the
Go
first
ahead.
thing that comes on is in Google is her shoes. Imelda Marcos shoes.
Whoa.
She was the wife of the leader of the Philippines, and they robbed the country blind.
Oh my God.
And after the fact, she was found to have, they've been just stealing money from the country forever. And she is now famous for the shoes.
Wow.
And they just elected their son or their grandson. So the Philippines didn't they didn't care about getting raped by corrupt leaders too much, because they just elected their son. Who, every good reason to believe he'll do the same thing.
Exactly. That's strange.
See, Doohickey just said, "Oh my God, the youngins don't know Imelda."
Nope. And I'm not young. I'm 38.
Well, first of all, you should have known, because I mean, what where's your political science expertise?
I hate political science.
Have you not studied all of the leaders of the entire world for the last 150 years?
And can I name them all alphabetically?
Exactly. Come on, off the top of your head, the leader of Burma, 1928.
Oh my god.
Don't. I can't. Burma. Pretty sure Burma was not an independent nation in 1928. It was probably still under the Indian Empire or something, but I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
Oh, I just lost it. I looked up what the origin of dressed to the nines was, and it's actually some Scottish phrase about like these 9 people, like dressed to the nines, these like 9 perfect people. I just friggin'
Oh,
lost it. Where did it go? Anyways, it was interesting. And it
unseen
comes
unseen true crime. I don't know if he behaves similarly. I just know that we were all shocked. I mean, that country, has gone from Duterte, who's a, very draconian hardliner.
Look, I'm
And
not too young. I understand what Mary's comment means. Funny, she was featured a lot on ET too. I watched ET a ton when I was growing up.
right, so you probably
Yeah.
just forget about Imelda Marcos' shoes.
I
But
don't know.
but we will forgive you. Yeah, don't think
Thanks.
Burma was independent yet. I don't know if he's similar, but I mean, why would you elect a relative of a family of dictators who were corrupt and robbed the country? I mean, in what world? Oh, let's give him another chance. You know, what I mean,
Strange.
I mean, does anybody think it would be odd if Adolf Hitler's
ET still
great
around.
great grandson runs for elected office? Is
Isn't that
anybody going to
Donald
go?
Trump? Ah, just kidding.
Well, yeah, but I mean, his father did not have a good reputation. That's for
Mm-hmm.
sure. He was a slumlord and abandoned his military, or maybe that was the grandfather, military obligations from Germany. Anyway, whatever. We're not going to take that pathway right now. I'm already probably getting in enough trouble. Well, I've lost most of the people because they just wanted to hear me badmouth McDonough and a bigot, indeed.
I fell asleep at the moment that you started. I was all in, and then I lied down and I fell asleep because I love my sleep.
Well, I do that to people.
No, it wasn't because of that.
AF even said, I have an ASMR voice, so maybe I put people to sleep. I don't know how I feel about that.
I was
Oh,
planning on having an after work nap all day long. It wasn't
well,
you.
I have a topic.
Okay.
Have you seen the House of Dragon?
No, I have not.
I mean, I don't watch much TV. I don't have a TV. I mean, I have a TV, but I don't have TV. I have whatever YouTube and then my girlfriend gave me her Disney and her Netflix, but I don't find anything. So anyway, I have other means of watching things if I want to watch them, and I'm not telling. But I did like Game of Thrones, although I was disappointed with the end. I did get into it,
Mm-hmm.
and so then my girlfriend, without me, watched that show with her sister. So I then decided a couple nights ago I'd watch it. And so I don't know if everybody in the room has seen it. I see a not yet from Marge. And if you've not seen it, then I'm not going to talk about it. Because, first of all, I'd
Well,
give
would
spoilers.
you
And
recommend it?
yeah. I mean, I enjoyed it. The only spoiler I'm going to say, but of course it's just purely subjective, is that I really enjoyed the first half of the season. I mean, there's going to be, I think, I don't know, one more maybe. I don't know this Sunday, so I'll definitely watch if it is the final episode of the season. But I really enjoyed the first half, and I didn't expect to necessarily like it. But then the second half, I definitely didn't enjoy nearly as much. But yeah, I would say it's enjoyable, and I'll look forward to the next seasons, and like very much like Game of Thrones. I mean, I definitely enjoyed Game of Thrones, although the ending, I wanted to beat somebody over the head. But that's like with so many other good shows. I mean, I
No.
was I was a huge fan of Lost. When Lost came out, for me that was like the best sci-fi writing I'd seen in so long. And then I was getting disillusioned a bit after the end of season one, and I still liked season two, but I was getting a little disillusioned. And then I ended up stopping. I didn't even watch it. And then I went back years and watched the end. I was so disappointed with the ending. But recently I went back and I tried to, with an open mind, watch the whole thing again. I still love the series, but the problem is we get so engaged in these shows, and then if the ending, or if they just start going off on tangents because they're trying to keep their cash cow going, and keep new episodes. But if the ending then disappoints, you're pissed because you feel like you committed, you invested so much into the characters and the story, and then when they let you down, you're angry. Like even Dexter, also didn't like the end of Dexter, didn't like the end of Lost, didn't like the end of Game of Thrones, but I enjoyed the rest. But hey, but
My
I like
series was American Horror Story.
yeah, I liked season one, and then
Yep.
I didn't really go back, or I didn't like as much after that. So is that how you feel about it?
It went weird when Hotel came out, in my opinion, with Lady Gaga. Even before that, maybe, I don't know, the circus season was a little bit weird too, but I really liked the first two seasons. It's just, I don't know, I guess maybe it's hard to keep really good, fresh, original, engaging material going long term.
Right. Mary says it sucks when you feel like you could have written it better. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is that then these stories become your stories. It's part of your life. And now you in your mind have ideas
Yes.
about where these characters should go and what should happen. Of course, the authors control the universe in fiction. And when the authors don't take you on the ride that you want to go on, you get pissed at them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did watch the second edition of Dexter, and again, I've changed over the years to try to lower my expectations, because as a skeptic, we often make the joke, skeptics then again we're no fun, so we're microanalyze everything, especially when things come in with science, or just bad moral reasoning or something like that. And I've tried to sort of turn my skeptic brain off, which is what you're supposed to do. That's what's called the um, um, what is it called? Oh my god, I always forget that line. Um, oh my god, what is it? Reserve skepticism. What's the frickin' famous thing? When you're watching movies, you're supposed to reserve your skepticism. You're supposed to reserve disbelief. What's the damn expression? Somebody, come
I don't
on,
know.
I need your help. It's not reserve disbelief, something like that. Anyway, so I try to take off my skeptic goggles and try to just enjoy it. So if I enjoy the cinematography and the action, I try to not. But it's inevitable that something's going to frustrate you. Have you seen what's it called? Something Carbon. I love that
Something
one.
carbon.
Hmm?
What, something carbon? I don't know.
It's suspend disbelief. Thank you, Anya. Yes, that's what when you're watching fiction, they always say. You're supposed to suspend disbelief. You're supposed to just let it happen. Go with it.
I'll be right back.
Yes.
I gotta feed my kitty cats.
Okay, suspend disbelief. So I liked the new Dexter, but I just was happy to see Dexter again. Wasn't great, and the ending of the first Dexter was really bad. Suspend disbelief. Oh, I'm just trying to remember what that show was. Altered Carbon, and that one didn't get a. I mean, there's so many good shows that don't get renewed, and so many bad shows that frickin' go on forever. Suspension of disbelief. Yeah. So I don't know if anybody saw Altered Carbon, but I loved that show, and that definitely should have been extended. Really good sci-fi writing and deep philosophy and good stuff. And Then they didn't renew that, only got 2 shows. I saw one that I really liked, but it has the guy that I can't stand from Lost. Who was the kid in Lost? The black guy with his son? I couldn't stand him. He just really annoyed me. He was in a series that I tend to like the sci-fi and the creepy Michael Dawson. Yeah. So what was Michael Dawson was in a show. It's hard to type with my kitty here. Series. It's a recent show. Oh no, Harold Perrineau. That's his real name. Sorry. Bear with me. And then you guys can tell me what shows I should watch. From? Yeah. I don't know if anybody's seen the show From. I liked it. I thought it was creepy good. Anyone here seen Taboo? I don't think I have.
I'm almost exclusively on YouTube. I very rarely watch movies or TV series anymore.
Yeah, I mean, sort of like, do you remember Peter O'Toole's creator? You mean a show called Creator with Peter O'Toole? I mean, I know Peter O'Toole, of course. I love Peter O'Toole, but yeah, I love sci-fi. I used to like psychological thrillers a lot more. Nothing like Kitty Butt hovering dangerously over the enter key. Yeah, he loves to walk on my keyboard and find shortcuts that I didn't know that do something on Windows that I can't get out of. I hate that. I'm like, what did you push? What shortcut did you just push? The problem with sci-fi, well, I mean, my 2 favorite genres are sci-fi and scaries. The problem is that I find most sci-fi and scaries suck balls, and so
I know.
The best of them I love, but there's just so much that I don't.
The good ones are so good, but they're like,
Movies where he tried to recreate Dead Wife. Oh, I like that idea. That sounds good.
yeah.
Has anybody seen Dead Again? It's a bit old now, but I really liked that movie. It was creepy.
I really liked Black Mirror. I like dystopian stuff.
Yeah, I like I liked some Black Mirror episodes. I didn't think it was all that in a bag of chips like so many people talked about, but I like it. I mean, I like that genre. For me, we so need a modern Twilight Zone, because for me, the best sci-fi writers in history are the original Twilight Zones. And by the way, Rod Serling came to dinner at my grandmother's house because I think my mother went to school with his daughter, and I always love to tell that story because I love Rod Serling. But the new ones are not as good. As a matter of fact, I even know the guy who I forget what his name is, the black guy that was the narrator for the last Twilight Zones. But the new ones are not as good because it's not Rod Serling. The original Twilight Zone were amazing. They covered every great science and philosophical paradox and moral paradox. There's so many. I mean, there's a great episode for every real life. Every time I'm talking about philosophy, I'm like, oh, and then there was this great Twilight Zone that talked about that, and oh, there was this great Twilight Zone that talked about that. And there's just really nothing that comes close, I don't think. And it's so old. I mean, it's old for me. It was black and white until
my favorite, and I fucking love the Twilight Zone, but my favorite ones were the ones where they would do like extraterrestrial stuff, or like when they shrunk down really tiny and they were I don't know, there's so many good ones. I freaking love that show so much.
Yeah, they brought back Crocheting Bambi. They brought back Twilight Zone 2 or 3 times. They had one, I think, in the 80s, maybe it was the 90s, and they brought the recent one back with Forrest Whitaker. That's the guy. My mother's husband played football at Pacific Palisades with him, and I went to Pacific Palisades, but he's a few years older than me. In any case, the originals, Sweet Dreams 706, were the best. Some of the best science and philosophy writing ever, for TV. And I can't think of To Serve Men, of course. I mean, that's just a classic. It's a cookbook. Or I was recently talking about the one with Agnes Moorehead, who was the grandmother on Bewitched, and she's fighting these little aliens, and the whole switch at the end is that she's actually the alien, and
Oh.
and they're American astronauts. And then there's one I talked about recently. I don't know if anybody ever remembers the street long con artist that cons death out of meeting his deadline to save a little girl's life because he knows that death is coming to take her away. And so he's just a street vendor, but he's a salesman, and he's always had this dream to have the perfect long pitch, this perfect sales pitch, essentially. And death comes to collect the little girl who he loves. He's a very good guy, and he distracts death for so long with his sales pitch, talking about how amazing his products are, and he distracts death until death misses the deadline, and then he saves the little girl's life, and then death says, but I'll need to take a substitute, and so he sacrifices his life to save the little girl.
Oh,
Yeah, I love the Sixth Sense, and then I remember the William Shatner one with the little bobbly toy in the diner, and then he was also the one that they redid, the one on the airplane with the Gremlins, and they redid that. They did a modern one with the Gremlins. I forget who did it. I forget who the actor was, but they did a redo of that Twilight Zone episode. But you can never even remember all the great Twilight Zone episodes, and they're so timeless. I mean, yeah, they're old and outdated, and the special effects suck, but to this day, I think they're still amazing. I mean, show me one better sci-fi. I mean, I love The Outer Limits, but also at that time, and I wouldn't say The Outer Limits were as good as Twilight Zone.
No way.
And then they had like I don't know, in the 80s and 90s they had Tales from the Dark Side, which pretty much sucked. I can't think of any others. Can anybody think of a good scary? Well, I mean, obviously the closest thing is Black Mirrors. It's not bad. I lost interest in what's the other big show that everybody loves that just came back? Stranger Things. I lost interest in that. Everybody raves about that one.
I loved
Logan's Run.
season 1. I think I watched it 5 or 6 times.
Which one?
Stranger Things. I loved season 1, but not really.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly the way I feel. I enjoyed it at the beginning. Logan's Run's a classic. Tales of the Unexpected. Yeah, I don't remember that one being very good. Patricia, maybe there were a couple of good episodes, but I mean they were all chasing Twilight Zone, trying to replicate Twilight Zone, and nobody can do it as well. I mean, I liked X-Files back in the day for a while. I thought X-Files was some really good writing, but then it got a bit too cheesy, and I became a skeptic in the meantime, so now I look back at that, and it's like Scully always loses to the crazy conspiracy theorist, Mueller. Get Out, yeah, I think I remembered Get Out. I mean, for me, the scariest movie of all time, it's so funny, especially because I'm not religious, is The Exorcist. Still to this day, even with the bad pea soup, I think that movie scares the hell out of me. I don't know why.
There's something about scary movies from that decade that are so unnerving.
Yeah. And what's the scariest movie you've ever seen?
Oh, I love that question. Well, the one that scared me when I was a kid was Nightmare on Elm Street. I had
Yeah, Freddy was creepy, and that was like BC movie at the time, but yeah, it was very creepy.
It's very hard to scare me as an adult. Although I will confess that until my mid-20s, I was so scared of Bloody Mary. But I also was like, I believed in the supernatural and stuff. But I would not have a mirror in my bedroom. I was so scared.
Yeah, as a Roman Catholic, The Exorcist scared the shit out of me. Even today, it scared the hell out of me. And I'm not a religious person. The Night of the Hunter, I don't think I know. Okay, so what? So everybody in the room, what's the scariest movie ever? I don't know, but I love The Shining. The Shining's great. Last night I tried to put on The Prey, which was I think the prequel to the Predator, and I remember back in the day I thought Predator was really good. I actually really enjoyed that movie, and not so much the sequels, but I really liked Predator. So I put on Prey, which was the prequel, and it got really good reviews. And I didn't like it. I ended up fast forwarding through all of it, and no, it didn't recreate the original vibe that Predator had. Oh, I love Interview with the Vampire. That's one of the only movies I would say Tom Cruise actually was a good actor. I love that Memnoch the Devil. See, I didn't read her books. She was like wasn't she into also like BDSM books and things like that? But yeah, I heard good things about the books. I know my mother liked the books because there was I forget what the name of the vampire was, but she made another book, Dark Water. I don't know if I saw it. I thought The Ring was sort of scary, the American version. I think some of those Korean movies have scared me a bit. I do like scary movies, and now I can't. I'm like spoiled. Like I don't like vampire movies anymore.
I don't like
So
vampire either. I don't like vampire and zombie.
I mean, there's some. Well, I mean, I liked the zombie one with Brad Pitt, but most zombie movies are really bad. Well, Twilight Zone, Drone Man, we were just talking about it. It's the best ever. Lestat, that Patricia, that's the one I was thinking about. Yeah, no, vampire movies don't do it for me. Werewolf movies don't do it for me. The worst. That's when I knew Jack Nicholson was over when he made that Wolf movie. Oh my god, that was so bad. It was scary. I mean, I love Stephen King, so. Oh, does anybody know a movie called what was it like 1896? Well, I loved World War Z actually, and I'm not a zombie fan. There's a Steven Spielberg, a Stephen King movie with a room in a hotel, like
Oh yeah,
1890.
1407.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I watched that movie and then I'm like, holy crap, this movie's really well made. Who the heck did this? It's like Stephen King. Like, oh, duh.
But Stephen King's hit and miss.
He can be, but a lot of the stuff he does, it's more like a production thing. Like it'll be like a novella or a small story, short story. I loved 1408. That was really good.
Oh yeah, 1408. Why did I think 1407? That's weird. Why was I off by a digit?
Oh well, that's enough to get the what 1492. Oh no, that's Columbus. I love The Hunger. I mean, that's freaking classic Bowie, Deneuve, and Sarandon. I used to like the old Bela Lugosi stuff. I mean, I loved movies when I was a kid and stuff way before my time. I loved the original Werewolf, the Bela Lugosi version. That was great. And The Hunger's brilliant. If you haven't seen The Hunger, Andrea, go back and watch that one. Needful Things, yeah. I liked Thinner. It was like one of the last books I had read. I mean, there's so many good ones. I probably liked Pet Cemetery, although I haven't seen the new one. I didn't like, like Cujo or what was the one with the car. I didn't think those were very good.
Isn't The Hunger about vampires?
It is, but it's a great one because Misery was great, of course. Dark Shadows. I don't know if I've seen it.
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I'm not a vampire fan, but The Hunger, I mean, it's not at all traditional vampire. It's frickin'.
Okay.
It's just a great artsy film, and it's got Bowie and Catherine Deneuve and Susan Sarandon. It's brilliant. I mean, I highly recommend that movie. Nosferatu. I mean, that's an old classic, of course, and creepy for its time. That's like what, the 30s?
Yeah.
I mean, for all I know, it could be
My
the
favorite
20s.
my favorite Stephen King book, although don't judge me because I was a teenager when I read it, but I rebought it and I keep wanting to read it, was The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon.
I don't even know that.
It's about a little girl who gets lost in a forest, and I just remember it stayed with me for so many years, and I keep remembering to read or keep wanting to reread it.
I definitely liked that Dead Again, but I don't think many people saw that. Has anybody in this room seen the movie Dead Again?
No.
Yeah, the Stand was good. I know you didn't see it, Andrea, but it's very, very interesting. It's about a couple that meets and they fall in love, and he's a private investigator, and I forget exactly what it was, but she's got like amnesia and she can't talk or whatever, and he's found her and he's trying to help her regain her memory and blah blah. And then over the course of the story, they Carrie is a classic, John Travolta and
Oh, I've seen that one so many times. So
Carrie is great. I love that one. And oh god, I can't remember her name. I really didn't like the Blair Witch Project. I just, for whatever reason, that lost footage motif has never really worked for me. But at the time, it was very
I loved it.
original. Now it's a thing. I remember going to the beach with my mom the night after we saw Jaws, and we refused to put more than a toe in the water. But Dead Again is about this investigator, and I really liked it. And then they start having these prior life visions. She has prior life visions, and then I think he begins to have them. And so anyway, to make a long story short, they realized that they had been married in a prior life, and that one had killed the other, that he had killed her, right? But the great switcheroony, Andrea, is at the end we find out that not only are they reincarnated, their sex was the opposite.
Oh.
So he was she. So we think that he killed her and that he's going to kill her again in their modern incarnation, and then it gets reversed at the last second. They realize that she's going to kill him because he was actually the victim. It was very different. You didn't see that one coming. That was definitely one of those. Oh, that's a unique twister. Didn't see that coming.
I love those twists.
Yeah, the best ones. And Silence of the Lambs, one of my favorite movies of all time. I absolutely loved. And I tend to not like sequels, but I liked all the sequels. And then there's the prequel, which I forget the name, which was totally different. But I don't remember liking that one nearly as much. But I liked even the most recent one where they had it like a young Hannibal or whatever. I thought it was enjoyable, different, but Last Exit to Brooklyn, I don't know that one either. What was 63?
It's a Stephen King book, 11/22/63.
Is it any good?
It's so good. The book is amazing.
And it's a movie?
Yeah, but Crocheting Bammy said the movie isn't good.
The movie
I thought it was
isn't
like
good.
a mini series or something. Or was it a movie?
Somebody else said it, Sweet Dreams. So a while back up. Yeah, it was good. And then the recent one I saw, I was a bit disappointed that it was a bit too kiddie like, but it's sort of like the Stranger Things, where it's the group of kids.
Yeah.
And then they all unite and fight the bad thing. Well, yeah, clowns are scary, but I thought Tim Burton's is it Tim Burton? No, not Tim Burton. The guy from Rocky Horror Picture Show. Tim Burton's the filmmaker. the music guy. Oh yeah, Tim Burton's the filmmaker, and I always forget the guy who makes all the soundtracks. Who used to be in Oingo Boingo, Danny Elfman. But then, who was the actor from the original It, who was in? He was the sweet transvestite in Rocky Horror Picture. Tim Curry, Tim Burton, Tim Curry. Yeah, Tim Curry. I always liked Tim Curry. Well, actually, I didn't like him in everything, but I really liked him in It, and I really liked him in Rocky Horror. But I think that movie Clue, where he was the butler, I thought that was pretty bad. That movie, and I didn't think that was very good. I didn't think that movie was very good. Tim Curry, Tim Curry, Tim Curry. Yeah, so you fell asleep when I made my case about the impotent cop. You know, and somebody said he's going to call me a pervert. I'm like, well, duh. I mean, obviously, I'm expecting him to try that, except that it's a metaphor. So,
Does he even acknowledge you?
Oh yeah, well, he tried to defame me, and he came into my chat room. He came into my chat room and threatened to sue me.
I don't follow him, so I don't know what he says.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched his videos since last year. You know, once I was finished with my claims, I mean, I know what he does. I know his style. That's why I don't. You know, once I watch these dum-dums, it's frustrating because it's a waste of time. And once you know their tactics, then you can I think you can get a feel for these people after watching them in a few scenarios, and then you find that they just repeat the same tactics.
Mm-hmm.
So I pretty much know more or less probably what he's doing. He's doing playing on his 40-year super cop reputation that he just asserts, and everybody accepts if you buy it. And then he's got this brilliant insight into criminal behavior, and then he can spot the clues and everything, and he just does that spooky thing. Well, that looks suspicious. What is that? And he just through appeal to authority, people then just follow him down whatever rabbit hole he chooses to go down, and none of it ever pans out. He's just acting up there, just trying to find mystery, and that's what they all do. And that's what Zavgirl does. All of them do. They need to create content where they're pretending to add value to a case, and then they just because we love the sensational and the conspiracies, they just will then spot any anomaly and then claim it's a clue and claim that it's relevant, and through the use of innuendo and that sort of spooky language again, where it's like, well, that's strange, that's odd, what does that mean? That enough is enough to plant the seed in their audience that this is a clue.
Yep.
And they've found something and they've added value, but 99.9999% of the time it wasn't a clue, and it's insignificant, it's irrelevant, but the audience is no less the aware. They're kind of like, ooh, yeah, wow, I didn't think about that. Well, that's interesting. And then they think they're participating in the mystery.
A junk science that I actually believed up until very recently, which is so interesting. I wonder if I have other beliefs that, in the near future I'll be like, what was I thinking? But body language experts?
Well, I want to make a video. I've been meaning to for the last month to make a video debunking body language expertise.
How did you know I was going to say that?
Well, you must have read my mind, because I've been wanting to talk about it for the last month. I've just been lacking in motivation. But body language expertise is not. It is. Oh, well, I mean, if you want, I'll go through the reasoning.
Can I just say that there's a
please.
There's a fabulous hour-long video that just came out by a creator. I believe she's called. It's spelled M-U-N-E, so I don't know how to pronounce that. Mune Cat.
Mune, okay.
She's very thorough. It's actually an hour and a half. She cites. She does proper citations and she just breaks it down so well and why it's so compelling and how it's so popular and that it's actually complete bullshit and all these studies that have been done, and I won't give away any, and in case anyone wants to watch the video, it's really fascinating.
Well, and I posted an article, it's probably now a month ago, on my community post, talking about how body language bullshit is propagating in the YouTube true crime space.
Yep.
So that's what prompted me to want to make it, because I'm already, as a skeptic, massively skeptical about body language. But the way that I would set up the conversation is in the following way. There is little doubt that there is a mind-body relationship, that the body gives off cues which would indicate a brain state, which, what are called neural correlates. So there's a brain state present when we move our bodies, and it's telling us something about what's happening in the brain, right? So there is little doubt that there is a thing called body language, that we are giving off cues and clues to what's going on in the brain, right? So I'm not doubting that claim, right? The claim that I'm doubting is human beings interpreting or claiming to know what's going on in the brain. You understand the distinction?
Yep.
So in that sense, there's little doubt that body language is a claim that can be subjected to empiricism and the scientific method, and that a perfect future science of the brain will clearly reveal some things about the clues and cues that we give off from our bodily movements, So the problem is the people that claim to be able to interpret and tell you what body gestures are telling you about what's going on in the brain. That's the where the skepticism should come in.
Yeah.
So there's a reason that we don't refer to people as body language scientists. We call them consultants, analysts, experts.
Yeah.
Nowhere are we calling them scientists.
Right.
So these are people that give $500 a head conferences to corporations, teaching us how to give better presentations, how to look more confident, how to not give off signs of nervousness and insecurity, how to be, not to distract our audience by making extraneous gestures that will make you lose credibility and make you not be as persuasive. But that's a far cry from saying that you can spot the language in an interrogation or on a press briefing or in a video interview or in some video clip that is where someone's saying, see, they just shifted their head 27 degrees west, that means they're guilty. Or see, that person just scratched their nose, that means the person has something to hide. Well, yeah. Those things could be true. For example, just like with lie detector tests, the presence of stress is evidence of the presence of stress. The evidence of stress is not definitive evidence that somebody has lied. And even if it is evidence that somebody lied, it's not necessarily evidence that somebody has lied about what you think they've lied about. And as I've often said, we don't even know what a lie is, ontologically speaking. Is there a distinction between a conscious lie and an unconscious lie, for example? I think that there probably is. Well, does the brain react differently when there's a conscious lie and an unconscious lie? And could you hold somebody responsible for an unconscious lie? I mean, there's a million problems that we have because we don't understand the science. We don't understand the brain enough.
Right.
So my point is simply that anybody claiming to be able to glean knowledge and clues in the YouTube true crime space without even any expertise, and I don't even believe that the experts really have any
Dude,
high
I know.
degree of expertise. You should throw it all out as just hocus pocus. I mean, it's no different than for me a psychic.
I agree.
Welcome
Unsurprisingly.
back to anime. Well, that's what I said. Crocheting baby is an unconscious lie, even a lie. If you're not conscious of it, what do we mean by a lie? What does a lie mean? So that's why I said, what is the ontology of a lie?
It just drives me crazy the degree to which people will dissect someone's body movements, or if they stuttered, or if their face turns red. And we're talking, like you said, like you make a good point. Like these aren't experts. These are people like Zab Girl. Like fuck, man.
Or unfortunately, Ryan Upchurch, and then even Jules of Thought, allegedly innocent. Trying to read the press briefing and claiming, oh, these people have something to hide. This is a cover up, blah blah. No, first of all, there are more than one reasons for why a person would look nervous, even if that is the state. If we were all to agree, if we could have a science of the ontology of nervousness, and then somebody would say, that person's nervous. Okay, so that's evidence that a person is nervous. There are many, many, many reasons why somebody could be nervous. You could be thinking about you could be thinking about something that's on your mind that you have to do tomorrow.
Yep.
You're having an affair and you're nervous because you haven't told your girlfriend yet and you're living a lie. You could be nervous for that reason. You could be nervous. I get nervous when I'm in the presence of cops and I haven't done anything wrong. They make me nervous.
Right.
If somebody's interrogating me, I can get nervous. If I feel like somebody's not trusting me, but I'm being honest, but I'm getting the impression that they don't trust me, then I'm starting to get self-conscious. Once I start getting self-conscious, I'm getting nervous. And it's not necessarily because of anything that I've done wrong. It's just because I'm in any of the millions of different states that could be caused by, external forces and other things that I'm worrying about. And,
Can I tell a quick story?
No.
Okay, so I was in grade 9 French class, and I was a nervous little kid. I was so nervous I wouldn't eat all day long because my stomach just was in knots. I hated talking in class, blah blah blah. So I'm in French class, and somebody near me, their cell phone starts ringing, and that's a big no-no in class. And I was so nervous that the teacher would think that it was my cell phone, even though it wasn't. That my face went so beet red, and I start trying to hide my face. And of course, she comes over. Andrea, is that your cell phone? It was not my cell phone, but just the thought that someone would think that it was my cell phone just freaked me out.
Right.
Like I was completely innocent. My poor little kid brain just started racing and got away from me.
Right. Right. Plus, I mean, some of the more obvious things, like they scratch their nose.
Oh my God.
Can I go out on a limb and say their nose itched?
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, just a crazy idea. Or then I was being sort of naughty. Like they're shuffling in their in their boots. They're shifting. Maybe the guy's got crabs.
Right.
I mean, not to be rude. I just mean, he could have a.
Haven't you ever had an itchy butt?
Right, he could have a communicable disease. His shorts could be riding up. I mean, there's just so many different things. Blink rate, yeah. I mean, it's
oh my
just,
gosh.
Again, the problem with that is that, again, as I try to say, it's an important distinction to make. I'm not saying that the brain is not giving clues via your body language. These are called nonverbal cues. I'm not saying that these things aren't real. I'm saying that we don't know enough about the brain to be able to necessarily interpret them correctly. So people claiming to know what the gesture says about what's going on in the brain, that's the leap where you should be incredibly skeptical. There are just too many variables. Yeah. And again, back to the nervousness thing in terms of this vocal stress analyzer nonsense and the lie detector test. There are a number of reasons for why your heart would be pumping. That you're the what's it called, Galveston, Texas effect. I'm joking, but galvanic skin response. You know, where your palms sweat. That's not the right word, but it's something like that. Galvanic. Somebody in the room can help me out. You know, where your palms sweat and things like that. It's telling you something, but how about investigators are freaking interrogate you and there's a hot light and you want to go home and you're stressed out and you're afraid these people are going to trap you or frame you or you know, or they you know, put evidence in your trunk or something, you know?
For sure.
Mine itches, Gemini. Mine itches right now. If humans could reach their butt, how different would things be? That reminds. That reminds me. I don't know. I think it's an old Steve Martin joke, but I'm not sure if I woke up and I had boobs, I would never leave. I would just stay home and play with them all day, or something like that. I get secondhand physical responses to people around me that are in distress. Yeah, Ronnie, it could be empathy. That's another really good example. Empathy. We have
Yeah.
mirror neurons. You know, oh, that's the other thing. Oh, the other thing, I don't know how much energy you guys left if you want me to keep going, but I also, what are the, I mean, I might make just another video. I was going to make another video the other day, and I decided to make this video instead. But one of the things that I wanted to talk with you guys about is that I've been up here, you know, making videos, trying to teach some people that are not already aware about all of the sensory misapprehensions and tricks that our brains play on us all the time, and things like cognitive biases. And unless you've done your homework on these things, most people prefer to believe that their brain is a dependable organ, that
Oh
it
my
is
God.
giving us dependable information about reality, about the objective world out there. And when you study enough psychology and neuroscience and evolutionary biology, you realize that that is an illusion. It's a very persistent illusion, and it's a very comforting illusion, which is probably why we evolved the illusion of coherence, of things making sense. But there's just a mass monster mountain of evidence showing that our senses get things wrong all the time. So people have wanted me to make videos about discussing the science of memory and how we know, you know, memories. People think that memories are this Kodak, you know, perfect resolution image that we store in memory and that we can call up and recall it as if we just experienced the event. But we now know enough about memory to know that, and it's of course scary that our memory is that flawed, but we now know just how flawed it is. When you remember, when you recall an event, not only is it different every time you recall it, it's been clouded by all of the experiences you've had since you had that event. So memories are reconstructed in the conscious mind every time you recall them, and it's nothing like the original event. But your brain gives you the impression that when you're remembering something, it's exactly as it happened, and or the idea of trust your gut, yeah, which I say don't trust your gut. So unfortunately, you know, it might not be very comforting to people to learn that their brain is not nearly as dependable as we'd like it to be, or that we believe it to be. But if you want to be a good critical thinker, you have to understand and accept and learn all of the ways that your brain can trick you and all of the problems with our senses. You know, we have the impression when we walk into a room, for example, that our brain just immediately takes in all of the available data from our environment and gives us a perfect, accurate description of what's in our environment. And that's not at all how we understand what's going on. The brain gives us, brain is a coherence generating machine. So it gives us the impression of coherence, But the brain, when it walks into an environment, it's just taking a sample using certain brain heuristics, certain shortcuts, because brains are limited processors. So if you want to think about a brain as just like a computer, a brain is just a processor with limited resources. So it takes a sample of everything that's out there, and it focuses on certain things based on our experience and our evolutionary modules in the brain. So it looks for faces, it looks for animate objects before it looks for inanimate objects, looks for things that are most interesting, things that are a threat, things that can be that you need to other human beings that you need to then negotiate with and interact with, and so, and we know our eyes shake back and forth in our head to be able to expand our periphery and to collect a little bit more data, but we're just taking a small subset of the data. And then the longer that we're taking samples, we're looking around the room, we're collecting more information, but it is a completely incomplete image of what's out there. And
Yeah.
so we can prove these things through things like, do you know what change blindness is?
Change blindness. No.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do a fun. Do you guys want to play a game with me?
Yes.
And if you have seen it before,
I've seen it. I
please
already know what you're talking about.
please don't give the spoiler. So let me find it.
It was on your
So
community tab, right?
no, I'm gonna do another
Oh.
one. But I could show the one that was on my community tab. So bear with me. Let me find it. So
You have merch?
Yeah, I have merch. I'd forgotten about it and I had it turned off for like 6 months, but I put it back on. Okay, so I'm going to play. So who wants to give me a one if you want to play a game with me?
One.
And you have to follow my instructions if you want to play it. And as I said, if you've seen it before, don't give a spoiler for the other people. I already probably spoiled it a bit just by explaining what I was just saying to you.
Do you make a
So
decent cut from your merch?
Do I what?
Do you make a decent cut from your merch?
I've only had. I mean, I hadn't put it up for. I only put it up a couple times at the very beginning. I had like 2 orders. One didn't go through, but they didn't get charged. And it's a decent little cut. I mean, I don't know. I think I make like $5 on a coffee cup or something
Okay.
like that. I don't do ones. Yeah, Ronnie, I think it's a little cheesy sometimes, but it is a simple, quick way to communicate with people. But in any case, if anybody did ever buy anything, if there was any problem, please, let me know, and then of course I'd reimburse them for any problems. But there were 2 orders placed, and the margin was okay. 666.
Okay.
I do like 666.
Same.
But okay, so we're gonna play a game. I'm gonna put a video up. Please follow the instructions. Although I will. I just want to make it so that
My kid out to school was
hold on
bittersweet.
one sec.
Having a bit more time on my hands, I was ready to start a new chapter in my life.
This is a test of selective attention.
Okay, so you absolutely must read the instructions. And the instructions are on screen. Oh, I think I need to take the comments off, and I'll probably take us both off screen, Andrea, so that we can't mess it up. So I'm going to play the video, read the instructions, follow the instructions, and do nothing but what was asked of you in the instructions. Okay? So I will now.
This is a test of selective attention. Count how many times the players wearing white pass the basketball. How many passes did you count?
Okay, and Andrea, I'm going to bring you back up. And I didn't even know my bot let me know when somebody purchased something. So, Xanimaze, thank you. That was so very generous of you. I hope you enjoy them and let me know how they turned out and if everything went well. Okay, so Bammy says 14. How many passes did you people count?
I think
12,
I counted
10,
12.
13, 7. Oops, I missed one. Okay, I had counted 15. But oh, Zanime, I'm honored. That'll make me blush. I thank you. That's so sweet of you. I'm honored. Thanks. 14, 12. Fuck me, I got a notification. 13, 14, Gemini. That's hilarious. Fuck me, I got a notification. Okay, I know the answer, so I'm shutting up. Okay, thank you, Anya Z. I couldn't do it. Then, Marge, you just gave the spoiler. Okay, now I want you to ignore Marge, and I want you to watch this video, completely ignore the instructions, watch the video, just enjoy the video, and now look at what's going on in this video. Forget about the basketballs, forget about the passes.
This is a test of selective attention. Count how many times the players wearing white pass the basketball.
So, what did you notice? No problem, Marge. I'm just giving you a hard time. It's sort of impossible not to, because of course somebody could see it, even if I don't know what the statistics are. I just know that when I run the experiment, the people that follow the instructions, for the most part, I've never seen anybody see it. But did you, Patricia? Did you see it? And yeah, Gemini. That's what I'd gotten was 15. But I mean, if you didn't see the gorilla, if you guys didn't see the gorilla this time, let me know and I'll play it again. Did
I
everybody
just
see
know
the?
that I fell for it when I first saw it years ago.
Yeah, did everybody see the gorilla? I mean, obviously, for the people that might have taken a psychology class or saw it online or something like that, it's fairly well known at this point. But if you haven't seen it, but the gorilla wasn't wearing a white T-shirt, I ran the experiment on Insightful the other night. You didn't see it the first time, but you saw it the second time, right? Hybrid, you saw it the first time too? I mean, I'm sure it's possible for somebody because, first of all, I was sort of priming your brain about brain bugs. So because I sort of set you up, it's possible that you guys were already critical watching the video, knowing that I was going to be playing some sort of sensory illusion. So if you don't know that, if I just play it for most people most of the time, and people diligently follow the instructions, then you likely won't see it. And Insightful, who's back in the room, there was a really interesting thing because I had already primed her brain. I was talking about the same stuff. You're cheating, Zanime. Insightful was already expecting me to play some sort of trick on her brain, so she was looking for something else, and she didn't, like a little like a little mischievous kid. She was not following the directions, but she made an interesting comment. So she wasn't following the directions, but she was still looking at the t-shirts. So she thought there was going to be some trick about the shirts, because it said, count the passes from the white t-shirts. So she was expecting something to happen. So she had a bit of a skeptical mind going into it. But she made the most interesting comment. She did not see the gorilla, but at the end she said, I noticed that somebody's t-shirt seemed to change from white to black. And that can't be coincidental. She clearly must have noticed the gorilla, which walks into the scene and is black, because in that thing people have dark shirts and light shirts, so nobody's shirt changed, but she made the remark that somebody's shirt changed from white to black, and that must have been her unconscious mind seeing something happen that was interesting, that was different, but said, somebody's t-shirt turned to black. And I'm pretty sure that that was the gorilla. So she spotted something, but she didn't spot the gorilla. So it's very interesting, because not only is it teaching us about attention, it's teaching us about what the brain does. The brain is not taking in all the information in our environment. It is making choices. The brain is making choices about what to focus on and what not to focus on. So the brain is not taking in all the data. It's just taking a sample. And because our brains have agency detection systems and facial recognition software, pareidolia, that's why we have the phenomenon of pareidolia. And then we have this coherence generating software. We have the impression that our brains see everything that's there. But clearly, through a massive amount of research, we know that the brain is not seeing everything that's there. There's also then another one I can show you called change blindness. Let me see if I can find you a quick video on change blindness. But change blindness is also showing you the same thing, that the brain, with its limited resources, evaluates the environment, and it will the longer you're taking samples, the longer you're in a room and the room doesn't change, it's taking new samples and it's noticing more things, but it doesn't. It's not taking in all the evidence that's available. It's only taking in a small data set. So this one's interesting too. You might find this interesting. I'll take us off again, Andrea, and my scientific skepticism education and critical thinking education, most people, don't know about a lot of this stuff, and so they think that their brain is a dependable arbiter of reality. And the reality is that your brains are tricking you all the time. But because we also have what's called sort of like a coherence generating module in our brain. We often use the terms modules, different things that the brain does. That we evolved a coherence module, which gives you the impression that the world makes sense. Because you wouldn't want to live in a world, we would be very dysfunctional if we didn't trust our environment, if we didn't trust our senses, if we didn't trust. Yeah, hold on, Xaname. Let me finish this thing, and then I'll be happy to bring you up. If we thought our senses were really fooling us. So I don't want to scare anyone in terms of, going like, well, damn, if my brain can be fooled like this obviously, then what else is my brain, fooling me about? I don't want to scare anybody, and I understand that for a lot of people to learn it all at once can be a bit discomforting and unsettling. But if you want to be honest, and if you want to become a better critical thinker, these are, a lot of the things that we need to understand about what we know about the brain in order to become, more critical, more skeptical. So yeah, the point is not to scare you. It's just that, we know a lot of things about how flawed our senses are, our memories are, and how our brains generate a sense of coherence, even when the environment might not make sense to the brain, or at least the brain is not necessarily interpreting the environment correctly. But the brain will still give you the impression that you're understanding it, and that can be a bit unsettling. So, to answer the question about dreaming, well, dreaming probably has several functions. So it's probably to turn off some of the functions in the brain in order to let you heal, to perform digestion, to probably move short-term memory into long-term. So it probably is parsing your daily experiences and then deciding whether or not that information is relevant and it should be stocked in long-term memory, or if it should just be discarded and basically deleted for the most part as irrelevant. And there's probably a host of other things it's doing. It's regenerating, skin tissue and organ tissue, and creating white blood cells and fighting off antigens in your body, and all sorts of things. So sleeping and dreaming probably have more than one function. But one of the most interesting hypotheses for the function of a dream, which I find the most compelling at this point, is that dreams are future simulations. So, we we know, for example, from research, that if you tell a brain, for example, a simple experiment that we've done that is fairly compelling, is that we know we can sort of learn by thinking about things. We can get better at things, even physical tasks. So, for example, something like ping pong. So they ran some experiments where they had a control group that was not told to think about playing ping pong, at night, and then another group that was told to think about playing ping pong, to think about, when you go to bed, think about playing ping pong, think about your, the movements, and practice ping pong in your brain without your body. And they did some experiments and found that, remarkably, people that were practicing ping pong in their brain were performing better the next day relative to the people that were not told to play ping pong in their brain. So this suggests that you can learn things and prepare yourself for things by simply thinking about them, even physical gestures, even like something like a sport, where normally you would think that you only get better at a sport by playing the sport and using your body. But ultimately, just playing a game in your brain can effectively help prepare you maybe to play a bit better than somebody else who was not preparing or practicing in their brain. So that evidence is strongly suggestive that also this dream hypothesis is a compelling one, which is essentially that dreams are future simulations. So we take all of our experience that we've had, and more likely the experience that is more recent, because that's what's more relevant to you today. It's more recent in your memory, and it might be also a determinant for whether or not the brain determines decides to store it and convert it into long-term memory, or if it just finds it not relevant. But so one of the functions, at least, of dreaming is essentially running future simulations. So the brain does not know what the world is going to be like tomorrow, but it needs to prepare you for all eventualities, possibly something that could be the difference between life and death. And so it takes your most recent experience of the day, or maybe the last few days, as well as all your prior experience, and then it creates artificial realities. It creates simulated future realities, realities that may or may not play by the same rules. That's why dreams can seem so surreal, so almost artificial, like you're in a video game, something that does not follow the normal rules of physics, for example. So one of the very well accepted hypotheses for the function of dreams, at least in part, is that these are future simulations that we're running in our brains, running the software on our brains, like something like, Matrix, where they ran, karate simulations in their brain to learn how to do karate, in order to possibly help you navigate a future world tomorrow or the next day. That might be the difference between you succeeding or failing, or might be the difference between you surviving or dying. So hopefully that answers your question about at least one of the functions for what dreams accomplish and why they might have evolved. And I noticed, since I've thought about these things, I noticed that my dreams I can almost always explain now. They're very weird, but I can almost always explain that there are elements that were from my day, something I'm thinking about, something I'm preoccupied with. And those elements tend to be highly correlated with the dreams I'm having. So it's taking prior experiences, and then it's taking my most recent anxieties, thoughts, experiences, and putting them into a future drama scenario, a simulated reality version of what tomorrow might bring, in order to potentially help prepare me for whatever awaits me when I wake up in the morning. So I wanted to now, you have anything to say about that, Andrea? Did I put you to sleep?
No, never. I'm eating a key. I don't know how I feel, but I guess that can be one explanation, but of course I don't think it's the only one.
Yeah, that's just a very popular hypothesis among neuroscientists, people who study dreams, and I would recommend going to look at David Eagleman, who's a neuroscientist, and he says he's working with a colleague, and they're submitting, but they have a lot of research to do, submitting what he considers, because he agreed with me when I brought that up, and he said, yeah, that's sort of the most common one in neuroscience, but that he believes that him and his colleague have a hypothesis that is even more explanatory for dreams. So you might want to look up his new hypothesis on dreams, because it might be cutting edge, might be something that pans out. But he admits that it's going to take years of research, and they're in very early stages.
I wonder what. So if we are kind of dreaming in ways to prepare us for the future in a way. I don't know, my brain's going sideways now. Now I'm like, never mind.
Yeah, future simulations. Future simulations of a possible reality.
Right. But what about like cats and dogs dreaming? Like, what's the point of that? I understand humans might have a purpose for dreaming in a way to help us.
Same thing, to prepare them for possible new predators or new threats in their environment.
I think a lot of my dreams have to do with my anxieties. I often have nightmares. When I was a kid, it was about monsters or people breaking in, and now it's about like end of the world, devastating
Well,
circumstances.
that probably has to do with what's going on in the world.
Yeah, I know.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Anime. How are you?
Hi, Anime.
Hello, Andrea. I've been listening to like Andrea on your show, and you sound absolutely phenomenal. And I appreciate your insight that you can bring to our scientific skeptic, the ruler of the universe. Can you guys hear me okay?
You're perfect.
Oh, thank you. It's kind of my internet has been a bit finicky today.
And thank you, Anime. That's very sweet of you. I couldn't unmute myself for some reason. So.
Hold on. I need a break. So you and Andrea get to know each other for a second, and I will be right back.
Yeah, of course.
1 second.
Okay, so are you actually an archaeologist, right?
No, I wish. I have
Or
a degree in anthropology, but I took a ton of archaeology courses, so it's just a passion.
Oh, that's amazing. Like I was gonna be an archaeologist when I was a teenager. I was like, yay, I'm gonna be archaeologist. This is all I want to do is dig up mummies. It's something about the history, like something about the history that I was always attracted to, and but I never pursued it. But
Yeah.
anyways, just
sorry.
pursue other passions. Go ahead.
No, we started talking over each other, so I was like, I'm just gonna shut up.
I know, I do the same thing. I was like, I'm just gonna shut up. So, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, nothing really. Just sharing about what interests me about archaeology. I've always loved it. Like I vividly remember grade 7 doing projects in ancient Egypt and just loving it ever since then. Although I will admit that like I really romanticized. I think a lot of people romanticize the idea of archaeology and what it involves because you go off of like movies or documentaries, but when you actually study it, you're pretty much studying either obviously like structures that still exist or burials, which can be very controversial as far as digging up people's bodies, or people's garbage. So there's really not much beyond that to study. It's not like these grand palaces and these treasures of gold and stuff like that, but it's still super cool.
Exactly, but the thing is like, so I had a friend back in the day, and he passed away unfortunately. So he was older, and he began with archaeology when it was, he started back in 50s, where it was like a lot of discoveries are made, and because it wasn't before the technology and everything, and a lot of papers are written, and so I would always like to talk to him about his previous experiences, about the things that he went through. And he was like, you know what? The best friend of archaeologists are toothbrushes and tiny paintbrushes.
Yeah.
Because this is how you get to know history.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, there's a huge problem with shows like Ancient Aliens and these conspiratorial shows that make it
Oh God!
seem
Don't get me started on ancient aliens.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, so I wanted to bring it up. I love talking about the perception of the brain, and how we actually view certain things and certain objects. So for example, when there's a theory out there where when Columbus arrived into the Americas,
I know.
that the natives.
I already know what you're gonna say. They didn't believe in
Okay.
boats. They couldn't see the boats
Yeah.
because they didn't
Well,
believe in boats.
Thanks for ruining my train of thought.
Sorry. That's unfortunately that's what's the bleep do we know? So I
Wait, where's Platy when I need her?
that's already what's the bleep do we know? So
Exactly.
be careful because that whole show is frickin' pseudoscience mumbo jumbo. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, trust me, I completely agree with you on this one. No, so like I said, there's a theory where they couldn't see the boats, because they never seen anything like this. It wasn't like in within their brain or within their
Yeah,
vision perception.
they had no reference.
Exactly, they had no reference. So the only way they could see it is the waves. The waves are coming in, and after that, they start kind of like putting it together. Like I said, it's a theory, just a theory out there. Is not
Well,
actual proof.
that's from what the bleep do we know? So
Yeah, but
pretty sure that that's not a thing. They would have seen, because what they did have in their mind, in terms of a reference, they had large structures, mountains. They could see form, color, things like that. So
exactly.
they would not have known that it was a boat, or possibly would not have understood that it was a craft.
But they could see something,
But they would have
because like
likely seen something, yes.
yeah, because your vision, your obviously well, your vision can distort it, obviously, and then the way your brain perceives it. But you still see something. You still
Yeah.
see something, and you're trying to put something together.
To associate it with something in your experience.
Exactly. You're unless somebody is giving you direction into seeing something else. So this is where I'm going with the video that you showed earlier about the basketballs. So you give that video give the direction for two things. Look out for the basketball and look out for the people in a white t-shirt. So now your perception and now your brain is like, oh, I need to concentrate on these things, but yet you do not see the gorilla in the room.
Right, and it's an example of how your brain is only taking in limited amount of data from the environment. It's not taking. We have the impression that our brains are taking in all the data, but the brains are
Exactly.
only focusing on the things that the brain thinks are relevant, because brains are like computer processors that have limited resources. So they don't have enough resources to take in all of the available data. So brains are sampling their environment based on their evolved, um, things like, as I said, agency detection systems, our facial recognition software. We are looking for particular things in our environment that are either threat or enemy or foe, something that could maybe kill us, a predator or another human being, or a rock coming at us, at a fast speed that we need to duck from, or something like that. So our evolved biology, as well as our experience, inform the things that our brains focus on. And in this case, our brains are told what to focus on. So we're being primed,
Mm-hmm.
essentially. The brain
Mm-hmm.
is saying, look only at these things. So it's using its limited resources to do things like mathematics. It's trying to count. We have, a mathematics module somewhere in our brain, and it's looking for, particular activity. Human beings, white t-shirts, passing a basketball. And those are the instructions given, and the brain is then being primed to focus only on the things that it's being told to focus on. But when you're not being told what to focus on, your brain is making up its own mind. I think that's a tautology. But your brain is essentially, from its own experience and from its evolutionary software, is panning across a scene, and then noticing the things that the brain believes are the most meaningful, and it's not focusing any of its limited resources on the things that it does not consider meaningful or relevant. So small details. That's why change blindness, you can show, for example, a scene where two people are sitting at a dining room table in a fancy restaurant. And so what the brain is focusing on immediately is, okay, agency detection software. Humans. We know humans. We focus on humans. Our brains are the fact that our brains are so large is because they were dedicated to understanding the complexity of increasingly complex social interactions. So seeing faces, recognizing faces, understanding people as friend or foe, enemy or ally, is the thing that we are going to focus on predominantly over things like rocks and trees, for example, especially given that there are agents in the picture. So we'll see a picture of, for example, a couple sitting at a table having dinner in a fancy restaurant. And so that's going to be the thing that the brain finds the most relevant. The narrative immediately is a couple. Their brain's going to translate that into a couple, having a romantic dinner at a restaurant, at a nice restaurant. That's the narrative that the brain constructs for you immediately. That's the coherence generation that's occurring quickly. But all of the peripheral things, the background images, the objects on the table, the colors of the clothes, all these things are being filled in slowly and are essentially being deemed irrelevant by the brain. But the brain has the coherence that we see all of the detail in that picture, even though we really don't. That's just an illusion, essentially. And the longer we're in that room, we are taking more and more samples, we're collecting more data, the longer we're in that environment. But when we first walk in, our brain gives us the impression that we see it all, but our brain does not see it all. It only focuses on the
We
things.
just see this big lollipop that's in the middle of the room.
Well, right. Whatever's the most relevant. Likely not a lollipop, but certainly human beings, for example. And so then what we can do is then we have change blindness experiments. So we will slowly, as we're looking at that image, we'll replace, a basket of bread with a basket of mangoes. And the brain won't even notice it because the brain had already sampled it and deemed that basket of food or something irrelevant, doesn't consider it something that it needs to focus on. So you can completely change what's in the basket. You can change as we just saw, it took the rug away. So, that rug was a prominent feature in that room. But because we sampled it the first time when we entered, we saw a rug. And then over gradual changes, we could completely remove that rug. And our brain was still telling us there was a rug in there. And at some point, it told us that there was no rug in there, and it didn't notice that there was a change. And so that's telling us, it's giving us some insight into how our brains work and how our senses are flawed. And so back to, again, wanting to show you guys more of these things over time, it's instead of telling you what, I think I know about the brain and all their sensory misapprehensions, which is how you explain things like conspiracy theories and visions and ghosts and believing in all sorts of supernatural and paranormal phenomena. What I need to start catching up, because I've already done this in my science and philosophy forum ad nauseum over the last 10 years, but I haven't done it here. So I want to just start showing people, instead of taking my word for it, let me just show you your brain fooling you. So you don't.
So I
don't
have
listen
a question for you.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Okay, so you were talking about when you give a task, right? You give it like a mathematical task or any kind of thinking task to a person, and that's what the video actually did, is basically said like, hey, you have a basketball and you have a t-shirt and you got to keep track, right? So you're given a specific task where your other sensory, they kind of getting put to rest, right? In a way, because you are concentrating on one certain aspect. So when you constantly given task, right? Kind of in a way conditioning the brain, like you need to
priming,
concentrate on this. Yeah, priming. So you need to concentrate on all of this. So the rest of your sensory, they're kind of like, well, now I'm lazy. Now I just want to be a fucking couch potato. I don't want to take the front because now I'm getting fed the information that I need to concentrate on, and your information is constantly getting a little bit narrowed down, right? So the question is, um, when, for example, we see this with a lot of cult mentality. We see this with a lot of cult leaders when they are constantly leading you to getting to concentrate on one task while the rest of your brain is resting and being a fucking couch potato. So the question is, how much one person can truly take, and what can you do to really just not being like getting fed this information, not like what kind of experience can a person really take to stop and not getting feed this information all the time? You see what I mean?
Yeah, this is the way I'd explain it. I'll try to make this short because I've said a lot of these things before. One of the things is, in order to be a good critical thinker and become a truly independent thinker, you need to already be aware that these things even happen. So for example, if you've studied cults, welcome back, Quink. If you studied cults, if you studied psychology, if you studied neuroscience, if you studied evolutionary biology, if you've studied your cognitive biases, then you're going to already be aware of all the ways that your brains can trick you and all the ways that people can prime your brain, and even through operant conditioning, and
Mm-hmm.
Pavlov's dog and Skinnerian psychology, the pigeons. I'm sure you know about the pigeons.
Mm-hmm.
And and so being aware already, having that knowledge, can insulate you to some extent from being overly primed, or and recognizing that the people you are dealing with might be attempting to unduly influence or persuade you. So when you see the signs, then your skeptical radar goes off. So my skeptical radar goes off after practicing for decades now. Just certain cues, certain behaviors, certain patterns that I've learned from people, for example, that are frauds, charlatans. So that my skeptical radar goes on, and I go on sort of all what's the term, my brain goes on alert. It
Mm-hmm.
becomes ultra aware. So I see these are warning signs for me. So we know, like, for example, with adrenaline and things like that, under moments of duress, our brains can become, we're dedicating now more resources to the situation than maybe a more comfortable, relaxed situation. Yeah. So that would already be one way I would explain, is that if your skeptical radar is going off, then your brain is going into now a fight or flight mode. So it becomes ultra vigilant. But if you're not seeing the red flags, you're going to be passive. You're not going to be ultra vigilant. You're going to be subservient, passive, and open to whatever suggestion this person is providing. So if you're already susceptible to the authority figure that's trying to focus you on what they want you to focus on, you're not going to be thinking about all the things that maybe you should be focusing on. Because this might be a sleight of hand, like a magician. Magicians are doing that. Magicians are
Yeah.
getting you to focus on a particular gesture in order to get you to not look over there. And so if you're aware of a magician's tricks, then you're looking over there. You're looking at other gestures which the magician doesn't want you to look at. So already becoming aware of these things can make you become more vigilant, more aware, because humans want simple answers over complex answers, and they prefer to let other people think for them rather than think for themselves. These are things we know about human psychology. So if you want to become a better critical thinker, you want to see the signs, learn about the signs, and then make sure that you're not just being someone else's useful idiot.
Exactly. And I wanted to bring back to the fight or flight response. So it's not just a fight or flight, it's a fight or flight and fawn, right? So basically, like you sometimes people just fold. People become stagnant. So it's not they are leaving. That it's not the fact that they are actually like, okay, I'm just want to get out of the situation. They tend to like fold, and they
Become, you
become
mean like
more.
become catatonic, or
Yes, exactly. So it's not even a flight in a way. They tend to fold
well,
and tend to
that's a
agree with what's going
that
on.
that's a form of flight. Becoming
Mm,
catatonic is a form of flight. If you can't run, or you can't beat the predator, you fold, to use your language.
exactly.
You become subservient. You go internal, and you disassociate. Yeah. That's a good word.
And yeah, that's a great word, disassociation.
I
And then
I
this
want
is
I want to make sure I don't forget Bammy's question, but go ahead.
yeah, and then this is where this cult mentality comes in as well, because like when you trying to break down a human psyche, right?
Yeah.
And you break them down so much without them even realizing, because they are concentrated on this one topic that you
They they
provided, like
they,
the
they
teacher
also
and the basketball.
just to add, they also do a lot of gaslighting, so they also take away your identity over
Exactly.
time. So they make you question your own reality until you become catatonic, and you just then succumb to whatever suggestion they feed into your brain.
This is exactly where I was going to. Thank you. And that's why I love being on these panels, because it's breaking down the human psyche. It's breaking down that, like, the
Yeah,
way
your
everything
ability to be
goes.
an autonomous, independent entity then gets usurped by the authority figure, and they sort of essentially own you. You give in to their suggestion, you give in to their authority, and you lose yourself. So
And
you're exactly right.
that's
They break down your psyche, your sense of self.
that's why I saw the gorilla from the first time. because I was like, I cannot count this. This has gone way too fast. I cannot concentrate. So I started looking around the room. I was like, what the fuck is the gorilla doing over here?
Well, that's why I noticed Insightful's interesting response. She didn't follow the instructions, and then she was sort of primed because I was already talking about sensory misapprehensions, and so then she was looking for something else interesting to see in the room. So if you don't follow the instructions and you don't take my suggestion or the suggestion of the instructor in this case, there's also a phenomenon. I'm sure you've heard of the Stanford prison experiments, and then the
Yes, I was gonna bring that up next.
the other one with the where they the professor in the lab coat tells you to shock somebody.
Or
Shock
or
somebody. Do you
the
know?
artist, when the artist, I don't remember her name, where she said, she kind of put herself out there, and she said that anyone can do anything to me, move me into any position. You remember that one?
Yeah,
Okay, so
I sort of do.
I need to find her name. So basically, the way it started out, she said like, move me in any position, right? Do anything to me, and they did. At first, they were extremely gentle.
And then they
And
started torturing her,
yeah, and they
right?
started actually torturing her. Like they
Yeah.
started like cutting her and everything. And then it became the sorrows. It became the sorrows of the people, and then they try to cover up her and everything. And but that's that kind of an experiment. I would not be able to do this. I give her so much prop for it. But that kind of showed the human nature and the mentality of how the mob is moving, like the mob mentality. Because when
And
someone
we begin to lose empathy.
Because like when someone just like, oh, she's just piece of shit. She's just trash. And I'm like, yeah, she is trash. So and like, oh yeah, she's trash. We need to cut her. So yeah, we need to cut her. So they start like, oh, we need to wrap her in a barbed. Yeah, we need to wrap her in a barbed wire. And it just like moved on and moved on and moved on. And then eventually people start seeing themselves for who they are, because she was not reacting to any of this. And then after that, they're like, no, we need to cover up her wounds. We need to treat her wounds. We need to take her down from the stage. So, but that's mob mentality. It's because
Yeah,
people
that's a
tend to
diff.
follow the white shirt and a basketball.
Well, that's a different phenomenon, but it does give us some insight, certainly, into how humans can lose empathy for another individual. Because we have. I was going to talk about Ramachandran. I made a brief reference to Ramachandran the other night. Things like the phantom limb phenomenon and mirror neurons. Then I want to discuss things like Zimbardo and the Stanford experiment, as well as the other one. I forget what it's called. I think it's called something like the diffusion of personal responsibility or something about the it's another form of appeal to authority, where they go into an experiment and there's somebody in the back room and the professor says, you need to give this person a shock to get them to do what you want. And they take orders from the authority figure because they see that person as being moral and being and it's the diffusion of responsibility problem, where then they believe, well, if somebody else is telling me to do it, then I'm not responsible for harming this person. And so then the doctor says, keep giving them a higher dose of electricity till and they've found that these people will go up, way beyond the healthy electrocution levels, and they're basically killing these people. But the reality is that and they can hear the person scream, so they know that they're getting feedback, that they're turning up the dial is harming somebody. But because their authority figure says, oh, don't worry about it, just keep on giving them more dosage, keep on giving them more volts, and these people will continue to electrocute somebody until way beyond they'd be dead. But of course, the subject is not actually getting electrocuted.
Yeah.
It's an experiment. But let me see.
Hey, so
Yeah, it's called the diffusion of responsibility, bystander apathy. I mean, there's all sorts of things like that. So I wanted to play, over time, some Ramachandra and some Zimbardo and some other psychology stuff, just to let people, don't trust me. You want to see how brains work, see it yourself, see it happen in your own brain, and see it, in other experiments. I mean, we can't even do the Stanford prison experiment anymore because it's unethical, and a lot of people have called them into question. But for good reasons, we don't allow ourselves to torture people anymore.
Hey, so speaking of Stanford prison experiment, because I would like to invite you on my panel on my live, to actually be just you and me and my chat and talking about stuff. But I was thinking, like, maybe this is one of the topics that we can talk about, is actually break down a Stanford experiment, and then maybe we can talk the psychology behind it and show a couple clips as well. Do something together. I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, I like to just talk with other people who like to talk and have interesting conversation. Yeah, the Milgram experiment. I think that's the diffusion. That's the diffusion of responsibility one, right? Where they take orders from the professor. It's the obedience. That's what it's called. It's called the Milgram obedience experiment, I think. But it's essentially diffusion of responsibility, because the agent that's giving the electrocution believes somehow they're not responsible because the professor, who knows what he's doing, told me to do it. But it's the Milgram obedience, I believe it's called. Thanks for subscribing, Kiki. It's funny. My bot is doing things I didn't know it was set up to do. So told me that you shop. Thank you very much. That was
your bot blasted out what I bought. I got a coffee mug, so I can drink my tea out of, and I got a T-shirt that I'm gonna display it on my lives.
Wow, I'm so honored. Which mug did you get? The one with the brain of vat, or the one with just the brain?
With the brain, just the one with the brain, because I like
that
one.
I think it's a bit more aesthetically pretty, don't you?
I think so too, because the other one's kind of a bit too much to read.
Yeah.
I like the brain because this is what I associate your channel with. And I was like, oh, this is the scientific skeptic. This is the brains.
Wanted to surprise them with that, and couldn't because it was in the chat.
Right?
What, Andrea?
That potentially anime wanted to surprise you with that and just be on stream one day and hey, Step, and she's got your merch on, but then it blasted out in chat.
Yeah, I didn't even know that it did that, but your internet's cutting out, Andrea. You're hard to understand. But I'm just glad. I might need to go in and change it, because I have a whole section on sex toys, and I would hate that to be spit out in the chat room. Actually, I have
Where's Platty when we need her?
exactly. I have no sex toys merch, but it's a funny joke, right? Because if it was this to say everything, that would be like Goop.
Hey,
You have to
hey,
go over to Goop to get that stuff.
let me create some of the images for you, and I'll send it to you to put up on the other T-shirts and coffee mugs too.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, yeah, no, yeah, please give me your feedback. But I didn't answer this question, and I think there's another one, also from Bamming. And so once you've learned,
Basically, I'm saying that you need some artistic vibes on your merge.
well, and I have no artistic skills, even though
Exactly.
even though my father's an artist. Um, so anyway, I want to answer this question. And so once you've learned to be a skeptic, you will be more biased towards what you know to be true. Um, well, I mean, I think regardless of whether or not we're a skeptic, we're all biased towards what we believe is true. The only difference maybe between a scientific skeptic and a non-scientific skeptic is that a good scientific skeptic is supposed to be scientifically literate. So a lot of people will call themselves scientific skeptics, and they're not necessarily very well versed in science, or all of our cognitive biases, or all of the skills that you should have to call yourself a scientific skeptic. I've worked quite hard to learn things, and of course I could be wrong, and I have massive gaps in my knowledge base, like anybody else. But in that sense, I would say that we're all by nature biased towards the things that we believe to be true. Hopefully, the difference between a scientific skeptic and a non-scientific skeptic is that we might be a bit better versed in what has strong evidence to support it, because we try to sort of pride ourselves on not holding beliefs that are not well founded in evidence and reason. So that I would think would be the only distinction between scientific skeptic and somebody else. And of course, it's going to be determined by how literate you are as a scientific skeptic. A lot of, I've read a ton of philosophy, and I've read a ton of science across, many different domains of science, but you're going to have, rookie scientific skeptics that like the idea, but they're not necessarily literate in science or philosophy. They just think it's cool to say they're a scientific skeptic. Now, if you, in the simplest of terms, everybody can be a scientific skeptic in the sense that all the philosophy really requires is that you base your beliefs in, sort of consensus science. At least you have empirical evidence that can be brought to bear for your beliefs, and in the absence of strong scientific evidence for your beliefs, you at least have good logical arguments that you can support them with. And that's really the only thing that determines what a scientific skeptic is.
Hey,
Sorry, go ahead.
Andrea Archaeology wants to get back in. Can you drop her a link? Because she
Um,
said she's just gonna go ahead and reset it and stuff.
yeah, no. Since I told her I wasn't going to let her tell her story before, I'm going to say no, even though I'm also dropping the links just because I'm also a smart ass.
Wait,
Any
you a smartass? No way.
any hints on the Stanford experiments? Well, again, one of the reasons why I'm passionate about this stuff is that when you're aware, the more you're aware of all of our biases, all of the things that our human nature has made us susceptible to, um, I think that that knowledge alone can help you overcome. So we are irrational animals. We just have to accept, unfortunately, that we did not evolve to be intellectually rational animals, but we can be rational. But it takes effort and hard work and practice, like any other skill. So you can be able to overcome to some extent your natural biases, but it's not easy. And of course, you can, even when you know about them, you can still get fooled. So we're always going to get duped for the rest of our lives, and we're always going to be susceptible to the sort of animal that we are. But if you learn about a lot of these things, you can minimize the consequences and sometimes avoid the consequences. So I know that, I was definitely not nearly the skeptic that I am today 20 years ago. I believed in a whole host of things that I no longer believe, because at the time I hadn't interrogated my beliefs in a systematic way like I do now, and now I'm better at it. That doesn't mean I'm perfect at it, but I'm better at it. So now when somebody's trying to dupe me, I run a bunch of little questions on a little software package in my frontal lobes that makes me more skeptical when people behave with a certain pattern. So if I've seen that sort of snake oil before and I know that pattern, when somebody's trying to sell me that snake oil, I don't fall for it, but I might have fallen for it 20 years ago. So it's just about knowledge, and then the knowledge being able to at least please set up a reading list, Skep. Yeah, I mean, I have a whole list of my intellectual influences on my about page, and I can certainly, depending upon what subject you're interested in learning more about, I can certainly recommend a lot of reading for you.
Hey, so one of the reasons that at my early stages of my school career and stuff, one of the reasons that I got into psychology, so I have a bachelor's in forensic psychology, right? And so I wanted to figure out why I was so irrational. I wanted to figure out like
Because
why
you're a Homo sapiens sapien.
well, right. And then also like obviously I'm an overlord right now that everybody's calling.
Yeah.
So but no, I wanted like when at my younger age, I was so curious about like why certain aspects that I was not like why did I get so angry? And so I would like sit down and analyze it. I was like, why did I get this angry? So it was just constant analyzing of myself and constant researching of myself. And I was like, you know what? Why don't I go and study psychology? Like, so I can figure myself out, right? So it was like
That's
either
you
paying
know that
for it.
that's usually the famous line where people say the reason people go into psychology and psychiatry is because they want to figure out what's fucking wrong with their brain. Sort of
Yeah,
the old joke, but I think there's some truth
but I
to it.
still haven't figured it out.
No, of course not.
But so that's why I went in and I was like, well, I would rather pay for school and for the books than paying for a therapist, right? So
Right.
I'll just go figure out myself. And then so I was in one of the classes and it was a counseling class. Like they teaching you how to do counseling sessions and everything. And my professor pulled me aside and she was like, Anastasia, you are being extremely direct with your patients. I was like, well, what do you mean? It's like I just want them to say like this is how it is and this and this and this. She's like, no. You're being extremely direct with your patients. And I think forensic psychology is gonna be the best aspect for you.
Oh, so they were recommending against clinical psychology, huh?
Yeah, but it's because like what happened was I became way too analytical in a way. Like I love how your cat is actually talking to you.
Well, no, he's singing the song of his people, and I've seen this
Oh,
before. I
do you
think
have a toy?
I well, I was worried about him when he was doing this the other day. I think there's somebody out there. Percy,
Oh,
Percy.
my cat does that when she has a toy in her mouth.
Yeah, no, but he was the last live I had, and he was making these noises, and I thought he was sick or something. But I think
He wants daddy attention.
no, I think he's trying to talk with. Come here, so you don't scare me, because then he came over to me and he was like perfectly normal. I think there's somebody there
Oh,
because he scares
maybe
me. He
maybe
sounds like
the
he's in
girlfriend.
pain. Yeah,
His girlfriend.
he's got a buddy. It might be a girlfriend. I don't know if it's a girl,
Got
but
a
there's
girlfriend.
another cat that comes around all over the place. If one is homeless, are they a hobo sapien? I like that guy.
Yeah.
Very clever.
So when she pulled me aside and said that you're way too analytical and way too direct with your patients. And it kind of made me realize, I was like, I am. I am very direct because I'm what I want, because I see it, I see black, white, and gray, right?
I think it's the Slav blood, personally.
It probably is. And it's like, okay, well, you have a problem. I just want to slap you right now. But so she recommended to go into the forensic psychology field, and she like actually recommended another professor. And so I took his class, and I freaking thrived because studying studying the criminology, like studying the bad side of psychology was phenomenal. As in, get to see how people are getting manipulated. Hence, we're going back to the gorilla thing, right? How people are getting directed, and then what it is, and then building a profile. It was phenomenal. So, the reason I failed in and well, I don't want to say failed. The reason I quit, because I did quit, is because I got too into the rabbit hole of men that wanted to do bad things to underage, right? We're not gonna mention it. So, and I was studying a lot of that. I studied a lot of mentality of that. And I went into actually a couple prisons to interview people for my research paper. And the breaking point for me was one of the questions that I had, what is it like, what is your drive? Like one of the questions I had is, what is your drive? And this one repeated rapist of 20 different charges, 20 different children, right? He said that, let me just put this in the perspective, hun, you are way too old for me. And I was like 24 at this time.
Well,
And
hell, I mean, hell, they have NAMBLA, you know.
but the thing, what it did to me mentally, right? Because I felt for the victims. I felt for all the research that I have done. And what that did to me, it broke me. It's like, I cannot be in this field because I feel way too much for the victims, and I hate too much of the people that are committing the crime. So I felt that like I'm more of an empath than
Yeah, I mean,
actually go.
it's not for everybody. I made a video.
I could not disconnect myself, so that's
I'm
why I had to leave.
Yeah,
And I
no, it's
got
very understandable. We do need to know what our limits are. I mean, even like I know in my space, this is why I always go back to the intellectual stuff, because I um I just get so disgusted by the behavior in the space, the stuff that I focus
mhm.
on here, that I have to, then I just step back. I mean, that's why I know, like, I'm not ambitious. It's not. I have no interest in just making hit pieces on bad actors. It's a waste of my time. It's an endless list of opportunists and people who exhibit immoral behavior in order to make a buck. And it says something about humanity, and it's a bit spending too much time on the negative side. I prefer positive education to criticism. Unfortunately, criticism is a bit inevitable. But I made a video called "The Moral Rot," where I talked about, I'm not sure everybody's conscious of why criminology is so interesting to us. I think one aspect of it, the darker side, is that I think we like to dehumanize people who behave in a way which is what we consider depraved or immoral or monstrous. But at the same time, I think somewhere deep inside, we realize that these people are humans, and I think we recognize that we are humans, and so I think we wonder: are there dark sides of our psychology that, under certain circumstances, I think we're asking ourselves very dark, secretive questions about what we might be capable of if we accept the premise that these people are simply human, merely human, in the same way that we are, and yet they can do these incredibly depraved things. Is there any insight into my psychology? Are there dark passengers, to use the Dexter term, in me? Could I ever do anything? So there's a certain aspect of fantasy and wondering about our own deep psychology, wondering under what if we were placed under certain circumstances, could we do horrible things? And I think part of the fascination with the dark side is questioning our own um, um, potentialities, all of the, because for me, as a whatever, as I said, I don't like to call myself an intellectual, because that's for someone else to determine. But the reason I'm fascinated with intellectualism in the way that I always discuss it is, I don't want to turn away from everything. I want to be careful not to linger down the rabbit hole of depraved human behavior, but I do want to know the entire spectrum of what humans are capable of, because I'm interested in human nature. I want to understand human nature, and it seems like to understand human nature, but to try to avoid the dark side, is to miss out on too much behavior. So I think that part of the allure of criminology and true crime is also in an effort to better understand ourselves. And hopefully we never find ourselves in these circumstances. We never have to find out what we could do, given different experiences, different backgrounds, different genetics, and different circumstances. Because the vast majority of humans are going to live a life where they don't harm anyone, or at least not in any consistent and substantial way. So I think that there is that aspect to true crime, which is that it's also an exploration to better understand our own psychology.
It's curiosity, I believe. Like it's more.
Well, absolutely.
You're right. It's something, as humans, we're constantly thriving in just curiosity itself. It's like, oh, this is
Right.
something I know.
But
So
a lot of people put their fingers in their ears and say la 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 la, and they don't want to know, and they want to insulate themselves from all of the behavior, and try to keep themselves in a bubble of butterflies and happy thoughts and all that kind of stuff. And I don't intellectually believe that's a great pathway. But at the same time, as I said, you don't want to dwell down the rabbit holes. You don't want to spend too much time there. To your point about how you think you're an empath, and you change subjects, I think we do need to understand, what we can do, and what we can't. So for example, my girlfriend's a doctor, and I wouldn't want to be a doctor. I wouldn't want to deal with the suffering. I wouldn't want to deal
Mhm.
with the mortality. I wouldn't want to deal with the pathology, the body, and all the ways that the body can fail and decay, and watch it do that. And I don't think I'm strong enough to be a doctor. I think you'd have to find some sort of detachment, which I think people learn. I mean, I don't think that everybody has that skill at the beginning, but I think just by virtue of doing something like that, there's a way in which we probably are best understanding doctors as body mechanics. So,
hmm
to the extent that we can detach ourselves from the human drama and the human tragedy, I would think that it would help us be able to survive long term being a doctor. At the same time, you don't want that to translate into a doctor losing his or her compassion and empathy, because that also would not make for a great doctor. So
Yeah.
finding that balance, it must be a challenge for all of them. And of course, plenty of doctors don't become a doctor because they want to help people. Plenty of doctors become a doctor because it's a good career and their parents wanted them to, and it comes with a high social station and status and money. So certainly not everybody who becomes a doctor does so to save humanity, but if they do their job well, they still help people, and that's important. We need doctors.
Hey, I'm actually gonna head to bed. And hey, by the way, thank you for bringing me up here. I know it was a
Well,
bit
thank
of a
you.
impromptu. Andrea, I want to hear more of your story, and I actually want you.
Tell me I'm not allowed to tell stories.
I know. I feel like you and I should get
Zanime, you're only encouraging her. If you would continue to encourage her, she's going to just keep telling more stories.
good. But that's the point, right?
Of course, I'm just giving I'm giving Andrea a hard time because I love her and she's my friend, and this is our
Is
shtick.
it Andrea or Andrea?
It's both. I have so many people in my life that say it one way or the other.
Well, I just
Okay.
I have a shtick with Platty. I have a shtick with Andrea and Zanime. I think you and I have a shtick,
I
or we
think we
need to
have a shtick.
develop one if we don't. So.
Oh, we're gonna have to have a shtick, and we need to
Yeah.
have a Platty up here with a shtick too, with her
I,
shtick.
I don't know why she disappeared on me tonight.
I think Platty's got other things that she's gonna do. You're not of an importance to her. You know
Exactly.
that.
I'm irrelevant.
That's what Platty would say.
Well, Platty's always funny because she's like, when I have a problem or something like that, I'll try to take care of it in my own way, and she's like, Scap, would you please listen to me? Stop doing that. I will take care of that. I'm better at that than you are. And so she's funny because then like I'll get a troll or somebody, insulting me or something like that. And I'm like, Platty, I had this person and they were saying these things and it was frustrating. And then I said something back, and she's like, Skep, you're not good at this. I'm better than you are at that. Let me do that sort of thing. And I go, well, you can't be around 24/7. I mean, okay, go over and look at that comment. It's on this place. And then she'll like, okay, hold on. And then she goes over and then she'll say something, really, really good. And then afterwards, I'm like, yeah, I mean, you're right. You're better at it than I am.
I think I need Platty to be my mod.
We all need more
Because
Platty in our life. Yeah.
I have a lot still. Well, it's not as much hate that's coming towards me anymore. It's actually slowed down so much, and I'm so thankful because come on, people, I'm fucking old news. Let it go. Let it go. I'm
Well, I was going to
old.
say, Zanime, when you stop getting flack and and people start spreading unsubstantiated conspiracies about you, and you're getting a bit bored and you're feeling nostalgic, let me know, and we will invent something. We'll
No, no,
invent
no, no.
a new narrative.
Wait. This came out just recently. It's something new. So I guess I'm a cyber trooper, and I'm in charge of whole YouTube society to take down a lot of crime channels.
Wow. See, why don't I never get that sort of stuff? I want somebody who spreads rumors about me like that, because that's like, at least I'm powerful. Nobody ever spreads rumors about me that I'm powerful. They just call me like bad
So
names and tell me I'm arrogant and I'm an elitist and I'm a jerk and whatever. But nobody ever accuses me of like being part of the Illuminati. I want to be part of the Illuminati.
yeah, well then come on my live stream.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Because then by association, they're going to go,
Exactly.
see,
I
he's
had
in
a
on it with her. I mean,
yeah,
at one point, I made a community post and I went like, "Hey, come after me! I just had Zanime on my panel, and she's my friend. So why the hell, I'm guilty of something too. Come on, accuse me of being a murderer or something. Jeez, I'm sort of jealous. I admit it. I'm sort of jealous. I want to be
Well, just
important.
like I said,
Really
come to my
important.
panel. Come to my panel. Start making comments. And but the thing is, it's
Oh,
a lot.
well, you know what we should do? We should
Yeah.
develop a code.
Caca.
We develop a code, and then we start.
It's a code. Caca.
Kaka. It is a code. But we,
Yeah.
the I don't know, the the yellow parakeet flies east on Thursday.
It's gotta be purple.
Yeah, I was gonna whatever. I'm not good at coming up with those original ideas, but it's like the old spy things that
Yeah. So
in World War
so
II that they were giving.
scab
The
scab
eagle has landed.
scab.
Yeah,
Purple light has turned green.
there you go. Because that whole purple thing, that whole purple thing. Purple's definitely a code, as Mary says, rightly. Because
Right.
that was one of the funnier ones. Was when Ryan, they get the one where Ryan gets the mathematical equation for like the area of a triangle, or I don't remember even what the
Yeah,
equation
yeah,
was,
yeah.
and they're all going like, oh, I need to do the math, there's some deep meaning in this, I don't know what it was, and blah, and then they just go to some channel, and then they just look through the channels that page follows, and they're like going down going purple, 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 and of course, purple, whatever. But I mean, like I said, when I try to imitate them, I suck at it because they do have a sort of gift. They make it look like they're somehow finding deep meaning, and when I do it as a joke, and I feel so ridiculous that I'm sure to the audience I look ridiculous, but they're convincing in their own way. They're sort of good at what they do.
So I'm gonna give you a tip.
Okay.
You just ignore the fools. All you have to do is suffocate the trolls by not giving them any attention.
Well, of course, that is the old rule.
Because they're just gonna move on. I there are some trolls. There are a couple trolls that I cannot shake off for I don't know why, but they're just like coming out with videos, like 5 videos a day about me. But getting reported, not acknowledging, just moving along because you are gonna be freaking old news. People are gonna forget who you are eventually. They'll be like, "Oh wait, I heard this scientific skeptic had a beef with somebody, but I don't know, it was like so long ago." Or like, "Oh, who's that Zanime chick? Like she's got a channel or something?" Like, "Okay,
Oh yeah,
yeah, go
no,
to my channel."
I mean the news cycle always moves on. And I mean that's part of the problem. Even like someone like
Wait. Before I get sucked in into any other conversation, because it's gonna go on all night, I do have to go.
yeah. Well,
I had I
we'll
had
talk
a
soon.
I had a live with Triple T
What
today, and we
what
actually talked about
what?
the military service and like got to relate on the little military level itself. So anyways, you should go check it out. But I would love to
Nice.
do a live with you on
Okay.
my channel.
Okay.
And everyone in the chat, thank you so much for support. Andrea, I would love to see you more, and you're more than welcome to jump on my streams anytime as well. Insightful, you've been phenomenal.
Thanks, Anna.
Yeah, of course. And scientific skeptic, I fucking hate you. I'm channeling my inner Platy, and she'll be proud of me.
She's coming here.
No,
The only reason she comes on channel is to steal all your friends from you.
yeah, exactly. No, I love you. I love you. I love how your mind works, and keep going, keep doing this. And I think you should channel a lot of your videos towards actually like talking about the different perspectives, different brainwaves, and different experiments, I think this is you.
Well,
It's
yeah, I mean, I know what my, um,
I'm leaving. Bye.
yeah, no, you go.
Bye.
We'll talk soon.
Bye.
We'll talk soon.
Before we start another conversation.
Of course.
I know.
Of course.
Love you guys. Bye.
Good night, Anime. Talk to you soon. And now my cute little kitty is just sat on my lap, and I need to take another break. So, Percy, come back, and then when I come back, you're gonna tell me a story. You're gonna drive. So hold on a second.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're gonna drive, whether you want to or not. So if you're like nervous, and you're not sure, you better figure it out. You got like a minute to figure it out.
I don't get nervous, but we'll see in a minute.
This cat is like overly amorous again. What's with you being always so amorous with me when I have lives? You're not as amorous when I'm not going live.
Okay, guys, what am I supposed to talk to Skep about? I guess it could go anywhere, but I'm a boring person. I don't do anything with my life. Patricia, you're one of the frigging funniest people in the comments, I swear. You always make me laugh out loud. Zanime, you're very sweet. Thank you. I don't know. It's getting late. I'm not in my... that's not a good excuse. I woke up from a nap a few hours ago, but I'm feeling very brain dead right now for some reason. Percy! Oh my gosh! Look at my co-host Percy. Oh no, she can't hear me. Is Percy a boy or a girl? They can't hear me through the headphones, darn it. So cute.
Percy, come back. He was getting cozy, and he was going to sit on my lap, and he was going to be a good boy, and then I interrupted him. But he's definitely seeing something out there. I don't know if it's a possum, an iguana, a cat. With those noises, I'm guessing it was something he wanted to mate with. And I think he's smart enough to know he can't mate with an iguana, but I don't know. I haven't studied enough feline psychology to know if he knows he can't mate with an iguana. Does anybody know? Do cats know they can't mate with iguanas? I don't know.
I don't know that cats would be sexually attracted to iguanas.
I would think not, but I don't know that for a fact.
I'm sure it's been studied somewhere.
Humans have been known to fall in love with cars and walls. And
oh my gosh. Ugh. Let's not get into that topic. Oh my gosh, that is so bizarre.
Right? So, anything that we talked about that you want to bring up that I just completely so crowded out your voice that you didn't even have a frickin' second to get a word in edgewise, and now you do?
I don't mind being the listener, honestly. You're the talker, I'm the listener, and every once in a while I interject, and I think it works out well.
Well, you've said that before, which makes me feel better, because I know I can suck up oxygen. That's why, it's my show. So
exactly.
if I can suck up oxygen anywhere, I should be able to do it on my show. But one of the things that, because I already sense myself again pursuing my own interest, and I know that it's going to be to a smaller audience. So I see what happens when I do what the crowd wants me to do. I get attention, and then I continuously then veer into the things that I like to talk about. And I hope that I'm more interested in having a small, intimate group of people that are curious and interested in the things that we talk about. Because the problem is, if I do what's popular, I'm bored. It's just, there's just not that much interest in it for me.
Yeah, I find it very repetitive. And how many times can you play, like, for example, these frigging weirdos that are all about the conspiracy theories, and they just talk about the same fucking thing night after night after night after night. And I'm just like, how do they hold an audience? But I guess it is just sensationalized, so
Yeah,
it's exciting.
they like the salacious and all that kind of stuff because like I played that person, from the Pleiadian, believing she's got psychic powers. I mean, just an obviously transparent fraud. And I could just, make a channel going after these people, and I could play their videos, and then I could stop them every few minutes, and I could refute their claims, and it would just be just totally boring for me because it's just sort of easy. I'm just shocked that anybody believes it, and I don't believe that that's the way that you help people. First of all, in this room, Andre, we're speaking to the choir. The reason people are in here is because, of course, they sort of already are better critical thinkers. They're more skeptical, and so we're not going to be attracting the people that believe in these people and then might be, persuaded to change their mind. So I just look at it like, even though it's not very sexy, teaching a bit, maybe more the boring topics about how to think, to the extent that it has any influence. That's how I think you help people from avoiding believing a whole basket of bad things. You know what I mean? So I try to give a broad range of skills so that then hopefully people can learn something and they go off and they just see it wherever it comes, whether it's in the true crime space or just advertising or political or any number of things, just to sort of start developing a set of skills that then can benefit you in a host of other areas. So, I don't care about being popular. I care about doing the things that I think are important, and educating on topics that I think are potentially useful.
But you also need to enjoy it as well, right? You can't just be going along with the masses and then hating what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy these things. That's why they tend to be long, because it's not only it's what I consider. This is what I would like to do on a Friday night. So my idea of a perfect evening is a bottle of wine, good friends, intimate setting, having deep, profound conversations on anything under the sun. Those are my best evenings.
Yeah, same. I have to tell you though, I can't tell you what the channel name is, but I have transcribed YouTube episodes from people who channel beings from other dimensions, and the channels meaning YouTube channels, are huge.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of subscribers.
Well, and that's what that woman is. She's from the Pleiades. I mean, I played you my favorite Terence McKenna talk about ignorance and relativism, right?
I don't know. I know who Terence McKenna is. I don't know if I have seen that video.
I've played it before, but I'll play it again because it's. I mean, I don't think people really yet know exactly what I stand for, but philosophically, I'm a philosophical realist, and my enemy is a whole multitude of forms of philosophical relativism, or sometimes it's referred to as anti-realism, and that gets into complex philosophy, and so I don't really go there too deep. But I think all of our problems reduce down to essentially some form or another of relativism. And I think Terence McKenna has summed it up so perfectly. I mean, this is my mission, stated in the words of Terence McKenna, who's more eloquent than I will ever be, plus freaking hilarious.
Is customized online therapy that offers phone, video, and live chat sessions with
It's lost.
The great evil, in my humble opinion, which haunts our enterprise, and I say this realizing I'm setting the fox among the chickens, the great evil that has been allowed to flourish in the absence of mathematical understanding is relativism. And what is relativism? It's the idea that there is no distinction between shit and shinola. That all ideas are somehow operating on equal footing. So one person is a chaos theorist, another is a follower of the revelations of this or that New Age guru. Someone else is channeling information from the Pleiades. And we have been taught that political correctness demands that we treat all these things with equal weight. Because we have no mathematical ability, no logical ability, we don't know how to ask the questions that expose some positions as preposterous, trivial, insulting to the intelligence, and unworthy of repetition. So we all are very comfortable bashing science and flailing away at that, but that isn't our enemy. Science is capable of undertaking its own reformation and critique and has been engaged in that fairly vigorously for some time. The enemy that will really subvert the enterprise of building a world based on clarity is the belief that we cannot point out the pernicious forms of idiocy that flourish in our own community. And this problem is growing worse all the time. I mean, just pick up a copy of Magical Blend or Shaman's Drum, and you will discover an appeal to the level of intellect that makes what's going on with television advertising look like a meeting of the Princeton Institute of Advanced Study. We have tolerated too many loose heads in our community. We are not willing to take on the karma involved in argument and discourse that actually gores somebody's ox. So that at the end of the day, iridology or Mormonism or some other form of institutionally supported foolishness lies in shreds on the floor. We consider this politically incorrect. I can feel the tension in this room because people sense I might gore their particular ox. If we had learned mathematical logic or reason or rules of evidence, when someone approaches us excited to inform us that the ruins of Lemuria have been spotted in the deep sea off Big Sur or something like that, we would be able to respond to that with the contempt it deserves. I had a conversation about this recently with someone who, if I had to describe their job category, I would describe them as mafiosa. And I said, what do you think of the abduction phenomenon? And without hesitation, this person said, there are just so many foolish people in the world. And to me, all of these things are intelligence tests. And the people who pass the intelligence test are not worrying about pro bono proctologists from other star systems showing up unannounced in their bedrooms. So, you know, we have perfected politeness. We have perfected the ability to listen to damn foolishness without betraying by so much as the flick of an eyebrow that we realize what we're in the presence of. Now I think it's time to refine our mathematical skills, learn to think straight, and not be afraid to denounce the pernicious forms of foolishness which are vitiating the energies of our community and making us appear marginal and absurd in the discourse about truly transforming society.
I mean, here, right?
I know, but I'm very conflicted in that because I don't know. It's so stupid. We're all so stupid.
By the way, since I talked about like anti-realism, let me destroy your noodle. How is your noodle? Is your noodle okay?
I guess so.
Okay, well, let me show you something that will potentially damage your noodle. So this is what I try to teach, and it hurts. So I want you guys all to try to analyze this chart and tell me, what your philosophy is. Take your time.
Can you get rid of the comment on the screen so I can see the bottom?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, and let me take both of us off screen. So I'll give you guys a few minutes to try to read that. Okay, so I know that you guys all, you looked at that graphic and you just
Hey, I'm a
immediately.
slow reader. You didn't give enough time.
No, but I know that you just immediately, you focused on exactly what the school of philosophy that most resonates with you, right?
Yeah, I know.
As the Grab said, nope, not tonight. Grab, you want to come up and say hi? I missed you. Haven't talked to you in a while. You want to come say hi? Hang out with Andrea and I and talk about this, that, and other things?
Have you heard of a book called Many Lives, Many Masters by Dr. Brian Weiss?
No, I have not.
So it's this book. Here's what I'll tell you. He was a guest on Oprah.
Oh God, that's not that's not good. That's not good. That's not a point in his favor.
I totally fell for it. This must have been when would he have been on 10 or 15 years ago?
Of course.
He was a psychologist, a very educated, smart man.
I'm sure.
Progress people into pulling
Prior
out their
lives?
lives.
Oh God. I mean
Is my audio okay, by the way? Am I cutting out?
No, you're not cutting out anymore. Oprah is the scourge of reason because she's so. I mean, there's an old line. There's a famous Carl Sagan line. Open-mindedness is a good thing. 8 minutes, yeah. Yeah, it's open-minded. Open-mindedness is a good thing, but you don't want a mind that's so open that your brains fall out. So let me see if I can find. I think, unfortunately, it might have some religious tones, so I'm not sure if you guys. I don't know if you guys know Qualia Soup, but Qualia Soup is one of my favorite intellectual. And they stopped making videos, but I'm going to play a Qualia Soup thing. Unfortunately, they often refer to religious reasoning, but this is a great video. I highly recommend all the Qualia Soup videos. So here, So forgive me in the sense if you're religious. I'm not a religious basher, but religion is the 800-pound gorilla when it comes to truth claims. So as a skeptic, you can't avoid it, but you can replace religion with any other truth claim. So if that's one that you believe, that's fine, but then just understand that it works for any other. Have I even shared it? You know what I love, what I do, Andreas, that then I'm talking about sharing a video with you guys, and then I don't even share it. It's like it's just on my own screen. I'm like, so what do you guys think? It's like, well, I didn't even share it. But this is a good conversation, a good video about open-mindedness, because Koyasup are some of the best reasoners, whoever the voice. Now there's another video, another channel made by I think it's like his cousin or something. And it's also very good. I forget the name. It's got an interesting name, but I forget the name. I could find it. Heavily recommend all the Koyasup videos. And then the other channel, it's okay, but it's a bit of a different angle, but very intellectual, very good reasoning.
It seems to be an extremely common experience amongst people who don't believe in certain non-scientific concepts to be told by others who do to be more open-minded. This advice is typically based on highly flawed thinking, including an inaccurate understanding of what open-mindedness is. In fact, being open-minded simply means being willing to consider new ideas. Science promotes and thrives on open-mindedness because the advancement of our understanding about the reality in which we exist depends upon our willingness to consider new ideas. Indeed, scientific discovery often requires entirely new ways of thinking. However, not only does believing in certain non-scientific concepts not automatically make you open-minded, it can often lead you to be the complete opposite. A neighbour of mine once noticed a moving lampshade in my front room and said it was a ghost. When I told him it wasn't, he said, "You've got the evidence in front of you," and said I was stubbornly close-minded and had no curiosity. When he'd finished his little outburst, I reached down and switched off the small fan heater underneath the lamp to stop its currents of warm air from moving the shade. It was actually my neighbour who'd had no curiosity in this situation. He'd leapt to an immediate conclusion and dismissed all alternatives. When you label an event supernatural just because it has no explanation that's obvious to you, you'll inevitably misinterpret evidence and make invalid causal connections. You'll eliminate whole realms of alternative explanation before it's even clear which explanations might be appropriate, and that's the very definition of close-mindedness. People who tell others to be more open-minded about so-called supernatural concepts often accompany this advice with one or more personal anecdotes they claim can't be explained. This is another flawed approach. Even if your experience can't be explained, that in no way strengthens the case for any supernatural concept. All it shows is that your experience can't be explained. Trying to suggest that a lack of explanation is evidence that supernatural powers are at work is actually a contradiction. In effect, what it's saying is, I can't explain something, therefore I can explain it. The unexplained is just that, unexplained. Furthermore, although it's quite reasonable to describe an experience and say you can't explain it, telling your audience they can't explain it is senseless, because your audience has no independent access to the events you describe, nor any way of investigating which details you may have missed or edited out. If my neighbour had told other people they had to accept his ghost story because they couldn't explain the moving lampshade, how would anyone be able to agree or disagree without knowing anything about the fan heater? Expecting others just to take your word that you've had a brush with the supernatural is simply unrealistic. Even if I saw someone disappear right in front of me, I'd recognise how unreasonable it would be to expect a complete stranger just to believe me without corroborating evidence, however personally frustrating that might feel. Someone once tried to suggest to me that scientists who ask for evidence before accepting claims are as close-minded as witch doctors. The idea that requiring evidence makes you close-minded is a fallacy. A willingness to consider new ideas doesn't commit you to accepting them unconditionally. If someone you love was lying injured and unconscious, and a complete stranger told you she had some magic powder that will cause instant healing if poured into the wounds, would you just accept this stranger's claim? Would it be close-minded not to let her pour a substance you know nothing about into the open wounds of someone you love? We're all skeptical about some things. If Alfie isn't skeptical about the existence of ghosts, and Beth is, it may be that Beth's experience of other people's flawed evidence and logic has given her strong reasons to be skeptical. Now, if Alfie develops a valid operational definition for what ghosts are supposed to be and produces valid evidence, Beth might one day reevaluate and accept their existence. But it's important to remember that unless Beth says something like, "Ghosts do not exist," she's made no factual claim requiring justification or indicating a closed mind. I've watched a number of people work themselves up into a froth about me having a closed mind on some paranormal issue, only to realise when they start listening carefully that I don't actually hold the views they've rashly attributed to me. For example, when I say I don't believe in something, I've not said it can't be true. All I've said is that I've not yet been presented with persuasive evidence for it. Now, if someone describes an entity to me that's logically impossible, then in those specific cases I might well say X cannot be true, and I'll back up my statement. But it's a classic debating trick to exaggerate and therefore misrepresent another person's position. And when you treat someone's statement of non-belief as an assertion that something cannot be true, this is exactly what you're doing. If you have difficulty accepting that other people don't share your beliefs, then that's unfortunate for you, because there's a lot of difference out there. But if knowing that someone's beliefs differ from yours causes you to lose a sense of perspective when talking to them, so that as soon as you hear certain trigger words you start grafting inaccurately assumed attitudes onto them, you're no longer communicating, you're merely rehearsing your own prejudices, and that's truly close-minded. In the course of my life I've been told to be more open-minded by people who believe in a God but not reincarnation, and people who believe in reincarnation but not gods. Both groups seem quite happy for others to express skepticism when they do, but not when they don't. For these people, open-mindedness seems to mean agreeing with me. Then there are others whose idea of open-mindedness is accepting the unreliable testimony of any random person with a spooky story. These people are often also fiercely skeptical of science. Certain comments can quickly reveal their poor understanding of what it is. And this results in two supreme ironies. One is that they're guilty of exactly the same skeptical attitude they criticise in other people. The other is that what they're reserving their skepticism for is a domain that emphasises skepticism. In other words, they're skeptical of skepticism. Again, open-mindedness isn't about believing things. So believing in more paranormal things than the next person doesn't make you more open-minded, though it can be a sign that you're more gullible. And despite what some people would have us believe, it's not a virtue to be easily persuaded by people. Those who say it is, and that requiring evidence is close-minded, clearly wouldn't survive one day in a court of law. After all, what does the person with that attitude do in any situation where there's more than one version of events? And is it close-minded to require evidence of someone's guilt before locking them up? These attitudes don't stand up for a moment in the real world. It would be absurd to suggest that we need evidence for everything we're told. When a friend tells us about their day at work, we don't ask them to back up what they say. And we don't stop enjoying films and stories just because they contain incredible events. But when someone's trying to persuade us to accept something as fact or take some sort of risk, demanding valid evidence helps us distinguish true claims from false ones. And that's an invaluable ability in a world where believing false claims can seriously damage your wealth and your health. Critical thinking is not incompatible with open-mindedness. On the contrary, it empowers an open mind. Even though demanding valid evidence may lead you occasionally to reject ideas that are poorly supported but nonetheless valid, if and when evidence accumulates for those ideas, an open mind will allow you to reconsider them and possibly dislodge false ideas you'd previously accepted as true. This approach is promoted by science. By contrast, when you have an open mind but demand little or no evidence before accepting things, you leave your understanding of reality much more up to chance. Even worse, if you've accepted false ideas uncritically and close your mind to anything that contradicts them, you won't recognise true ideas even when the evidence is overwhelming, and you'll sabotage your own capacity for learning. If you believe in pseudoscientific and supernatural concepts, that's your privilege. If you want to put forward your personal reasons for believing in them, understanding that whoever's listening may have questions or find flaws in your arguments, that's fine. But if you're in the habit of targeting individuals you've never met and suggesting they're in some way deficient just because they don't believe in these concepts, If you reject conflicting evidence and counter-arguments without consideration, but demand that others accept your arguments and what you regard as evidence uncritically, not only is that closed-minded, it's controlling, arrogant, and presumptuous in the extreme. More importantly, when you're trying to make it seem unreasonable for someone to want evidence before changing a significant attitude or take a significant risk, the mere fact that your claim requires a suspension of critical thinking should indicate it's not the other person that needs to demand less evidence, but you that needs to demand more. Before presuming to advise others to be open-minded, think about some of the widely accepted ideas you dismiss without consideration. You might need the advice you're dispensing far more than other people. Remember too that an open mind that demands little or no evidence for ideas before accepting them will let in an awful lot of rubbish.
The grab, come back. I wanted you to wait until the video was over. I didn't mean to send you away. Please come back. I saw you. I just wanted to finish that video. I didn't want you to drop off. Please come back, Andrea. Beg. Please come back. Come back.
I'm no
come back.
beggar.
Well, I am. I'm not too proud to beg.
Come
I'll
back.
beg.
It was only a 9-minute video. Can
Yeah,
I tell you a
go
quick
ahead.
ghost story while we wait?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please. Mm-mm.
So my cousin posted definitive evidence of a ghost that she witnessed on her Facebook page. I didn't put my words in the right order there. She posted a video, and it was a video of definitive proof of a ghost that she witnessed, okay? So she went to her friend's house, and this friend just moved into a new place that had a ghost. And so the video was
Of course.
Oh, the video was so pathetic. I can't believe that she thought she was so convinced that this was proof. So they have a ball. The ball is about the size of a light, kind of sparkly balls that kids play with. You know what I mean? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's hardwood floor, and she rolls the ball. And their idea is that the ghost is haunted by a little kid. Okay, so she rolls the ball down the hallway, and it goes and it goes and it slows down and it stops and it hesitates and it rolls back to her. She goes, "Can you see this ghost kid just rolled the ball back to me? We've been doing it. He's been playing ball with us this whole time." I'm just like,
Well,
I don't even have to give you an explanation. Like, obviously.
Right, but it's again when I'm referring to like Ryan Upchurch or any of a host of things in this video just did a perfect example, because of course these people engage in logic like I do. It always just shows an incredible level of a lack of imagination. So again, the criticism is always so misplaced, because they'll suggest that it is us that lack imagination and open-mindedness, and yet it's a perfect example of confirmation bias. You've already presumed that this is a ghost. I mean, in this case, in your story, you've already presumed that the house is haunted, and you presumed that it's a little child. You have no evidence of any of those things. So then any anomaly is then evidence, again, confirmation bias, evidence that your hypothesis is true, that there's a disembodied soul, that the place is haunted by this disembodied soul, and that you know the nature of this disembodied soul, and indeed what this disembodied soul cares about. So it's a child that wants to play with the ball. You completely have no curiosity in trying to actually understand why it is that this ball has rolled in an anomalous way.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is what all the people that believe in paranormal and the supernatural do, is they already have a preconceived belief. They don't understand what holding a belief does to a brain. So once you believe something, we are rationalization machines. We are justification machines. We will find explanations to support our belief, what we've already concluded about the nature of reality. And nowhere in this exercise are these people at all curious to any other possible explanation than the one that they've already pre-concluded. So that this is the opposite of open-mindedness. It's the opposite of curiosity. You already claim to know. Nothing can be said to you that will disconfirm what you already claim to know. And anybody that proposes alternate possibilities is the one who's lacking in imagination and closed-minded. I mean, it's just the complete opposite way of being a rational, reasonable person, because you should go through all of the list of, if you're truly a curious person and you're truly imaginative, then you would think about all of the entire set of possible explanations for this, and you wouldn't exclude any of them. You would want to test each and every one of them. But these people, they only have one. And they're completely closed-minded to any alternative possibility from another curious, imaginative mind. And to the Grab, thank you for coming back. I felt bad because you dropped off because I was just playing the video and I didn't want you to leave. So how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
I realized that I had.
Uh-oh, your audio's cutting out a little bit.
Oh, really? Can't? It's not good.
Now it's a little bit better. Say, Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled.
I think your peppers didn't come through.
Delay.
There is a delay. Have you had this problem before?
Okay.
Some people say sometimes
browser and come back. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Try a different browser. That'd be good. I never even thought about trying a different browser because some people just say that Restream sucks balls, and it might be Restream sucks balls. I don't know.
You never know. Tech is a tricky thing. Sometimes it helps to restart whatever device you're using. Sometimes you've got too many windows open. You need to close your windows down, blah, blah, blah. It could be lots of different things.
By the way, what did you think of that video on open-mindedness?
I really enjoyed that because other people are so much better at explaining things than me. But in that, what I would say to that is I'm not an expert in that. So maybe that's why I fail at conveying those sorts of. Anyways, I liked how they laid out. The fact that people people with supernatural beliefs or just these really strong, adamant claims to what they believe in are actually the people who are closed-minded, although they are the ones that proclaim that they are open-minded and you need to be more open-minded. I really liked the way they laid that out.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things you see all the time in my line of work, I'm sure that sounds very presumptuous, is the notion that, let's see if the Grab, is that any better? Say something. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Well, now I don't hear a goddamn thing. You got a good internet connection, though. Uh-oh. Well, that wasn't the solution. But so, what was I going to say? Oh, that the thing that I notice all the time. It's essentially the same thing as your ball story, but that somebody has an anomaly. For example, UFOs, the best example. And the guy in that video sort of alludes to that same sort of argument. Someone says, I saw something in the sky, and you can't explain it. Okay, let's say we completely concede it. We concede that we don't know what it was. But this person is telling you that it's an alien. So from an unexplained optical phenomenon of some sort. So, we see a video, we see a picture, we see a light, whatever. We concede all of those things. We've seen a light, we've seen an object, we've seen something move, right? We concede all of those points. nowhere in that equation is that definitive evidence of an alien contact. So I'm always telling people again, people show me a blurry image of something and they say that's a ghost, and I go no, and they say that's evidence of a ghost. I say no, that's evidence of a blurry picture. People will say, on the religious front, well, God is true because it says so in the Bible. Okay, no, the Bible is evidence of a book. Okay, the Bible is not evidence of a God. A picture is not evidence of an alien contact. It's evidence of some anomaly, something we can't explain. It's evidence of a picture of something like that. But none of that is evidence for the things that they suggest it is. So you'll find in all of these sorts of claims, people tell you what it is, and then essentially, sort of ask you to disprove that it's that thing. And you're saying, you've not provided me evidence of an alien. You've not provided me evidence of a Bigfoot. You've not provided me evidence of ghosts. You've not provided evidence of telekinetic powers. You've not provided me evidence of people being able to read people's minds at a distance. You provided me evidence of anomalies, things that we can't explain, things that, and first of all, as this person says, somebody's telling you about their experience and then saying you can't disprove that or you can't explain it. And this guy rightfully says, I don't have access to your experience. First of all, I'm not in your brain. I wasn't there. So if there was any physical anomaly, occurring outside of your brain, I was not there to investigate it. Nobody was there to investigate it. And yet you are telling me that I'm closed-minded for not accepting your claim as with your interpretation. All of these things are not scientific. The grab, now your internet bars are really low. Before you had strong internet, but now you have a red dot for your internet connection. You had a good connection before. Okay, now it's yellow. Say something, see if it works.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, you sound like you're beaten by the tech problems. And I can hear you.
Oh, you can? Okay. No, I'm not beaten at all.
Oh,
I was
good.
just
Oh,
staring
you
at
sound like goddamn technology. Oh,
no.
The
now
audio is very low, though.
I can. No, I should be able to fix that. Let me see if I crank her up. I mean, I can hear you. You're better now, so it's okay.
I think I'm just talking quietly.
That's
Okay.
better.
How are you? How's life? How's everything going?
Oh, I got really sick. I got the flu. So I wanted to say, if anyone can get the flu shot, like if you believe in it, like I think you should. That was probably the sickest. I'm not kidding you. I swear to you,
Yikes.
the sickest I've ever been in my life. And I had an illness that took really specialized treatment for about many months. And this was worse than that. It was horrible.
Yikes. Well, it
Yeah.
wasn't even COVID. It wasn't even COVID.
No, it wasn't. I still haven't gotten COVID. I have a compromised immune system, so I've been like
Yikes.
super careful about COVID because of that sickness, But this flu was gnarly. Holy cow! I went on like a really nice trip, and then like kind of spur of the moment, just went. I've never done that before, and then I came home
Nice.
from that trip, and literally, I swear to you, I must have pulled into my driveway and been like, wow, I don't feel good. And then was knocked out after that. So I haven't really been on YouTube at all since like beginning of October.
Well,
Because there was no internet access in
that's
big
good.
servers.
If you remember, one of the last time we talked, I said, go take a trip to Tahiti and have frickin', cocktails on the beach with your toes in the sand. You're like, I don't like sand and I don't drink. I'm like, well, whatever. Take a frickin', get on a goddamn train and go to Tibet or something. You're like, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I did go to the ocean though.
Oh, did you have fun?
I went to Big Sur, and I'm really into I'm a treasure hunter, or like just like a very curious person, Like I'm like really a curious person, so I like climbing around things and like finding things. Anyway, I just spent hours digging through rocks and finding beach jade and like beach different fossils and different kind of stones, you know?
So, and you didn't find any YouTube drama there, did you?
No, we didn't. I didn't. Well, I went by myself with my dog, so we didn't have access to the internet.
No. But I mean, when you were collecting stuff on the beach, you
Oh
didn't
my
find
God.
any
No.
YouTube drama, did you?
No.
Like nothing was among the shells or the rocks or anything.
No.
I'm being
I
a
know.
cheeky bastard,
I know. I think I sent you a photo of the ocean at one point.
Oh, you
Early on.
did.
Yeah.
You
The
did.
probably my first day there. Yeah.
Nice. By the way, for anybody still awake in the room, please take Patricia's words of wisdom, because that is a nugget of wisdom right there for you all to behold.
Ooh. Being the mercy.
Right?
What does that mean? Like I'm confused by that.
Well, I just, if you claim to be, anally abducted, it's likely not Ming the Merciless. It's likely you had some strange experience that you can't explain, but unlikely that you've been. That one of my favorite lines from that Terence McKenna thing is the pro bono proctologist from another, galaxy.
Hmm.
It's unlikely that those things are happening. I mean, is it possible? Sure, but as I'm always sort of pointing out, I'm more interested in what is likely and less interested in what is possible. There are there are quadzillion. That's not a number, but it's a if it were, it would be a big one. Amount of possibilities in this world, but I have a limited time on this planet, and I'm more interested in the things that we can say are likely than the near infinite amount of things that are possible. I can't do much with things that are mildly possible, but I can do a lot with things that are highly likely.
Right. Isn't quadzillion more of an estimate or average? Just kidding.
Yeah, no, quadzillion. It might actually be a cousin of Godzilla, so it might be more of a cryptozoology animal that may or may not have lived in our ancient past, and may or may not live in some subterraneous lair in Japan.
Oh, I like to use the term squadillion personally.
Squadillion, yeah, good.
Yep.
I think that's bigger. I think that's bigger than quadzillion.
Could be. It could be.
But I'm not a mathematician. Calculus almost killed me. It's the only class that it took me 2 times to pass it, and that I ever took more than once. Now, granted, it's not like I paid any attention, but still it was hard, because for the most part, I could pass everything without paying any attention. But that was a class that I actually had to take a second time and pay attention to pass it. And so there. What's the hardest class, Andrea and the Grab? What's the hardest class that you ever took?
English.
Philosophy.
English?
Yeah.
Critical thinking. Philosophy. What? English?
Well, critical thinking is philosophy.
English language. I speak English.
Well, you didn't speak English. So that makes sense. A lot of people don't speak philosophy, so and philosophy has more words than English.
Patricia,
yeah, but the
beach
fact
jade.
that philosophy involves math blew my mind.
Yeah, well, I teach formal logic, which is different than informal logic, and that requires math. So, like, what philosophy attempts to do is convert human ideas and thinking. That's why in the Terence McKenna video, he's talking about mathematical thinking. That's what he's talking about. Basically, if you think about it, what we're trying to do when we're doing logic is we're trying to convert language, which is very ambiguous and complex, and doesn't nearly have the solidity and of meaning that mathematics does. But we're attempting to convert ideas and words into mathematical formula. So that's what a syllogism is, trying to reduce ideas and truth claims about the universe into mathematical equations, where you're doing, if A, B, and C are true, therefore D. So that's what a syllogism is. A syllogism is a form of constructing an argument in such a way that it can be reduced to deductive logic. And if the structure is sound, if the argument is valid and the premises are true, then the conclusion derives naturally and logically from the construction and the premises. But so if you really want to get into hardcore logic, then you're doing math essentially.
Yeah, totally.
But it's hard to convert ideas into mathematical formulas because they don't have the solidity that mathematical constructs have. And math, by definition, is deductive, and that's why there's always the interesting question in philosophy of mathematics, which is it discovered or invented? If it's invented, it's normal that we would be able to deduce things logically by design, whereas language doesn't have that luxury. And now I'm getting a bit esoteric, so we should change the story and maybe talk about more ghost stories.
Oh, I have a couple ghost stories, but let me ask you a question first. Do you know the films of the Korean director Park Chan-wook? He'd made Old Boy, the original Old Boy.
What other movies has he made that I might know? Because I don't
The
know that one.
Vengeance trilogy and Maiden. He's pretty he's pretty amazing. But I just saw his newest film, and it is so spectacular, amazing,
What
beautiful,
what
good.
what what's it called?
Decision. The English title is Decision to Leave. It was really good.
Okay, I
Really
mean, I definitely like a lot of the Korean
Huh?
stuff coming out, and we're sort of lucky the last few years. And there's obviously a big Korean film industry, really taking off because they've
Well, I
they've
mean,
had a lot of.
in that way, it's just until recent that Americans have paid attention to it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure of that, but the fact that we are getting becoming aware because there's just a lot of Korean. I mean, a lot of it's there's like a recent one. What's the one? Maybe you'll know of it. One where we're all dead or whatever. All the kids at the school with the zombies.
Yeah, All of Us Are Dead. I haven't
Yeah,
seen it. I'm not
yeah,
really into the ones that are on US Netflix. I mean, there's a
right,
couple, but
right. I
but
mean, I've
yeah,
seen a lot that I do like, and I've seen a lot that now I know they're also capitalizing on the American interest in Korean
yeah.
films, and some of that is just it's not good. So that I think sucks.
This one. This one, yeah, that I wasn't into that either. I thought it was stupid. Gray really liked it though. Gray really liked that
Okay.
one. But I think that was the one he really liked. He tried to get me to watch it. I was like, I know I don't really like it. I can already tell. But this film, he's Park Chan Wook is like such a phenomenal filmmaker. But this one is a lot different than his other films. It's totally like, oh, it's beautiful, and it's more of a love story, but not a love story. It's a murder. A guy gets pushed off of a, well, he doesn't get pushed. You don't know if he gets pushed or he fell off of a mountain climbing with his
Okay.
and it just the nuances of language and like it's just beautiful. Oh my gosh, it is
Oh,
so good.
oh,
It's kind of a little bit Hitchcock like
okay.
looking. I mean, it's a really great film. I think it will be nominated for Best Director. And I was talking to a couple of friends of mine that I also saw it with, and it won Best Director at Cannes. So
Well, nice. Well, then
it's
I'll try to
amazing.
check it out.
Yeah, try.
And I definitely somebody just asked about the asteroid being deflected. I definitely know about that because it's proof of concept. From sci-fi, we've been talking about a long time. Hello, Alley Cat Tales.
Tails, I like that person.
So yes, I certainly know about it. And it's proof of concept. So now we know that we can change the trajectory of a heavenly body coming to send us the way of the dinosaurs and the dodo. So it's a pretty good thing, I would say.
the audition. I wouldn't.
Do I need to see what's that other show on Netflix with that game show thing where they have that really dark
Money Grab?
the Squid Show or the
Squid Game. I didn't like Squid Game. I mean, I liked it because I watched it with my aunt, and there's a lot of things that like a Western audience wouldn't understand about that show, because the translation is not that good. Even if you're even reading the subtitles, it's a bit off. But those games were they're childhood games. So my aunt is of the age basically of the older man in the show. So she figured it out from the beginning, and so did I. Like she and I talked about it from the very beginning. But it's a lot of like.
Well, plus I forgot God, I forgot who I'm talking about. You even used it in your gosh darn videos.
I used it in my videos because it's hard for me to get excited about, like, representation does really matter. Do you know what I mean? And so for me,
it took me a while because I mean, I wouldn't say I tend to have a bit of a conservative skew when it comes to the idea of meritocracy. Even though I'd consider myself a liberal, but or more of a liberal, but I have really come to appreciate the idea of representation, and now I'm on board because I was a bit afraid of the affirmative action aspect of
For sure,
representation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. For me, it's hard for me to relate to characters and their life stories when, honestly, when I can't relate to them visually on a lot of ways. I'm a really visual person, and for whatever reason, it's like when so I have a master's degree in, like, my master's is in broadcast journalism. And I didn't do anything with it. But since I was a little kid, I was always obsessed with the news. And it wasn't until like I started really trying to understand what it was about the news. It's a lot of the storytelling of it, but also it was Connie Chung, to be honest, because she was the only Asian woman you see on TV as when I was a kid in this country. You know what I mean?
And she got blacklisted, if I remember correctly, right?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I think
she got blacklisted at some point. I forget what she did at some point, but she got blacklisted.
Yeah, I don't know about that stuff, but I will say, like, because she was an Asian woman that I would see on TV, then I would always watch the news. And
well, that's why I said I'm on board with the representation argument, because it took me a while to recognize that if you're, for example, in your case, if you're a young Asian woman or you're a young black boy or a young black girl or Persian or American Indian or whatever it is, and you don't see any representations of your ethnicity or culture in high station in this world, in particular fields, you might just consider that to not be something that you should aspire to, because you're
relatability.
Yeah, but also you might also not pursue it because you don't think maybe you're worthy of it. Maybe you're built not for that sort of thing.
That's not really, wasn't really it for me. It was more like, seeing these people on TV made me feel like a whole person, like I was being seen as well. Do you know what I mean?
But I think it's the same. I think it's the same phenomenon. Might just be a different aspect of it, but it's the same phenomenon in that if you see something that looks like you, it interests you. It keeps your attention, and then it sets a role model, something that you might aspire to be. So even, for example, something as simple, I can give you a simpler example, which is not about ethnicity, but in this case about gender. You see a Baryshnikov for the first time. So I came from a world where I was taught to be, I had to be a star athlete, and I had to play, macho male sports, for example. So my mother had put me into taekwondo as a kid because she thought it was more respectable and less violent. She thought it was respectful the way that they conducted themselves, that they had all sorts of rules. And my father was like, no son of mine is going to be, doing karate. He's going to have to be the star baseball player, the star football player, because that was what his generation was all about. So for example, if you come from that world, this sort of, white macho male athlete sort of thing, the idea of wanting to be a dancer or be a ballerina, for example, would be just completely off limits culturally for you. It wouldn't even enter into your sphere of influence. But then you see, someone like Baryshnikov. So I grew up with someone like Baryshnikov, and he was beautiful, and he was masculine, and he was strong, and he was powerful, and he could do these freaking jumps that were amazing. And when I first saw that didn't come off to me as gay or effeminate or anything. It just came off as athletic and aesthetically beautiful and powerful. And in the same way that when I saw Michael Jordan move on a basketball court, I was moved by it as a male sort of thing. And so that's an example of representation, where then there's going to be a straight young boy somewhere who decides that he wants to go into, ask his mother if he can take up ballet, because he doesn't see a stigma. And then the world starts to overcome that stigma and go, okay, not everybody who wants to be a male ballerina is a homosexual or something like that, And anyway, that's just another example of representation.
No,
Or a male nurse,
Sure.
right?
Don't they make football players take ballet? It's like good balance.
I think they are now. As a matter of fact, I recently saw that. I also saw this really charming video the other day with a bunch of black fathers, like big tough black guys, in their daughters' ballerina class. And I thought that was also really good because, again, ballet is another topic like with tennis. That's why, like, for example, the Williams sisters becoming tennis stars was good for representation. So this video was adorable because it had all these black fathers, supporting their daughters as ballerinas, and it was just adorable. It was cute, and they were supporting them, and they were trying to do all the plies, and it was charming to watch. It was fun.
That's awesome.
It was awesome. By the way, did you know that frickin' Gray came up on my panel for 4 hours and decided that he thought it was a good idea to have a political debate? Like, really, Gray?
Yeah, that's not a great idea.
It ended up being positive, and we had fun with it. But
it can get. I mean, he and I would have really heated, intense discussions because there are some things that I'm not going to go into it, but
yeah, well, no, exactly. I didn't want to go into the detail. I just thought it was like, I mean, really, that's what you chose to want to talk about on my panel, but okay. And because my platform is not, it's an intellectual forum, so nothing should be taboo. I went like, okay, you want to go there? Okay, let's do it. And we conducted it politely and respectfully, and we disagreed on a lot of points, but we came to some common ground. It was fine.
The thing that always used to get me about Gray was like, he would always be like, no, you can't agree to disagree because black is black and white is white. You know what I mean? Like, not necessarily like people's skin color, but there is like X is X, Y is Y. I'm like, well, not if X equals X plus 1, then it's not X. You know what I mean? Like, I would come up with all these things, and it would get really nasty.
Well, we even talked about that topic, that specific topic, and I
disagree.
Well, no, I explained to him where there are areas where we can agree to disagree, where things are open to equally plausible interpretations.
Sure.
And then there are areas like, for example, I discussed how 1 + 1 = 2 is not a debatable topic.
But it could be debatable if
well, I always use integers.
1%, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. I always go into these areas. I mean, I agree with you 100%, but I'm a kind of person that will always try to.
It was funny because in that topic I said, because I've done this enough times to know, I said 1 + 1 for all integers is 2.
Oh, very good, very good.
And then he said, wow, he said, you've done this before because you used integers. And I'm like, yes, because I'm used to there's always a contrarian who shows up to say, for all large variants of 1,
Absolutely.
the answer tends towards 3.
Yeah. Yep. We hate you. No, I'm just kidding.
So what did you see that open-mindedness video?
I haven't watched YouTube since the beginning of October.
No, the video I just played now.
A little bit of it because I was washing off my face because
Oh, okay.
I'm getting my life back. You know what I mean? Like it's been
Nice.
really interesting. It's been really good.
You're getting the sand out of your ears from Big Sur?
I hated Big Sur. I'll be honest with you. Hi, Rennie.
Well, there's nothing very special about Billy. About God darn it! I just read Billy Elliot and Big Sur in the same mouthful, and Patricia's a smartass like I am. So no, I never even saw Billy Elliot, but I know of Billy Elliot. And
so
no, I
thing with Big Sur is that everyone talked. Like I've lived in California almost 10 years now, and so this is the first time I've ever gone on a vacation that is not having anything to do with work whatsoever, and there was no working to be done, and there was no agenda, and there was no like plan, because I'm pretty much like a workaholic, or I was prior to the event that happened, the events that happened in my life. This is not, so you guys, this is not about Josh at all. Like I haven't thought about him in a long time. Like seriously,
but we're gonna call it the stuff.
But this stuff in my life a couple years ago, you know what I mean? So, and more so like starting in 2017. And
have you gotten any more gifts?
No, just those 2 that I told you about.
Yeah.
But
and any update from the police?
I have the incident reports. So it's, they can't make a police report because it's not like he signed his name on those packages, but I don't think we've even talked about those packages. But anyway, I haven't even thought about it. But the thing about Big Sur was like almost 10 years ago, I've lived in California. Do you know how many times I've been to the beach since I've lived in California? 0 times. I came to the beach.
I'm from California, and California does not have great beaches. I'm sorry, but I'm spoiled as a motherfucker because I've been to the Caribbean, and I've been to the South Pacific, and I've been to Hawaii, and I live in South Florida, and Kauai and California beaches suck balls, and the water's cold and
dirty, and it's like real slimy people. I went to the beach one time.
Spoiled.
Absolutely. I've been to the beach one time at Venice when I came on tour with a band to Los Angeles. And it was like we had to go there to pick something up from somebody or something. And we went on that boardwalk, and it was disgusting. But I don't go on vacations. I don't go and do things like that. And everyone talks about Big Sur ever since I was like a teenager, because people love those beat poets. And I don't personally. I'm more of like a Joan Didion kind of reader. But, everyone talks about Big Sur, Big Sur, Big Sur, and I have had friends that go up there like as every opportunity they could get to go up there. And I love Henry Miller and stuff like that. It's like bohemian, and I don't really care. Bohemian equals rich if you live in Los Angeles. It's just annoying. But I was always curious, what is this big deal about Big Sur anyway? And it's like,
Riney and I need to get into it. I lived in San Diego for 5 years, and I love San Diego. San Diego has
not majestic. I agree.
Has lovely weather and lovely beaches. But I'm sorry, but once you've been to Moorea or Bora Bora or Bali,
Bali's amazing. Bali's
even where I live, like one of the places I want to go to is the Seychelles. I imagine that those beaches are absolutely glorious. Once you've been to like perfect beaches, or even Hawaii,
have you been to Fiji? Fiji beach is crazy.
I would love to go to Fiji. I think Fiji is going to be closer to Moorea, but of all the places I've been to, nothing is close to Moorea. Well, not close, but once you've been to Moorea, you know, pretty much everything fails by comparison. You'd have to go to some place like the Seychelles or Fiji, to get that perfect, turquoise. Plus, I don't like cold water. So, the
Well,
Mediterranean, for example, I'm very spoiled about the Mediterranean. So the Mediterranean does not have nice beaches in my book. But then, there's people in Greece that will say, screw you. Beaches, some beaches in Greece are absolutely gorgeous, and the soft sand, because I'm used to what are the Italian Riviera, the French Riviera, and it's all that little small pebbles, and the water's not turquoise, and it's not really ever very warm. And like 50 meters from my house, there's no trauma. You just walk into turquoise clear water, and you just walk in. You don't, like in California, I go like I stick my toes in. I'm like even in the summertime. And
well,
here
even
it's just
the beach itself, it's like you know what you're gonna step in, or step what's been buried, or like what somebody living on the beach has stuck into there. You know what I mean? It's like, no, I'm not into it. But for me, Big Sur was like, I'm not into crazy driving. You know what I mean? It's like one lane and you're going around all these curvy mountains. And like, I can't look out the window because I'm the one who's driving, and my
I just
dog, it's me
I
and my
just want to
dog.
say good night, Andrea. Thank you so much for coming up. I just want to say good night. Gonna eat. We'll be in chat. Oh, okay. Well, keep hanging out. Go have some food. I'm gonna have to need some snacks too. You can't compare perfect beaches with California beaches. Well, exactly. So, Riney, the point is not to say California beaches suck. It's to say that once you've had better beaches, you just have a preference for them. So I'm not saying California beaches suck. I'm like California beaches for me are better than most Mediterranean beaches.
See, I've
But
never spent time at the beach before, so this was really eye-opening for me. And actually, I have a question. Oh, Encinitas is really cool.
yeah, I've been to
But I didn't.
Encinitas. I've not been to
Do you guys?
Lucadia, but I've been to Encinitas.
Is it
What?
Riney or Rinny? Like, what is it? Renee?
Oh,
Rin?
oh, actually, if I remember correctly, she actually told us it's Rennie. So
Rennie. That's what I thought.
I keep saying Riney, but it's because I see the pronunciation phonetically. But she told us once, so I should stop making that mistake. She said her name was Rennie.
Well, I couldn't remember. I mean, I don't think I've heard what it was, but I think that I in my brain said it was Rennie, but I wasn't sure. So I wanted to see if she would clarify.
Well, you would have been wrong phonetically, but because she told us it's Rennie, you got lucky.
Oh, okay. Rennie. Anyway, so it's too curvy, and it was. I'm really afraid of heights, and so it was pretty terrifying to me. I was driving it on a weekday, so there weren't like tons of cars, but there were still like these people in their little sports cars with their hoods down. Like the roof is down, like they're driving really fast. So every opportunity I could get off of the road to let someone pass me, even if I could see a car was way far behind me. I'm like, I'm not gonna go more than you know 30 miles and 25 miles, 30 miles an hour. This is not for me. Like, I don't like one lane curvy mountain road.
I'm trying to think. So when I was a kid, we used to go clamming in Pismo. Cold as
Pismo
hell.
was so cool. I stopped there on my way home, and I found sand dollars on the beach. I've never seen a real sand dollar like that.
We used to go clamming, and it was cold, but you'd have the things, and then you had to throw back the small ones, and I'm not a clam fan, but I don't mind them fried and breaded. They're tasty.
Yeah.
In any case, so
Pismo was super cool, I thought.
I was in LA till I was 25, but I lived on Lincoln and Washington.
Yeah.
So, do you know that little like steak fast food place, the sort of Philly cheesesteak stand right there in the corner, sort of well known? Is it still there? Do you know what I'm talking about?
It's still there.
It's still there, right? And then there was like what's the Bogart movie?
That weird, like sandwich shop?
Well, you know which one I'm talking about, right? The Philly cheesesteak place?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't know that that's still there, though.
Oh, you don't know it's still there. And then there was a Mexican Spanish restaurant that what's the movie with Bogart? The Moroccan city. Casablanca, is that place still there?
Yeah, yeah.
Casablanca is still
Like
there.
kind of not really like it's kind of run down. I'm gonna say
Yeah, it was kind of old. I mean, it wasn't real typical Mexican, so I wouldn't be surprised. But they made homemade tortillas there. It
Hollywood,
was what?
kind of West Hollywood ish,
Yeah, yeah. It was like. Do you remember that? Do you know that Mexican place in West Hollywood?
where
Like not a
Sharon went.
not a very good Mexican place, but it's called something Coyote.
Yeah, where Sharon, where the woman that was
Was it-
murdered by Charles Manson had her last meal.
Oh,
Sharon
what's
Tate
it?
had her last meal there. El
What?
Coyote.
El Coyote, and all the waitresses have like beehives.
Yeah, the
Is
big
that
thing about that place is that there's a plaque on the wall that shows you where Sharon Tate had her last meal.
Oh, I mean, my mom and I used to go there all the time. And then, do you still have that Versailles, the Cuban chicken place?
Yeah, that's there.
That's still there. I mean, I remember what was that? What's the train car in West Hollywood that has the hot
Oh,
dogs? Carnies, Carnies.
that place, it's kind
That's
of like by. See, there's a bar across the
on
street that I
on
went to one time.
on on Melrose. Yeah, El Coyote. Yeah, my mom and I used to go there. It's not very good Mexican, but at the time it
Yes.
was sort of a chicy, cheeky sort of place. So there was Carnies, and then I long for Pinks. I need to go back and have.
That, they always
I
have a lot.
love. Yeah, I love Pinks. I'm trying to think of other typical because I lived in Venice, and there used to be like a Campos that's like cheap Mexican fast food that
Oh
I
my gosh,
love.
yeah, there's also one in Silver Lake area, Campos del Cida, I think it's called.
Oh,
Um,
I don't know. Is that the same chain or a different one?
so I mean, I went there for my last birthday. My best friend, well, one of my best friends has the same birthday as me, and we
Okay,
filled the restaurant, the two of us, with people, and it was
nice.
the
I
funnest thing. And they have it's a fun place to go. That
I
place is
would
awesome. It's
I would die to go to Pink's. Well, I don't know if that's the same chain though, because Campos was a cheap
oh
little
yeah, this is cheap.
fast. It's a fast food little place. They have greasy enchiladas and old style tacos. I mean,
Yeah.
like for me, screw the nouvelle cuisine, fancy Mexican taco
Yeah.
places. I just want the old greasy spoon ones. You know?
So that's kind of like Campo del Cida is like, I mean, it's been around since like actually quite a few films were filmed in there. I think they
Okay.
filmed some of what is the one with the two rival gangs? It's a musical, Guys and Dolls.
What?
I think
Oh,
they
I thought I was going to say West Side Story with
Oh,
the
West
Jets and the
Side Story.
Sharks.
It was West Side Story. Yeah, they filmed some of West Side Story. So it's got all these pictures on the wall. It's like so fun, and the waiters have been around since like forever, I guess. And there's like some characters in the bar area that are there every night, and they're like genuine characters, and they're so Campo del Cida. Yeah, do you like that place?
Oh, I,
It's so fun.
I don't know that place. I mean, I went to the, you'll remember this. It's like the oldest Mexican restaurant in LA.
Mhm.
It's sort of I think it's downtown.
Oh, it's
Um,
like a dance club that's next door. It's like a bar, and they turned it like punk kind of next door.
no, I'm talking about this. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I haven't been to LA in years, but there's like the oldest style Mexican restaurant.
No, I think that's
Um,
the place because I went there the first day I was in Los Angeles. My friends that had lived in Los Angeles were like, "You have to go to this place. It's like so old and like historical LA style kind of thing." And then, but there's a punk club that's next door
well,
now.
then that might be it. Let me just see. Oh, El Charo? No, that's not it. El Cholo? No. What's that? That's not El Charo. Um, old old Mexican restaurant. I think isn't it like El Cholo or something like that? Oh, hold on, Los Angeles. El Cholo.
I think it's the
Yeah,
same place I'm thinking of, to be
yeah,
honest.
it's El Cholo. I went there. I mean, it wasn't
It's like
that
on
good.
Sixth Street. Is it on Sixth?
Maybe let's see on Western.
Oh, it's on Western? I don't know then. No, that would be right. That would be right if it's on Western because I remember we went if you Western goes Wilshire and Western is Koreatown. And so you would go, yeah, that's the same place I'm thinking of for sure.
Okay, and then I'm just trying to think of other, things. I went to Pali, so I went to Pacific Palisades. I went to uni, and then I got kicked out of uni, and I went to Pali, and graduated at Pali. But so I lived in Westwood Village on Wilshire and well, right outside of Westwood Village back in the day when people would still cruise, and that was the big hot spot was to go into Westwood Village. And then I moved to West LA, and I lived on Bundy and Wilshire, so it was right up the street from where Simpson, his wife got
Oh, uh-huh.
murdered, like in Brentwood, right up the street. And then my best friend used to live on Burlingame, so he was like a block away from OJ's house, on Burlingame. I don't know if you know where that is. And I delivered flowers to his wedding. Actually, he owes me $20, but he can keep it. And then I lived so I lived in Venice. I lived in West LA and Bundy. I lived in Westwood Village, and yeah, and most of my friends lived in like Brentwood and Pacific Palisades, but yeah, because you're more in the city, right?
No, well, see, I'm on the east side, so I'm
Right.
in this like area called Highland Park that is like
Yeah.
super. 8 years ago, it was named like the hippest neighborhood in the country, but now it's like gone way over the top hip, and I
How
moved it before then.
you're
So
you're you're not far from what, like the Hollywood Bowl and
no,
from the.
I'm far from there. So I'm like,
Oh, okay.
where like Arts District is in downtown LA, and then there's like Chinatown, and then there's like South Pasadena if you're on the 10, and then
Okay.
I'm between like technically like between the 2 and the 10. So it's like
How far are you? How
Glen
far are you from the
South Pasadena.
and the planetarium? How far are you from that?
I mean, I'm closer to like Echo Park and stuff like that, So I'm like by South Pasadena and between South Pasadena and Glendale, but a long ways apart. Do you know what I mean? So it's like this area
Yeah.
is called Highland Park, Eagle Rock, Mount Washington. So that's where I'm at in that mix. Like, and it's got lots of hills, so I'm up on like the biggest hill.
Yeah, that was I was more West Side, so I was more Santa Monica, Venice Beach.
Totally. So when I moved to LA, though, the fashion brand that I worked for, they put me up at do you know where the Grove is in West Hollywood? The
Yeah,
shopping
yeah.
Grove.
I mean, I think the last time I was there, they had the Grove because the Grove before used to just be Melrose, right?
Yeah, so the where I would report to work every day was on in Melrose Place, so like not Melrose,
Yeah.
but way down where like the corner store, like the store with all the leaves on it, Actually, that was
I mean,
the company.
that's also pretty close to where that Versailles place is, right?
Yeah,
That I was
totally.
talking about.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we went there a lot to eat, actually.
Because I'm not, I mean, I'm an LA boy, but I've been away for so long that I sort of forget. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I got in a car, I would just remember. But it's been so long. I mean, I left at 25, so I left 30 years ago. But I used to visit my mother, pretty much twice a year up until about 15 years ago, since I moved here. Because when I was in Switzerland, I was flying all the time to LA. I don't know how, but so I still sort of remembered it. But I know the thing I always remember about LA is that LA reinvents itself every couple years. So I imagine the whole city landscape has got to be different, but it still has its classic spots, right?
For sure. I mean, it all changes. I love my area, my neighborhood, but you know how LA is like, if you find your neighborhood and you find your people, then you don't really leave your neighborhood ever. Like you don't, and people in LA don't necessarily go to like, I mean, people in LA go to bars and stuff like that, but people that are like my kind of people, you just go to each other's houses or you go and you know what I mean, things like that. So I rarely leave my neighborhood, and I love that. Rini, what's your favorite band that's from Highland Park?
Hold on, I'll be right back. You talk
Okay.
about bands in Highland Park. I'll be right back.
Okay. What's your favorite band that's from Highland Park? I'm curious. Yeah, interesting. I've lived in Highland Park for mm, eight, 8 years now, I think. And it's changed so much. Now it's like always like couple of like cool hipster places, and the hipster not meaning like stupid hipster, but now it's like none of the old places there. It's like there's a stationery store where you could buy a pair of scissors for like $40 that just look kind of cool. Warbringer, I've heard of them actually. Yeah, that's interesting. You're an interesting lady. Um. Anyway, now there's like a couple venues, and it looks like there's a street festival happening on on the main street called York. Yeah, I know they are a thrash metal band. Um, I think they play at the this like there's actually I'm gonna look that up because I feel like the person I know. I don't really love thrash metal. When I was younger, maybe, but it's not really my thing so much. But you're saying that Rini will love something. I thought Rini was saying that I will love this thrash metal band. I was gonna say I don't know if I would love that much. But anyway, Highland Park is awesome. I like my neighborhood so much, but I like where I live because it doesn't feel like LA. Actually
I,
have to.
I have a question for you because I've not been there for so long.
Sure.
More and more people tell me that, especially like Venice Beach and places like that.
I've only been to
And,
beach once, so I can't.
and
If it's about Venice,
oh,
I can't help you.
well, and just more and more of LA is just like homeless, you know,
It's more.
uh,
Yeah, there's a
dy-
lot of
dy-
homeless.
dystopia also downtown, I think too, right? And
Well,
Hollywood
Skid
even,
Row
Chris.
is ridiculous now in terms of like the tent city stuff. And then really on the neighborhood streets, there's like mazes. It's like these intricate like tent forts, So the unhoused population has grown quite a bit, but LA actually has my neighborhood, Highland Park, has done this thing where they took this old parking lot that basically a lot of became a tent city without it being allowed to become a tent city, but it did. They made all of these tiny houses. So basically, those little like storage container, like shed type looking things that they sell
Yeah,
outside of Home Depot. They're a bit
yeah.
smaller than that. They constructed this entire parking lot full of these tiny houses for homeless people, and it's really changed the neighborhood a lot. Like under the freeway passes, because like the 134, you can access that from it's like between the 134 and the 10. It's like a lot of overpasses and a lot of tent city through there. So they've done a really good job of not having to really sweep out these unhomed or unhoused people. They've given beautiful, like wonderful options for them. And when you give people responsibility and you invest in them, they step up to it. You know what I mean? So I think that it's changed things quite a bit. And what I've also noticed is that, I have this app which I hate called Nextdoor, and one called Citizen, I think it's called, and it alerts you of like the only reason I got it is because my neighborhood it felt like there was like a helicopter flying over my house every day since I'm up on the highest of the hills in the area, So it feels like there's always a helicopter above my home, and I'm always like, can I go outside? Like, what is going on? Why does this feel like this? And so I got these two apps to figure out like what was going on, but also at the same time you're finding out everything. It's like it's run by citizens, so it's like you can, if I wanted to say that there was a shooting, I could just say it and it would come up unconfirmed. And it felt like it was like, I feel like the amount of notifications that I get, and I still have the notifications on, since they've given opportunities for housing for people that are unhoused, then I feel like things have changed quite a bit, actually.
So you think maybe it's getting a little better. By the way, Gemini Slacker, since you seem to know some things about LA, where are you from? And Patricia, yeah, I mean,
Unhoused
when you're from LA, I mean, I often get told, how I'm a name dropper or whatever, but being from LA, it's just
It's hard
it.
not to be, and it's
Yeah, it's
you're
it.
meeting. It's just that you could throw a rock and hit. You will know
A
something.
bunch of celebrities, yeah.
Yeah, with and they may not even act like there. I have a bunch of friends I didn't know were celebrities. Do you know what I mean? Like when you
Well,
find your group of people and they introduce you to a group of people. Do you know what I mean? Like for me, like
well,
I'm not that interested
and
in celebrity culture, so I don't pay attention to that. But
well, I was going to say, I mean, some people are very moved by it, and the thing that it did to me, I mean, of course, when I was a poor kid moving to the city, I was certainly a bit overwhelmed by the wealth and power, but once you sort of are integrated, at least for me, um, meeting famous people was just part of living there, and the thing that it did to me was really to teach me how regular they are. And so, when you're not from LA, it's like I always meet people, then they're not from LA, and then everybody's got some story of a second cousin or a neighbor that knew somebody once or met somebody once that was had some claim to fame, and it's a big story for them. But when you're from LA, it's so ordinary. It's pretty much banal. I mean,
just people. It's just everyone works in the film industry. It's like
yeah,
if you live in Detroit, probably everyone you know maybe works in at one point in history
right,
works in automotive, right? It's the same
right.
thing in LA. It's like there's doctors and nurses that don't get hospitals, they work on sets. You know what I mean? Like people that are working in food industry is like they're working for Coyote, which is like the craft service people. You know, everybody, it's the main industry in this town. So, but
But
I'm
but
not
but
from that
but
way.
but
I
Hollywood has a unique legacy effect
sure
that these people are bigger than life. They are
some
our
act that way.
they are our archetypes, and I mean, I met um, a lot of celebrities that I basically found most of them very banal and normal.
Yeah.
And sure, some of them are egomaniacs that I found annoying as fuck.
Well, I
But
think that
then,
has to do with insecurity. When you act that way, it's about your insecurities and less about your fame. In my opinion, that's what I.
well, yeah, but I also met many of them that were lovely and
Yeah,
very regular, and you just sort of get over the star worship, or at least you really should, because once you
absolutely.
engage with
Their
with the,
job.
with enough celebrities, you realize they're just flesh and blood, for Christ's sake.
Yeah. So for me, I'm really. I remember I was sitting next to a pretty famous person that I should have known was really famous, and but he didn't look the same. He was much shorter, and he had a hearing aid because he was quite much older, you know. And I remember just being like, "You look." When I first moved to LA, actually, was like, and I remember saying it to him, and actually, it's been like an ongoing joke amongst my friends, like, but I would think it to myself, man, you look so familiar. Are you from? And I would name off all these cities that I had lived in. It's like, no, you're familiar because you're on TV. Oh, it's kind of embarrassing, but most of the time I don't recognize these people, and they just act like normal people. I will learn that person. Oh my god. Oh wow, weird. Like I never can really feel it. It's just a part of the industry. But I wanted to say to Rini, like unhoused, I think is. I mean, anything can be your home. My car could be a car could be the home. The under the bush could be the home, but a house is different than home. So to say unhoused is you know what I mean? I think that makes more sense to me in my brain rather than homeless because they have homes. It's just not a house the way that other people think of house. So I think
Yeah.
that's what works for me. But I know a lot of people are like
One and
unhoused. So
one
like
also now California has become this parody of itself, and there's been a lot of exodus, and a lot of people, whatever, I don't know, have this um, idea that California is now just like sort of unlivable. But one of the things that people
it's not.
forget is that it's the fifth biggest economy in the world, for Christ's sake,
Yeah.
and the California has been to some extent a victim of its own
Yeah.
success. Everybody in America, has always had the fantasy of moving to California, and unfortunately,
I mean, think
the
of like
California is strewn with people. Everybody's an actor and a musician, but of course, they're just driving a taxi and a bartender, as a side gig. But I mean, everybody moves there from all over America. So to some extent, California has suffered from its own legend, its own
absolutely.
success. So it's not a surprise that at some point it was going to reach some critical mass and some overgrowth and some overpopulation and then some problems. But the people that are so quick to jump on how terrible it is, like, well, that's because nobody wants to live in your state,
Well, I mean, I can personally, for me, I could live in any state, to be honest with you, even the ones that might not accept me or the places that might not accept me as I am. You know what I mean? I could still live there, and I actually would consider moving to those places because I think it's important. I think that at the heart, we can all find things as humans to connect on, and I found that to be quite true when I've been dealing with my dad's situation because I was calling these places in the middle of the country. They couldn't see what I looked like, but they could hear my story and we could relate on this common level. It was quite beautiful, strangers, But at the same time, I think that people will always have a stigma about California, but California, for me, like you have the same issues and the same things, like whether you believe on the left or you believe on the right or in the middle or a little bit of both, you're going to find all of that everywhere, depending on where you are in the state of California. It is a huge state,
It's huge. It's its own country. Again, it's the fifth biggest economy in the world, people. One state in the U.S.
So I think people tend to forget that, like Korea, South Korea. Okay, South Korea is 1/4 of the size of California, the state.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy to me. That's South Korea, not North and South Korea combined. We're just talking about South Korea. So an entire country is 1/4 of the state of California. It is a massive state. I don't even feel like I live in Los Angeles. I wouldn't live here if it weren't for.
Well, and the thing about California, again, given that it's so big, is that I don't think people realize, one of the amazing things about California is you just have massive diversity. I mean, northern. I mean, and this is why, like, there's a major, even rivalry between Northern California and Southern California because if you're thinking about California, you're thinking about
Yes.
massive amounts of different geographies, climates, cultures. Northern California. I mean, if you go the furthest north in California, you're in redneck land. This is not
like fucking Orange County is the same thing.
well, Orange County is a Republican haven, but I mean, you go to the furthest part of Northern California, and you're in redneck land. This is backwoods.
Right,
It's
but
not at
also,
all sophisticated modern urban dwelling. And even you can go to Riverside. You can go out in the desert in California, and it's. Go ahead.
go to like near Nevada, like Apple City or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah,
Apple Valley,
you're out
I think it's
you're out the
called.
middle. I mean, and because California has become even again so popular, even places like the Mojave Desert or frickin' Flagstaff. Well, Flagstaff's Arizona, but what are these? Some of these other places. When we used to drive, into go skiing, because in California you can go to the beach and you can go skiing in the same day. One of the few places you can do that. You can do that in Hawaii. You can do that in Switzerland. Well, Switzerland not so much because it's not really a beach, but you can go to a very moderate climate by day and then go to the Alps and go straight up and go skiing. And in California you can do that. So California is so diverse. It's from desert to it doesn't have really tropical, but it has very green I mean, Yosemite and Northern California with the redwoods. Absolutely, freaking some of those gorgeous landscapes I've ever seen in my life in Northern California. And then, I mean, Yosemite is California too, isn't it?
Absolutely, like near Fresno, you're in Yosemite, you're in a
Yeah.
lot of. I mean, it's like a huge, it's a huge place. So, but over in the desert, like when you start to cross into like near Las Vegas area, that where I think Roy Rogers was living and stuff, that kind of area. I've gotten lost in there and been like, where am I? Like it feels like a totally different planet. But you can go. I mean, you can go to so many places, but for me, like in Los Angeles, when I was asked to move to Los Angeles by the designer that I worked for, then still work for him too, but I was like, oh god, I thought I hated Los Angeles because the only times I had been to Los Angeles was on tour with the bands, is like with my friend's band, and it's a lot of waiting around and I thought I hated LA, and I thought that I hated people from LA. To be honest with you, that was like not hated, but I say hate, but it's not what I mean. Like I didn't think it was the place for me. But if you find your correct neighborhood, your good neighborhood, or you find the place that works for you, and you find your people, which is hard to find, but that's hard to find anywhere. I find it to be a little easier to find. It's easy to weed people out. Do you know what I mean? Like you can kind of figure it out. But I don't feel like I live in Los Angeles because I don't go to. I mean, okay, I go to the places I have to go to, but being in like on Hollywood Boulevard, like on the Walk of Fame or whatever that thing is called, like the tourist area, that's my nightmare. I've only been there one time in my life, and it wasn't.
Yeah, and even where you live, for me, that's not L.A. So L.A. is so
You know,
LA is so big. I mean, I'm from the west side. You're from the east side. I don't relate to downtown LA. It's not someplace I ever went to except maybe to go to
now
Chinatown or something for lunch. I hung.
has changed so much. So in the time that I've lived here, in almost 10 years now, is like it's the arts district is pretty great actually, and a lot of parts of downtown LA have become really quite.
I'm sure it's become like Soho. What Soho used to be.
Yeah, earlier though, like where Hotel Rivington is, like Rivington, that kind of
Yeah,
area. Yeah,
I don't even know, but I'm sure they've seen some sort of renaissance and they've gotten
that area
artsy and
sucks, but
well, I would think that
was
I would think that it's sort of the modern version of what Melrose used to be.
Yeah, Melrose sucks now, but
I'm not surprised.
yeah, Melrose sucks. But then the area, so I worked on Melrose Place, and that is exactly the same as it was 10 years ago. But it's like the same stores are there, so it's like really like it's the same like Bottega Veneta. It's like um, Marnie, really high end stores that you have to get buzzed in to get into. You know, so that area didn't change because it's still super wealthy and super like posh, but the rest of Melrose has become kind of like the strip, in my opinion, a lot of stuff that's like kind of like you would find in Venice, but now Venice, that area, like the Grove, like a mall, I feel like.
Yeah,
Until you
I'm
get
not
to the beach,
surprised. Yeah.
these like head shops, so kind of weird. It's interesting, but I spend so much time like wandering around different like outdoor areas. Like it's like a lot to explore. I mean, but that I haven't spent a lot of time with people in the last couple of years, so I don't know. I'm like surprised by the things that I even saw tonight. Even going into Glendale to see the film that I saw was at like this really special like art theater, but that area is like, wait a minute, now there's like fancy eyeglasses shop and this other fancy like skincare shop and all these things were Armenian like bakery or Armenian mom and pop like little like shop, you know what I mean? So everything is like someone said everything changes so
Well,
fast.
that's what I said. I mean, every when I would fly into from Switzerland to LA, LA reinvents itself every couple of years in a way that in Geneva, for example, in Europe, I was there for 17 years. Not a goddamn thing changed. I mean, whatever. There were a couple new shops or something like that, but uh, they retain this legacy, this history. I mean, one of the things that about America is that because it had no history, it has little respect for history. So in a way, that's interesting because of course it reinvents itself, but there's something it's just sort of two very different extremes. In Europe, it is the tradition that it loves. Like my mother, for example, who's a big fan of real estate, for example, and I of course like classical architecture and history too. There's something to be said about retaining history, or at least developing a history. And America just does not do that. It reinvents itself. And the interesting thing that I always found about California too was not only did it reinvent itself architecturally and all that, but that the people I found reinvented themselves every couple of years. So every time I would fly back in LA, my humdrum life in Switzerland, my friends all stayed the same. I stayed the same pretty much most of my life. Uh, but when I'd go to LA, every couple of years, my friends would have a new look. They'd have a new style. They'd have a new, sort of self-help philosophy, some new philosophy of life. And I found that for me, just because maybe it's because I'm raised European, so maybe I always had it in me. But the idea of reinventing yourself every couple of years and having a new new style, new philosophy, new perspective on life. Yes, we change over time. I mean, yes, I change over time, but I still pretty much, my philosophy is sort of more cumulative. It's sort of more linear. And to see people that they could go from sort of new age spiritual one year to something very different in a couple of years, and then again find some new thing. And I mean, I don't want to be judgmental. It's just a very different way of understanding
People from LA?
what.
Your people from LA were like that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
See,
Just
that's
everybody having very almost like could become diametrically opposed on their philosophical beliefs. They'd be a Buddhist one year, and then they were a I don't know, a Druid in a couple of years, and then they were I don't know, something else, and I was just like, for me that's a bit alien.
I think that's the thing. Like I'm very much kind of like same style, but like refined, evolved from from forever. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm still into basically kind of same things, but it's changed over the years. I'm pretty.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, change happens.
On here. Do you know what I mean? But that is the thing that I don't like about people here. It's like, you're talking about paranormal and like rocks, healing rocks, like people that are into crystals and stuff like that. That's the things I can't deal with in LA is like
Yeah.
the
Oh,
people
yeah. No.
that are
At,
new.
at, at some at some point back in the day, I remember people were like going through, I forget what it's called, that Namio Dengekyo thing, where suddenly everybody was doing like little mantras in their living room, and
That's still going.
positive thinking, and saying, if you say Namio Dengekyo 20 times, you can have a BMW sort of thing, and the law of attraction and all this weird,
The
new
law
age.
of attraction is real in some ways, but you can't base there is, hey, come on, like collective consciousness is scientific and real. That is real, I think.
Well, it depends how you're defining these things. I
Not
mean,
manifestation in the way that these people think the secret is this, and you know what I mean, like the universe, all this stuff is not. It's not. So I am not. It's like, oh, Jenny, you're not feeling well from the flu. You got to see my person. It's like, no, I need to go to the doctor and get some antibiotics. It's what I need
yeah,
to.
yeah. Well, yeah. I just mean, depending. I mean, the problem with a lot of these beliefs is that people are playing on things that are partially true, but
Eh.
that they're then embellishing upon them so much as to make them be farcical and nonsensical. So collective consciousness. If by collective consciousness you mean we're all social animals and we're the member of the same species and therefore we share some things in common, sure, collective consciousness. But if you believe that we're all part of Gaia and
No.
this metaphysical energy force that unites us somewhere on some quantum level, then no, I don't know what that means. That's just a bunch of pseudoscience, new age spiritual mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, no.
And so the same thing with the secret. If you believe that you can just close your eyes and concentrate and you're going to change matter,
Yeah,
then
no.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we
If you
got
just believe that if you believe in yourself and you work hard to achieve your goals and you continue to
for
accumulate
yeah.
knowledge, then sure, positive thinking is a thing. But if you believe that you can alter time, space, and matter by thinking about things, then you're full of shit.
Or if you buy the notebook that looks like an ancient book that's called The Secret, has like a fake wax seal on it with an S, and you write in it your manifestation over and over and over again, then we got problems. Like I'm like kind of, my friends call me like a Midwestern old man in a lot of ways because if it has to do with like, are you gonna heal me with a rock? No, thank you. Like this is not for me. Like I'm very much stick to the things that actually are real. But I will say that positive thinking and focusing your efforts and yeah, you can write it about you can write in your journal your goals and what done to work towards those goals, and you write about it and you write, yeah, you're going to probably reach your goal because you're focusing your efforts on your goal. So
Well,
is that
to Rennie's point, practical things, real life cause and effect things. Obviously, writing in your journal is not going to allow you to achieve success. You need to go out into the world and acquire skills and practice your skills and network and meet people and accumulate, resume items and actually accomplish things and
charting
learn things. What?
if you chart it, if you write down your goals, you know what I mean? This is what I did to reach my goal today. For me, like lists work really well. Lists work really well for me. Like I can see my progress when I look back at what I've done to accomplish what I've accomplished. For me, writing down my thoughts is really important, but I'm not saying that that's how you achieve your goals in any way. But what I'm trying to say is like, yes, you can use this stupid journal that you buy from The Secret, but if you just think you're going to write down $1 million, and do nothing other than that, you're not going to get your $1 million, obviously. Like everything takes hard work. I think that a lot of times people in LA believe that they think you're just going to like strike it rich or like get
People in LA are flakes. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree 100%. My friends that live in
Try
LA,
some DMT. You will soon know. I see. This is Patricia is a wise ass in a style that I relate to. Try some DMT and you will soon know Gaia. And it's Gaia with an I, not Gaia with a Y. But I have to deal with Gaia stuff all the time, and so California is just sort of the worst stereotype
is
of
people
this
live up
sort of new age spiritual, want to believe philosophy, and people buy it and people make a fortune, giving consulting, and it used to be like feng shui, if you put objects and certain things in particular configurations in your house, you're going to promote success in your life. I mean, these things are just not a proper understanding of cause and effect.
Right.
These things are not great mysteries. You want to be successful in life. You learn about stuff. You work hard. You accumulate, points essentially in life. It's not by writing a list in a book that you're going to get these things. Now if that permits you to keep these ideas conscious in your brain and then go out and do things, then okay, like a post-it note on your forehead, call your tax accountant here today and do your taxes. Call your investment banker and invest some money in some stocks. Whatever, another post-it note in your head that reminds you to do things that have
Little,
practical meaning. Then that's fine. But it's not the fact that you write it in a book that you purchased from The Secret that those things are manifesting in reality. You have to. There are actions that need to occur. Hold on one second. I'll
for
be
me,
right back. Sorry.
sure.
Just hold on one second. But keep talking to the room. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm always talking to them. For me, like taking, making a list and like crossing things off, that makes me feel motivated to continue to do more things off. You know what I mean? I think there are some aspects that are always going to be healthy, but those are aspects that people that plan things or people that, uh, when you're focused, you have a focus, obviously. So I think that aspect of having like or like goals or ways to track yourself or realize your potential or your goals or whatever, I think that part of it's quite nice. Anyway, yeah, I saw PJ Harvey like 6 years ago, I think, when maybe it wasn't more than six. No, it was probably 6 years ago. It was at the UCLA, UCLA? No, yeah, UCLA, like auditorium or something. I don't remember, but she looked like she was as big as like a toy from McDonald's Happy Meal. She was so tiny, but I was kind of far away. Anyway, I used to like that one PJ Harvey album that came out like in 1999 or 2000 or something. I was a pretty young person at the time. Wow, that was awesome. Yeah, vision boards, exactly. I like that a lot.
Do you because sorry, I have to, in the words of the Brits, I have to take the piss out of ourselves so we don't get too serious, because otherwise
Well,
California
serious at all.
quasi philosophy, New Age spirituality will give me an aneurysm. Do you know the Chopra quote generator, Jen?
No.
Because this is
No.
hilarious.
Can I just
If you
tell
did,
you one thing first? A couple
sure.
years ago, the big thing everyone was like all about ayahuasca and going to Ojai, and there was this like special
That
shaman from Costa Rica and blah blah blah.
doesn't surprise me.
It was, and then they had like these. So every Halloween, I think about people doing ayahuasca because this lady that runs this like super posh, expensive T-shirt shop, vintage T-shirt shop. She was telling me all. I'd never heard of it before because, like, I don't have drugs before or anything like that. I'm pretty boring. But uh, she said everyone when you do ayahuasca in Ohio, you're all given this like those pumpkins that they're like plastic and kids get them to put candy in, the plastic pumpkins with the little black like handle. They're super hard. They're like, anyway, they would give those out because I guess when you do ayahuasca you will barf.
That's a
I like,
typical
thank
response.
you. And then she was explaining ayahuasca will take you to your worst nightmare. I was like, no, thank you. No, thank you for that. Like, that is not something I'm going to pay $375 for you to show me. Like, I'm going to live through my worst nightmare for 8 hours and then barf and possibly defecate in front of others in a room and listen to other people do the same thing in a room. I'm not going to
That
pay you
doesn't
$375 for that. That's
that
horrifying.
that doesn't interest you yet. No, it doesn't really interest me. Anyway, so this is the way this is the way I look at like every generation of New Age California thinking. This is a famous page called The Wisdom of Chopra.
I like that person. Yeah, I have a couple
It's
books.
Well, he's the laughing stock of the science community because
Sorry, books
he
are
says
quite comforting, actually.
he says things that are meaningless but that sound really fancy. So
Yeah.
that these are called deepities or things that are truthiness. So this is a random Deepak Chopra quote generator, which says things that sound sexy and people go like, "Wow, that's profound," but they absolutely mean nothing. So so we're gonna do a couple of them just for fun. So
That's actually
uh,
not who I'm thinking of.
good,
Sorry, that's the wrong person. I
good,
just pulled up the book. Sorry.
good health embraces the light of facts.
Oh, cool.
Let's see. How do I do a new one? Oh, I guess I just hit the transcendence fascinates pure love.
Nah, okay, this person I don't know about. The person I was thinking of was Pima Chodron.
Okay.
So, anyway.
Innocence transcends descriptions of observations. So
Oh,
these are
that's
these are these are just random quotes, but it's typical Deepak Chopra because they're called deepities. They sound like they're profound, but if you actually analyze them, they're meaningless. It's just pseudo intellectual, pseudo spirituality rubbish, and you can just have endless fun. Emotional intelligence belongs to the progressive expansion of sensations.
yeah, I don't know this person. I was thinking of a cross between
Let's
Ram Das and this Pima Chodron person.
Well,
Shudron.
they're probably all Deepak Chopra clones because Deepak is made famous by Oprah,
Yeah.
and he's a doctor turned New Age spiritual guru, and made millions and millions of dollars, and he shows up at science conferences, and then he has an idea called biocentrism, which he has partnered with a legitimate physicist. I think I forget his name. His last name is Lanza, Robert Lanza, and the idea is it's called biocentrism, and their belief is that consciousness creates reality and not the opposite. So consciousness creates the universe, and not the universe creates consciousness.
Yeah.
So it's just complete, relativism, which of course in my line of work, like ayahuasca, it makes us puke and defecate on the floor.
Oh, nice. Yeah, cool.
In any
And pay
case,
$75. That's crazy.
well, and these people pay millions of dollars, to go to these people's conferences, and they pay like $500 a head or $1,000 a seat or whatever to go in and listen to these people just use these deepities, where they say these things that people go wow, and then you say what does that mean? And they go I don't know, but wow. And so, we actually sort of analyze it and go, this is nothingness, people. This is poetry. It's nothing more than poetry, but it's incoherent. It's bad poetry. It's incoherent poetry. Good
It's like
poetry.
poetry from a high schooler that has listened to their first like indie album. Do you know what I mean? Like ever, and they have it's like
Right.
poetry from that show, My So-Called Life.
Oh, I was almost gonna play a video. Do you guys know the the indie song about Alex Jones? I don't know if I can play it. I'm afraid if um fuck it. I'm gonna play it because I don't care about it's the best song I've ever heard in my life.
Who sings the song?
Hold on a second. I'm gonna play it, and I don't care if the video gets demonetized because I know it will. But it's so freaking classic. And I don't care if it gets. Well, actually, one of my videos got demonetized because I played your video. Because you had a Kanye West song in it.
Oh, he's gone crazy.
So my 10-hour live got demonetized.
Sorry.
Well,
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, we can't be friends anymore because of that.
I'll send you the 30 cents you may have made on. No, I'm just kidding.
I probably would not have made 30 cents. But if you want to send me the 17 cents,
sure.
I'll take it.
I'll pay Cash App it or whatever you would like. Venmo, Cash App.
Actually, I'm going to demand that you pay me back in monthly installments for 5 years. Josh would have probably agreed to.
Sweet.
But you wouldn't have. Okay, so I'm going to get demonetized, and I'm going to play you some music because it's likely my favorite song of the last 20 years. Okay, it's a band that you might know. What's the name of the band?
Mm.
Oh, we'll find out in a second. This is a classic song, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready.
The paradigm of absolute control. That's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
So that's likely the best piece of musical art, in the last, I would say, couple decades. And of course, I know his name is Yee.
Yay.
Come on, Yay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Wait.
I'll never understand. I'll never understand the cult of Kanye West. It's alien to me. I don't think he's very. I don't think he's a musical genius. But hey, who am I?
I have a pretty good insight into his world. But we could talk about it if you're actually not here, but
somewhere
offline.
else.
You're actually interested in hearing about that stuff. I could tell you some really interesting stories. I've never heard that song before. I don't know who that group is at all.
It's Bon Iver.
Bon Iver. Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I know them. Yeah, I don't know them, but you know what I mean.
But I think that's just brilliant that they actually took the words of Alex Jones and turned it into a really interesting, folk song. Brilliant. And the lyrics, I mean, it's just, how can you not? And this guy, luckily he just got sued for $1 billion. Right, Patricia? It's the best song ever. It might be the best song ever written.
Wait,
because
what about
Hillary and Obama smell like sulfur, and they eat babies. I have them on video. Just something just so insightful about that song, and I don't care if this entire video gets taken down for playing it. It's worth it. Anyway, so back to intellectual stuff. The grab. You know me, I'm not into contemporary.
I know.
Topics. So. What did you think of? Did you hear? Did you hear us talking about the psychology stuff? The optical illusions and brain bugs and sensory misapprehensions and all that stuff.
I was at that movie from. I popped in for
Oh.
1 second when I got in the car I was going to see the film, and then I was at the film, and then I went with some friends after the film to do something. Then I came home, and I just turned on the thing. Like it's kind of like turning on the radio, but I haven't been. I think you're the first show I've watched since beginning of October.
I
Like
was going to say on that front, then yeah. So you missed the point of the show was I called I used the metaphor of Chris McDonough being impotent, that he can't get evidence, and a cop that can't get evidence is not a cop at all, and he can't erect a case, and your sole function as an investigator is to get evidence and mount a case. So given that he can't erect a case, Chris McDonough is impotent and he can't get an erection.
you really like to push. You like to cross the line. You are just asking for him to call you like a
Well, well, he's already he's
deviant,
already
right?
he's already defamed me and accused me of being a criminal. So
You're kind of beating him a little bit with that one.
since he finally defamed me, I decided that I would strip him not only of his alleged expertise but also of his manhood, because that will trigger him. And so, by all means, go over the line, man, because if you have the evidence on me that I'm a criminal, put up or get it up. And if you can't get it up, shut the fuck up, because I'm not playing around either. And if you're going to defame me and make videos, then I'm going to use creative metaphors to discredit you and provide the evidence and show you for the fraud that you are and the dangerous fraud that you are. So to use his own words, I'm not playing. Bring it. And of course, I'm hoping that he would call me a deviant, because then he plays right into my hand. I'm using a metaphor. He's the dirty bird. I never said anything about sexuality. I'm talking about the fact that he can't get evidence and that he can't erect a case. And if he can't erect a case or bring evidence, then he's an impotent cop, and he can't get an erection. A proper cop who can actually provide evidence and support his claims, and who believes in the presumption of innocence and due process, and who actually cares about victim advocacy and justice, can both get a case together. He can get it up, and he can also remain salient and do his job. So impotence and inability to get an erection are perfectly applicable uses of English language, and
Well,
it has nothing to do with sexuality.
if he had anything against you, wouldn't he take it to the proper authorities that could do something about it? You know what I
Well,
mean?
yeah, well, he bluffed, and I knew he was bluffing because he told Trisha that she was going to get a letter in the mail, and he threatened to take me, that I was being monitored, and then he called me a criminal. He insinuated I was a criminal, and of course he has no information on me. I have a perfect record. So again, because he doesn't have evidence, he's a fraud.
Remember,
So I'm gonna call him a fraud all day long, and if he wants to defame me, then I will continue to push his marbles until he loses it and goes over the edge. Because all I use is words. I don't go real life. I'm not calling a lawyer. He's got nothing as a basis for a lawsuit. If he tries to sue me, he'll lose, and then I'll be financially compensated for it.
And you'll
So
have your own Airstream at that point, right?
yeah, then I'll get his Airstream. So sue me, and I'll take your Airstream.
Yucky.
And then I'll go get some ice cream in my Airstream. And did you see the funny video that Heels in the Air made, where I had, in one of my videos, I talked about how, I missed our time together, and how I remember when we used to go ice skating together, and he used to spin me on the ice,
my
and we
God.
would have, long romantic talks, and how I still held fond memories of him and always will, but that we were just not meant to be. And so I know that this is pushing on all his buttons, and I know and I know that the reason that he was triggered by Trisha's in having me on the show, and why he went after her, and in turn me, was because Mike King, who's actually, until recently at least, I don't know that he's no longer the case, but he is a on the board on his Cold Case Foundation and was his partner. And Mike King, is supportive of our claims and our position on ethics, and came in to support both me and Trish. And I went to a show the other night, and he gave me a shout out and supported me. And that has to completely, mangle his noodle.
Yeah, it's
That's got to
definitely
be incredibly triggering.
it's definitely a sty in his eye, if you will. But
Yeah.
remember,
So,
he came on and was trolling you when I was on your thing, so both of us were warned and being monitored. It's like, for
yeah.
what are we being monitored for, sir?
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, to tell you the truth, this time away from YouTube, I thought a lot about, and I think I'm going to do a live about it, just talking about a reflection of even a month ago of what that was like. And I have a lot of thoughts about things in this YouTube land, and I would encourage you to take your play off of it. You know what I mean? I think that what you do here
well, that's why I always struggle, and I leave. So I left for a week. I left for 4 months. I don't want to be in this swamp. That's why again I only have 27 people in this room, because they want to see me do hit pieces, and I like to talk. I like to do positive education to hopefully help people become better critical thinkers, so they don't fall for charlatans and frauds like the Interview Room or the Lab or Doug Hutton or any of the other bad actors.
what you
So
can
that's what I do. That's my role, and I don't care that it's not successful. I don't care that I don't grow the channel.
Okay,
And
but
as I said in the Terrence McKenna video, we step on people's sacred ox and sacred oxen, and people don't like that. But that's how we mature, and that's how we learn. And so if I have to be, the bad guy, if that's the way it sounds to some people, then so be it. Because if you keep listening to these frauds, these paranormalists claiming that they can glean, who a murderer is or where a missing child is by, you know, uh, looking into a piece of rock or holding up some dowsing rods
or
or
getting that app that's a spirit box. It's like, it
right,
sounds like
right,
start
or the spirit box, or imagining every possible conspiracy theory, possible within the confines of a fabulous brain. Then you're going to make a lot of bad decisions in your life.
Absolutely. Chrissy, I also live in Los Angeles County, and it could be any county in the country, in my opinion. Like, you know what I mean? Like where I am, you make your own world in some ways. Like,
Yeah, and I'm born and raised in L.A., so
all right, now.
I know it as well as anybody. I'm a Valley boy, turned city boy, and then I left screaming from California in my mid-20s and moved to Utopia in Switzerland. And for some reason I moved back because Switzerland was therapeutic. It was almost too therapeutic. It was too sane.
Rennie, don't you think that the spirit box? Well, do you think that the spirit box sounds like old, like internet, like starting when you had dial-up? Is like.
Well, and it's like backmasking. It's like the satanic panic of the 90s, where they played Led Zeppelin songs backwards, and with a lot of static.
Yeah. Yep. I think that sometimes these, you know, when Trisha first did her Woo Woo Saturday, like the first one she ever did, I listened to it because I was watching her show at the beginning. I think I told you about how I came to YouTube, and the only channels I would go on was hers, and then after like maybe 4 months, I went to Gray's after he came on her panel, and I thought he was interesting, but I wasn't like, but I found a community at Web Sleuths. It's much different there now, you know what I mean? Because it's much bigger, and I don't know the same people anymore because I went and explored that dark, wet corner of YouTube where the mushrooms grow and it's like really kind of swampy and nasty for
The
a bit.
ghetto?
Yeah,
My
the bad
ghetto?
part. Yeah. So I accidentally got looking over there, like, what's in this wet, damp corner where the mold is? But anyway, uh, I found a nice community there. It was during the pandemic time, and it was right after the event in my life. Like, it was maybe May 2020, and you don't see a friend. You're in this time of like utter confusion, where it's like, in LA at least, it felt like we were. I mean, it felt like that scene out of ET where everyone's in those plastic suits. Um, but it just felt crazy. But anyway, I think what you can provide here is a community of the same sense. You know what I mean? It doesn't, and what is to be determined as successful if you have 300, if you have 10,000? You know what I mean? Like, think about in your home. Do you normally have 27 people in your home listening to you, like, talk and like feeling
Well,
comfortable? And
that's what I was saying earlier in this conversation. I actually like the intimacy, and the other
yeah,
people like the intimacy. When I see other channels, they're getting 4 or 5,000 people. They have to slow down the chat. They can't respond to anybody. You can't have a conversation. So, I rather like it. And in my Facebook forum, my Facebook forum is bigger than
right,
McDonough or any of these people. And I could have, I mean, if I had been ambitious, a lot, I spawned like hundreds of clone scientific skepticism channels over the last decade, and some of them now have 1 million subs because they wanted to monetize, and they were willing to engage in clickbait tactics and all sorts of other marketing tactics that I won't employ. And it's just, at the end of the day, we are who we are, sort
right,
of thing. And you can only do what you're capable of doing.
right.
And there's just certain things that I'm not capable of doing, and there's certain principles I'm not willing to sacrifice. And so,
Also, a lot of effort.
whatever the sort of be true to yourself sort of thing. So I mean, if I wanted to make money and turn this into something, it would clean up my act. I would make pre-made videos. I would edit everything. I would use certain titles. I would do a lot of self promotion. I'd go off to a bunch of other channels and get up on panels,
Yeah.
and so that my name would be in other people's mouths all the time. And it just feels slimy to me. I know myself. I'm not good at that. The only way I know how to make money is by putting on a suit and tie and
to work.
and having an employer offer me a big salary, and then I just go in and I go, yes, boss, tell me what you want to do, and I'm very good at my job, and I have a very high skill set. And when I try to make it on my own, I just don't have the sales and marketing chops in this capitalist world. You have to do things that, for me, are slimy.
Yeah. Well, I
And
think
I have to look at myself in the mirror, so I can't be slimy.
right, right. I think that anyone can find like their thing on YouTube, what they want to do. But if your goal is to make money, you have to put the work into it that takes away from the person. You know what I mean? The personal interaction.
Well, exactly. I like to talk. I don't want to spend all my time developing a new skill set in audio video.
Well,
I spent 35 years reading books. I know things. I can talk about anything under the sun. You guys want to talk about anything in science and philosophy? I like to talk about it, and I like to answer people's questions, and I like to have engagement with people. And I could go off and try to make sexy, marketable products to market my education, but I like these interactive conversations. It's fun, and it's.
I think that a person like you can take. I don't know. My business has a huge. At one point, my business had really, for whatever reason, social media had exploded, but I still with my same mindset. And it's like people were like, why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? Why don't you take this opportunity? Like I had offers, like really crazy offers. And my friends that are not of the same, they're in the same business as I am, but they're not of the same person. They're not the same person that I am. You know what I mean? It's like, why don't you do this? Is money and you can get this and this and this, because that's not what I want. It's like I want to be able to make sure that what I'm doing I know people that I'm working with. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to know the people I'm working with. I want to have a conversation with them. But then you have to really, for me, I had to step back and say to myself, what do I want out of my life? And granted, I'm a workaholic. I'm not so much anymore. But to look at my life is like, what do I want out of my life? Do I want this pile of money, or do I
Well, yeah,
want
that's the thing.
connectivity and
I
connection with people?
I
And that's
used to be
what
a
I want
I used to
in
be a
my life.
workaholic, and I just gave all of my output to an employer, and I didn't feel like that was contributing much. So I like to be a educator. So
I would
like hopefully the people in my room that like what I do, I hope that they learn. People tell me that they learn things, and so I appreciate that, and that makes me feel like I'm having some impact. And for me, that it's sort of. I mean, my joke this year was my New Year's resolution is I got this channel up to 2,000 subs or whatever, and my resolution for the year is to get it back down to 0.
Good luck with that. I don't think you're gonna be able to do that. But I commend you for trying. I don't know. What I was gonna say was like, I think for me, like, I want everything I do has to be a direct reflection and who I am. You know what I mean? Like, it has to just be an extension of me. So if it's something I don't feel like is that, then I don't really want it representing me. You know what I mean? Like, we all have negative sides and we all have positive sides. We all have good sides. We all have bad sides. But you can show all of those things. I don't want to just show this one side of me. Like, I think that kind of openness and vulnerability is how people can change, and that kind of connection is how people can learn and grow and everything like that. Like, I want to be a lot. Some people can wake up in the morning because of a pile of money. Okay. I can't, a pile of money isn't going to make me want to get out of bed and do what I do. I'm a workaholic, but my work is a reflection. I created my business after doing what you said that you did, is like, I'm working I'm putting my everything into what I'm doing, because for me, I can't do a job unless I feel ownership in it. So I'm acting as though I own this company that I'm working for, you know what I mean? And putting my everything into it, but I'm really just a cog in the machine. I couldn't have that be the case, you know what I mean? So I started my business, and I still work with a lot of the people that I used to work with, but for me, work is exactly, it is me. It's not like a negative thing. It's not like, for me to be a workaholic because of what I do and the things that, and the way that I run my business is not in the same way a workaholic on other ways. You know what I mean? That's what this couple of years has been really hard for me, is because work is a way for me to process things. And it's also my number one creative outlet, but it's also like how I can change the world personally, you know?
Okay. Hold on. I want you to translate this.
No, I don't want to. I saw that earlier. Sorry. No, thanks.
Well, I mean, whatever. It's something like, be true to who you are. I mean, whatever. If you're driven by money, or if what you do makes money,
with that.
that's fine. But if you're, I mean, like, for example, I shouldn't be making 8-hour videos. Whatever.
Yeah, but you
But
talk to talking to your
well,
friends for 8 hours.
Well, exactly. I enjoy it, and that's exactly what it is.
Ideas.
I have a lot of things to talk about. I like talking with people, and there's some small subset of people that enjoy hanging out with us, and so that's all good for me. And I the thing I often say is like I know enough about human brains that I know exactly how to exploit them. I've been teaching people for years how to not let your brain get exploited. So that would suggest that I know something about how to exploit them. So I often say things like, if only if I didn't have ethics or something like that, I could make trillions of dollars or something to that effect. But I've learned that actually I'm wrong about that. I know how to do it, but that doesn't mean I can do it. I can't do it. Even if I told myself tomorrow that I want to do it, I can. It's not what I'm not built to do that. So I'm not being I'm incorrect saying that if I wanted to, I could. If I wanted to, I couldn't. And it's highly likely that I wouldn't want to.
Right.
So we are sort of, to some extent, who we are, for better or for worse, and whatever. I want to have my goal is to have a minimal impact, and I'm okay if I change one mind or if when I get people, not very often, but on my SETS page and on here, I'll get people that say, you've changed the way I look at things, and I appreciate that, and thank you. And like, that's the ultimate compliment for me. I get on SCTS after a decade, I'll get, kids that say, I've been following your page for a really long time, and you've taught me a whole different way of looking at things, and I'm going back to school and I'm getting my PhD. And that's like, that's for me, that's the height. That's like the coolest thing, that I could have had any tiny impact on any single person. That's totally the thing for me. That's what keeps me doing this silly thing, because certainly I'm not making any money. I have a $4,000 mortgage payment. Making $50 a month on YouTube is not going to do much.
Right. Sorry, drinking water. Yeah.
I'll probably actually be going in a little bit. I haven't eaten, so I'm running out of steam. But go ahead and
Isn't
tell
it
me.
quite late there?
What?
It's quite late, huh?
It's 4
Or
in the
not?
morning. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, why haven't you eaten all day? Like all day yesterday?
Well, I did make myself a tiny little piece of bread with some salami on it before.
Oh my goodness, you should
Thank
probably.
you, Rennie. I appreciate that. Like I said, those are the things that make my day. But I just got a bunch of groceries, and I have cookies. And
Oh.
all my life, I never got cookies. I never got ice cream, because I was raised by a health food mama who, we never had sugar in the house when I was a little kid. And so now, just like I'd say the last few years, I'm like, I want snacks, damn it. And I'm a big boy, and I'm gonna buy. So I bought some chocolate ice cream with some chocolate syrup, and I bought some cookies. And so I have those things. And so that's like my little treat in life is, God damn it, I'm going to have some chocolate ice cream with some chocolate syrup on top, and sit in bed with my cat, and then like watch videos and stuff, and then I have cookies. But I think, even though it's 4, I think I might need to like make tacos, because I miss LA.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing about not being in LA, is that, oh my God, the food. Oh my God, the Mexican food. Oh my God, the greasy burgers. Oh my God, the variety of amazing food, the Thai food, the Chinese food. Oh my God, everything about the food in LA. I think LA might have the best food in the world. I mean, in terms of variety. It's not like, I mean, if I wanted Italian food, I'm going to go to Italy. But I just lost the grab. Well, thank you, Second Fox Nanny. That's, again, the ultimate compliment. So I appreciate that. Tacos, right? Damn tacos. It's not turtles all the way down. It's cats all the way down, and below the cats, it might be tacos. I've just finished a whole tub. I mean, how big of a tub? I mean, how big's your tub? Is it like a bathtub?
Huh?
Well, she said she just finished a whole tub of ice cream. Like, I mean, I this is the biggest tub of ice cream I ever bought this time. So usually I get the 48-ounce ones. They're like, that big, and I can eat those in 2 days, like if I'm being a little piggy. But now I got like the gallon of chocolate ice cream, and that'll last me like, that'll last me a week or something. Pretty good. 2 liters. How many gallons in a liter?
I'm not an ice cream person. I'm not.
Well, you're wrong.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
You're wrong. You're objectively wrong. It's not a question of preference.
Yeah.
You're wrong. Ice cream is an objectively true thing about the universe. What is your pet vice for food?
I don't know.
Blueberry phage.
I like
Sounds good.
blueberries. I like blueberries.
I like blueberries.
Just
I like
bought
fruit.
big container of blueberries. Yeah, I love like vegetables and fruit and stuff like that. Can I ask Patricia a question though? She wrote the word blur in the chat. Were you referring to the
The
band,
band?
or were you
The
referring
band?
to like something else? I
I
was
think
curious.
I think the band.
Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, I like them.
So anyway, so no other fallout, and you've just been completely apart from YouTube for so long that story is sort of over in your world, or
I mean, it exists. We can talk offline about it, but I'm not. You know, that's the thing. Everyone was like everyone. It's not even.
oh, by the way, I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's true because I don't ever go over and what. Well, I mean, I don't watch anybody in true crime, but I heard that Josh was moving into the paranormal.
I don't know anything about. I blocked him a
That
long time ago. All right,
that
no,
that's that's
but I
that's what- that's
subscribe
what
to.
I heard, that he was moving into the paranormal space.
What does that mean? Like he's gonna be doing like ghost stories?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, cool.
And
There's
I made a video the other day on the paranormal because I went on a show and they were um
oh,
on Web Sleuth. She has her Woo Woo Saturday, and she
I wanted
brought
to say something like that, but then I changed my
yeah
my.
she brought on this huge channel making tons of money, sort of exploiting our love of ghost stories, but also positing a whole bunch of truth claims, claiming to be a skeptic. They were anything but skeptics. They were promoting themselves as total believers, and arguing that Ouija boards were evil, and they opened up dimensions to the devil and alternate dimensions, and they were appealing to science and quantum science. And I'm, as a science educator, I couldn't help but make a video and go, guys, you're normalizing and pandering to something that in this true crime space is akin to the conspiracy theorists that are the bad actors we're all going after. So I mean, I know everybody likes a good ghost story, but and some of us know that this is all rubbish, but some percentage of the people believe it. They honestly believe it.
Yeah. Okay, so what I was gonna say was, when I came to that community, you know what I mean, and her Woo Woo Saturday, her first one that she ever did, I was listening to it, and then she said, like, for the next one, right, send an email if you want to be on it, and I have a pretty good Woo Woo story, but I don't believe in ghosts. Like everyone, I have their, I have like.
Well, that's what I mean. We're storytelling animals, and we love the stories, and we love the mystery, and that's all fine and dandy, except that there are people making money hand over fist,
Yeah.
Claiming to solve criminal cases and defaming people and claiming they know how missing children were cut into little pieces and used to perform some ritual, and you have these families that have to deal with this stuff, and people are normalizing it. So if you're dealing in fiction and everybody knows it's fiction, if we're all playing the same language game, then I have no problem with it. The problem is we're not playing the same language game.
That's the thing, though, like we talked about last time, where it's like people think this is a game, or they don't understand because they have not. In my opinion, this is where I come from. Is like I don't think anyone other than Josh, as a creator, has like experienced what it's like to have a murdered loved one in that sense, or a missing loved one. I don't know because I don't know all the creators, but I know for me, I remember you asked me what has been the worst thing about all of this shit that has been stirred up on from these creators and these like people that feed their viewers, and they eat what they're fed. You know what I mean? And then they go to the next room and they eat what they're fed, and they're just like zombies. Yes, that is true, kind of thing. It was that the thing that happened in my life wasn't real, possibly wasn't real. That was like, I wish that wasn't real. You have no idea what that's like. I
Of
wish that
course.
was real. So anyone that would come up with a story like that, regardless if they believe that what they're
Yeah,
hearing,
right.
feeling is true.
That's what I mean
hang
when Ryan Upchurch, with 3 million subscribers, basically pushes a crisis actor scenario like Alex Jones. He's essentially accusing the family, the grieving family and all the friends of being liars about having lost somebody dear to them who's very, very real. That's fucked up. That's seriously fucked up.
Yeah, it is. But they all do it. So what's the difference between? I understand why you're fired up about these woo-woo people doing these stories, but it's the same thing as people that are uh, uh, looking at the shadows and seeing gray hues in them. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I played one tonight. You know, some lady, Candace, I don't know, claiming she's got magical powers, and she's dealing in the Summer Wells case. She's dealing in the Kylie Rodney case. She was dealing in the Chris Watts case. These are people that are bringing those ghost stories into true crime and doing exactly the same thing as my bad actor conspiracy theorists. The only difference between the paranormal and supernatural con artists is that they're claiming that their insight into the natural world comes from magic, whereas the Ryan Upchurches and the McDonoughs and the other bad actors are claiming that they're gleaning insight into how the universe works by some Google searches and ultra magnifying some blurry images. So they're essentially doing the exact same thing. One is claiming that they're hyper intelligent, and one is claiming they have magical powers, but they're doing the same thing. So a conspiracy theorist is no different than a charlatan psychic. They're both claiming to know exactly what happened to real life people, and axe your man, sell me a kid, axe your man.
I love those. But
My point is simply I don't think it's innocuous or benign. I don't think they're harmless. I
don't
think
think
they're
they are either, but none
they're
of these people
dangerous.
are harmless. Okay?
No, none of these people are harmless, but unfortunately, a lot of people, because we like the ghost stories, and we like to play make believe. We're engaging in the same sort of phenomena that gives rise to people bringing the fantasy world into the real world with real people, and then therefore, creating real victims and spreading dangerous misinformation. And so, for me, I don't find it as benign and
So
as innocuous as some people suggest.
So can I pose this? I mean, I didn't watch the show, obviously, but I hear that I hear you talking about Trisha's show in that sense. You know what I mean? And the problems that occurred. Was it just particularly with that one because of her guests? Because
Yeah,
when I
yeah,
watched, hang on a
yeah.
second, watched her
Yeah.
Woo
Go ahead.
Saturday
Go ahead.
night, it's more these personal stories like
Well,
this,
exactly.
and
Exactly.
the people have. I've never heard anyone be like, no, that is, and it was, it doesn't. I've never heard it get like conflict or angry or anything.
Well, exactly. The reason the reason I took issue with was because normally it's just a random person from the chat room who comes up and tells has an anecdotal, unique experience, and we're playing a living room fort under the blanket the with the what do you call it?
Ouija board.
No, flashlight. The old kid game of putting the blanket on the top of the furniture in the living room, and then we all get underneath the blanket with a flashlight and we tell funny stories. It's entertainment, as Marlene says. But in this particular show, they brought up a channel with 250,000 subscribers who are claiming that they're going to be creating technology that's going to be finding frequencies on the electromagnetic spectrum that allow them to communicate with spirits and souls, and that Ouija boards, are evil portals, and that they have true stories of exorcisms. And so this is not a nobody. This is somebody who's exploiting these human storytelling appeals and belief in mystery and fantasy, and then they're talking about they're also going to be doing true crime.
Oh, no.
So for me, the distinction between Ryan Upchurch and that for me is near zero.
Yeah,
So
I get it. I
it's
understand what
different.
you're saying now.
You look buff enough to crush a grape there, man.
Yeah, you did look really buff when you were doing that just now. It was kind of like,
Well,
okay.
Stop that. Anyway, so yeah, so I just, as scientific skeptics, we're sort of leery about normalizing, fantasy, because when we're making claims about science and how the universe works, and then we're dealing with, actual murders and missing children and things like that, and grieving families and mental illness and people who already suffer from delusions, and then you're making money hand over fist by doing it. You're not just telling fictional stories. I mean, it just tell ghost stories and announce it as fiction, and I'm fine.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, to some people, those stories are not fiction. Do you know what I mean? I mean,
Well,
like
that's the problem. That's the
stories.
problem. That's the
Well,
problem.
I mean, I have one that
I mean, I love the movie Poltergeist.
I
It's a movie.
don't. I hate that
It's
movie.
fiction.
That was
Well,
terrifying.
it's scary. The Exorcist too.
Oh,
Scares-
I hate
scares-
that movie more than
Yeah.
anything.
Oh, it's the scariest movie for me of all time.
Me too. What was the scariest part of that movie for you? Can I just tell? I'm going to tell you something after you tell me your scariest part, but don't explain it like really graphically, because
I
I'll
can't.
around every light in the house and watch Grace or something like that. You know.
Well, I'm going to add that they came out with a new like director's cut or whatever, and they had a new scene in it, and I can only watch that movie like once every 10, 15 years. Obviously, the thing that scared me the most about The Exorcist was that it didn't require jump scares. Just looking at her scared the hell out of me, and I don't believe in that stuff. But in that new director's cut, like whenever that came out, it's probably already a long time ago now, 10, 15 years ago or whatever. But there's a scene where she walks upside down, backwards down the staircase.
Yeah, the crab walk thing.
Oh my goodness!
But she did that in the original, I think. I remember the.
No, I don't remember that being in the original. I thought that was a new addition. That scared the hell out of me.
For me, I remember the crab walk, and I haven't seen that movie. I definitely did not see any director's cut. I only saw it once.
I don't think it was in the. I don't think it was in the original. I don't think it was in the original. Whatever version it came out, it was not the original Hollywood cut. That's for sure.
Whatever version I saw, she crab walks down the stairs. It's during the party, and then she pees on the floor. That's when I would have been like, okay, we need to take her somewhere. Not in this.
Well,
you don't do that.
And they do, and the and the treatments. They subject her to electro shock therapy.
House, though. Wasn't that in the attic that they did all of that? Like, didn't they confine her to the top floors of the house?
No, but they took her to a hospital and they tried to do experiments on her brain, and she was suffering, and they were using electroshock.
I don't remember that part at all.
Thinking that she had was having some sort of seizures, or sort of epileptic fits or something like that. But anyway, that movie scared the hell out of me. But I know it was fiction, and that's the difference. And like these guys, these ghost hunters that were on the show the other night, they weren't promoting it as fiction. They were promoting it as fact. They were promoting it that these were real stories, that they had evidence of true ghost stories, of true criminal stories, of disembodied souls that were coming back on camera, that were filmed by law investigators. They were claiming that they had true stories of exorcisms. They were claiming that Ouija boards were truly, and then and then they were doing all the appeals to energy and to alternate dimensions and wormholes and traveling through time and space and alternate dimensions as if they were fact. And I'm a science educator, so I went and made a video, and I corrected. And this guy, they had said whatever, they were scientists. Well, I never heard him assert any area of expertise, and they were calling themselves skeptics. They were anything but skeptics. They're selling the ghost hunters narrative, on cable, and making money hand over fist. And so if they were claiming it was fiction, you wouldn't hear from me. That's fine. But they're not claiming it's fiction. So, if somebody, is selling The Exorcist as fact, insinuating as fact, oh my God, your voice just scared the hell out of me.
Oh, sorry. I just went, ooh.
Yeah, no, but it came out funny because of the lag. Actually scared me. I got Exorcist vibes. In any case, I just think we should be clear when we're playing and we're fantasizing, and when we're trying to discuss how the universe works. And I think it's important to make that distinction,
Did
because
you
otherwise you're playing with people's brains.
did you have that conversation with Trisha? Does she know your feelings?
No, because I don't have a problem with Trisha. I have a problem with
Real?
the
Was she claiming it was real?
well, she's a believer.
She's I don't
She
know
she
if she
she
is.
claims that she's not, but she is. She believes in energy and that science doesn't, know everything, and that suggesting that we're going to find in the future that these things have they're real, that they're
What if
some
we
sign.
figured that out? We don't know
What?
everything that history hasn't shown us. I mean, not history. Science hasn't shown us everything yet. Maybe it is
No,
real.
but no, but that's the whole point. The point is that, as I talk about all the time, and I even played in that open-mindedness video earlier tonight, science completely concedes that it doesn't know everything.
Yeah.
But the fact that science has either been wrong in the past or that science doesn't know everything is not a shred of evidence to support your supernatural claim.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that completely. I wanted to say one thing about wormholes. I had a plant that had wormholes in its leaf.
Einstein, Rosen, Bridges.
I used lemon on the leaf for the wormholes. So
Nice.
yeah, it works.
Real wormholes.
Yeah.
Because on my last live stream, I explained what a Einstein-Rosen bridge is, and I discussed quantum physics and the standard model of physics, and what we know about physics, and what energy means, and what energy does not mean. So I had to dispel this false account of science, because he was, claiming to talk about science, and he wasn't, and that pissed me off too, because as a science educator, you're not going to go up and misrepresent science to support your claim of ghosts and Ouija boards. And,
oh, sorry. Go on.
no, go ahead.
Were you just in the chat, like typing, like, what did your keyboard start
Well,
smoking because you were typing so fast?
yeah, well, she invited me, and I had told her a couple of weeks back. I said, Trisha, you don't want to invite me to your Woo Saturdays. I'm a skeptic. Nobody likes skeptics. You don't want a skeptic at your Woo Woo Saturday. Have fun, tell your ghost stories. And then, she had invited me on her show a couple times. We had some really nice shows. And then she said, you need to come. There's this great guy, he's a scientist. And I said, I'm a scientist. And he said, well, he's also a scientist. And I'm like, okay, do you know his domain? No, I don't know his domain. So I'm dubious of whether or not he's a scientist. But, I didn't hear him telling us about his credentials. But he was anything but scientific in this video, and it was clear that he doesn't know what he's talking about, at least when it comes to physics. And so she, said, I really want you to come. He's a great guy. I want you to sort of meet him. It'd be great. We want skeptics. They're open-minded. They're critical thinkers. These people aren't, frauds like the rest of the batch. You need to come. And I was like, well, all right. I sort of, and I think I was just wrong. It wasn't like I was misled, but I sort of thought maybe she wanted me to come to show up as a scientific skeptic, and maybe to go up on panel and be able to have a conversation with them. I'm very polite, and I'm not confrontational. And so I bit my tongue in the chat room, and it was pretty obvious that I was not going to get called up on the panel, because I would have asked questions, and I would have wrecked the vibe, and I would have questioned his credibility, and so that was never going to happen. But I felt a bit disappointed, because I would have liked to have asked him some questions, but I tried to remain very polite in the chat room, and I was seething because of the misrep. What?
Do you think you would come on your panel here on this channel to talk about
No,
this?
no, these people don't want people like me. Well, if they did have the courage to confront someone like me, they play this really passive game where they say, and that's sort of what he did. He looks like a nice guy. They claim like, well, we're skeptics too, which of course annoys me, because they're not skeptics. They're believers. They're pushing a narrative, but they're hiding behind this feigned humility. So we're not telling you to believe it. We're not claiming it's true, and we're skeptics too. But then they're doing the "I'm not saying, but I'm saying" game, and I know that because I see that all the time. That's how you sort of it's called plausible deniability. So if when these people do engage with legitimate scientists and skeptics, they don't, they're not really being honest. So then they become rather subservient and submissive, and then they simply say, they add a million caveats. We're not saying any of this is true. We don't have any evidence for this, blah blah. But then when they go off and they sell it as a product, they're pushing a narrative which is far more um, assertive and confident. So in their use of language, they're definitely speaking to their audience, telling them that these things are true. But when they get in front of
selling-
scientists and skeptics, yeah, they're selling their wares. But when they get in front of a skeptic, then they start adding a million caveats to make it look like they're humble and they're not actually pushing anything. But they
Would
are.
that be something that you would ever do, is invite them on there to be like, hey, I saw you for a bit on Trisha's thing and I was interested to learn more and have a conversation with you about it and maybe exchange some ideas so that I can see where you're coming from. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
Really interesting to watch.
yeah, no, I'm not against it. I don't tend to go out and I find it's just against my way to go looking for people and ask for an interview because I feel like it's somehow opportunistic. I did look for that SF guy in the Ryan Upchurch thing because I saw him on the Zav Girl show, and what he said resonated with me, and I went out of my comfort zone and I actually contacted him, and he flaked on me twice, and now I blocked him. Doesn't mean I disagree with him or I changed my position, but I found it a bit discourteous of him to not at least, he said, "Oh yeah, I want to come on your show. I really enjoyed your show, blah blah." And then I said, "Okay, would you like to talk tomorrow? Get to introduce each other." And then he's like, "Yeah, how about any, And then he said he would contact me in the morning, and he didn't. And then I contacted him in the afternoon, and he said, "Yeah, let's chat." And I said, "Okay, here's the link." And he said, "Okay, can I come on in 20 minutes?" And I said, "Yeah, take your time." And he flaked on me. And then an hour and a half later, he contacted me. He said, "The Rodney family told me that they don't want me to talk anymore." And I said, "Okay, no problem. I totally respect that. No problem. If you ever want to talk with me just on anything else, maybe we could be friends, have an interesting conversation. Let me know." And then he didn't respond to that. And then later that night, he comes back and he goes, "I thought about it. I've changed my mind. I want to come on your show." And then he said, "And I'll be available tomorrow morning at a certain time." So I contacted him at that time, and he flaked on me. And for 2 days, he didn't respond to me. And then it's like, for whatever reason, he changed his mind. He was afraid of me, or he was afraid of, you know, speaking in public because he'd gotten a bunch of backlash. All those things I would completely appreciate and respect, but don't flake on me twice, dude.
Such a waste.
Contact me and just be courteous and say, "Sorry, I changed my mind again. Sorry for the inconvenience." And I would have said, "No problem, dude. I totally get it. If you ever want to just reach out and say hi, no problem. We don't have to talk about anything." But that was just rude, and that's why I don't tend to do these things. I didn't need him. I'm not. It's not about me getting content and original interviews. So I don't tend to do that. But if that person came to me and wanted to come on my show, so the people that I've had on my show are the people that come into my chat room, and then I drop them a link and say, "Want to come up and chat with me?" I don't go looking for people. But to your point, on my science and philosophy forum, I've debated, thousands of people over the 10 years on, very profound conversations, and I remain very polite and composed, and I just sort of take a Socratic approach. Why do you believe that, and what are your reasons, and what's your evidence? And then if they come back and they say, "I believe, but I can't persuade you because I don't have evidence," then I totally respect that. So if you say you believe, and then I ask you what your reasons are, and you say, "I have faith," then I leave you alone. I might ask you one more question, which is, uh, uh, why do you think faith? Do you think faith is a dependable pathway to knowledge or progress? And then, if they're reluctant to answer, I leave them alone. So if people are honest that they can't persuade anybody, then that's fine, and then don't try to persuade them, because then it's unfair. I would consider it unethical. But if you want to hold a personal belief, without having good reasons, who am I to tell anybody that they can't? I mean, obviously I can't anyway. It's my problem is when you have a large platform and you're trying to persuade and influence people and you're using less than honest approaches, then I see you as an opportunist. I see you're out there to make a buck. You look like a snake oil salesman, and I feel obliged to protect the impressionable minds who are being influenced by you unfairly.
Yeah, you're exploiting people. You're exploiting like these horrible crimes that is not necessarily like individual. Yes, it's an individual crime to one person, but it's a crime. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I see what I understand what you're saying, and it makes sense. So like, what I was thinking was, I wonder what the scientific skeptic would say if I told him the story that I have. That is, I don't remember seeing it, to be honest with you. I have two stories. One I remember seeing, one I don't. But my dad believed it, and my uncle, who's like the smartest man in the world, he believed it. My dad was like the smartest man in the world as well. Like they're very skeptical people. Like they are 100%, but they believed it. But I don't. I can say like the thing that I remember it's just a memory. Our brains play tricks on us all of
Absolutely, that's one of the
through our memory.
topics of the conversation tonight was that I realized that I've been talking about things that I've learned over decades of reading, but I realized that a lot of people don't understand what I'm talking about when I say the brain plays tricks on you. I think most people believe that their brain is a dependable organ that explains reality accurately. And so I realized that I need to bring a bunch more evidence. So that's why I brought a couple of psychology things tonight, change blindness, and and also I use some optical illusions. So on my science and philosophy page for a decade, I presented this massive amount of evidence. The Zimbardo experiments and V.S. Ramachandran's work in neuroscience and phantom limbs and mirror neurons and all these strange brain syndromes that explain how the brain can short circuit. And then I talk about memory misapprehensions and what we understand now about memory. Memories are just reconstructed every time you recall them. They're not some sort of fixed stored memory of an actual event. It's just a reconstructed structure, every time you recall it, and it has very little semblance to the actual event that you experienced back then. So I realized that, if I'm going to be convincing people to become better critical thinkers, they need to become aware of I'll just call them brain bugs. I mean, they're actually features because they evolved for a reason, but they also can become bugs in the sense that they're confusing brains as to what reality is. So I realize I need to bring some more science and let people see for themselves how their brains fool them. Yeah, that's something AF that I definitely also want to bring up, the whole blue black versus white gold dress, a perfect example, and there's a million of these sorts of things. So I brought up change blindness tonight and selective perception experiments, and then there's a million studies I can show in behavioral economics where I can show how I can prime your brain to be wrong just by setting up the questions and setting up your brain to give the wrong answer, and you will not be aware of it. So I can what?
You'll just do it,
Yeah, there's just a whole host of, like one of my favorite economists. I mean, he's more a psychologist, but he won a Nobel for behavioral economics. A guy named Daniel Kahneman, who wrote a book called Thinking Fast and Slow that I recommend to everybody, in terms of, and someone like Dan Ariely, also a behavioral economist, who shows how you can just you can prime a brain and you can set up an experiment in a way to get somebody to respond completely irrationally and exactly the way you want them to. And after the fact, you can show them that and show them how irrational they are, and show them how they have absolutely no control over their behavior, and yet they felt like they were in control and they were being rational, but they were anything but. They were just a vessel that was fed suggestions by somebody. And these things can be very unsettling and disheartening to people because we want to believe that we're in control, and then we have something called free will, which of course I don't believe in. So in order to become a critical thinking, you need to sort of mature, learn about your brain, and recognize its limitations. And then it's because of that awareness that you can at least hope to minimize the consequences, and have your critical thinking radar, your skeptical radar raised, so you can become hyper vigilant when you're, for example, being exposed to somebody who doesn't have your best interests in mind, and really is just going to use sleight of hand tricks like a magician on your brain to get you to do what they want you to do and believe what they want you to believe. The authors, again, maybe one of the most important books you could read is Daniel Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow, and one of his proteges, a guy named Dan Ariely, who also has great lectures on YouTube, and he can show you, a whole host of research and experiments in behavioral economics to show how easy it is to make a brain contradict itself or be completely inconsistent with its asserted beliefs. So you'll interview somebody and you'll ask them what their beliefs are, and then you set up these experiments and you can just get them to completely contradict themselves and give answers that are completely irrational and counterintuitive. And it was because of the way that you mess with their brains before you ask the questions. So you can just set people up. So it's very much like magician tricks. So magicians just use techniques like sleight of hand to get you to focus your attention in a particular area and not focus your attention in another area, and then they're doing things in the places that you're not focusing your attention on. So you can do the same sorts of things that magicians do to a brain by just understanding suggestion and priming and appealing to other motivations that brains have, and you can get them to do what you want them to do. And unfortunately, when you realize after the fact, you've been used, you've been literally psychologically abused in a way that you should be uncomfortable with, because then you have to wonder how many other ways are our brains being manipulated by media tactics, PR tactics, marketing tactics, sales tactics, and just what I would call sophistry, deceptive rhetorical tactics. They're sleight of hand tricks on the brain, if you want to think about it that way. And I lost you, so I don't know if you might have gone. Oh, you're still there? Oh, yeah, okay.
I was just giving my dog some medicine, and it was a little bit loud, so I.
Oh yeah, no. So you went mute. So anyway, yeah, it's just that these are some things I want to bring to some upcoming shows. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I think the more that you can explain it to the everyman, do you know what I mean? And that would mean going to like kind of the simplest form to describe your brain is what controls everything. So to talk about the brain and talk about the way that the brain can play tricks on you, like we've been talking about, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, part of the problem is, being a science educator on social media has its own set of complexities. So, I've often said intellectualism and science education is not made for social media because, for example, I've taught before, and obviously when you have people's attention in a classroom setting, it's far more conducive to these sorts of things. But social media has, trolls, and it has chats and text miscommunications and people that don't know, who you are, what you're.
Not everyone's on the same playing field.
Yeah, exactly. When you come into a classroom and then you go through a 4-month course or whatever, and you do it sequentially and everybody's on the same page, it's far more conducive to learning. Whereas if somebody walks into a live stream. They have no idea who I am. They just see me unshaven in a tank top. They just whatever think I'm some weird flake, or something like that. And so it's hard to have the sequential education that comes from a formal education, or taking a course.
Yeah, I think the
So
thing that when I was making those videos, um, for myself, what I thought to myself is like treat it like paint by number. You know what I mean? Don't put too much into it, like too much into one video, but do it like paint by number. So it can
well,
just
yeah. I mean, if I wanted to do this the right way, I would make pre-made videos. They would be short in length, and they would be sequential. So essentially, you just follow a pedagogy of sort of 101, 201, 301, and then you'd write everything out. But I've done all this for a decade on my science and philosophy forum, and so starting from scratch and then just giving something. First
no,
of
I
all,
get it.
if I'm going to give university level science courses,
You gotta get paid university level.
yeah, exactly. I mean, nobody wants to know what my hourly consulting rates are.
Right.
So I'm doing this only to the extent that it's on my terms, and I give what I can when I can, and if it provides some value, that's good. But yeah, I mean, if it was a full-time job, if somebody wanted to pay me, 20 grand or whatever to teach on YouTube, then I would be totally disciplined and be like I am as a professional, and and do.
I'm not saying anything against you or saying that
Oh, no, I didn't say you were. I just I sort of know
you
how
know what
I'd
I'm
go
saying.
about it. Yeah, I know how I'd go about it,
Yeah.
but it's just sort of not the nature of it, and it's not in my interest to create a whole curriculum here.
I understand.
So
Then you can't really get that up. I'm not saying you particularly, but what I'm saying in general is, I guess for me personally, it's like I have a hard time getting. I get really upset about things, right? Or I had gotten really upset about things that I was seeing on YouTube and the way people were, and that kind of thing. And it's like I can't. I really believe that you can only create changes that you want to see in the big scale of things if you're willing to do the work on the small scale and the things that in the community that you can personally work with. You know what I mean? I'm not going to change anybody on YouTube, like in
no,
terms
no, exactly. So I talked,
can't you can't
yeah.
be like upset or up in arms about certain things if we can't do the work on our small you know what I mean, like sometimes you just have to walk away from it. I'm not telling you that, and this is not in relation to even what you're talking about doing the brain kind of thing, like teaching about the brain on YouTube. But I'm just saying, I'm just
Well,
talking.
yeah, no, you're just talking. I understand, but it's just I talk with a limited audience, and I talk about the things I want to say, and then we go off on tangents. And if I can discuss a topic that interests somebody, then they can go off and they can find a course, they can find YouTube videos with people that are ambitious and create curriculums. And so, for example, when I started my science and philosophy forum a decade ago, every day I would do an entire day of academic education on. So one day would be physics 101. Another day would be so sorry, a whole day would be dedicated to physics. Then the next day would be dedicated to chemistry. And the next day would be dedicated to biology. The next day would be dedicated to political philosophy. Next day would be dedicated to sociology, psychology, and things like that. And I used to be very disciplined and prepare everything and spend hours doing it. And I'm not doing that again. I volunteered for 10 years to do it. I never monetized, and I don't have the desire to put in the time. It's not worth my time, plain and simple. So I'm a whatever, a public intellectual in this space, in this time, and if it interests me and I enjoy the company with people, and if it interests people and people like the chats and even some of the randomness, and we talk about different things, then I enjoy it, and I might keep doing it. But I have no more ambition to have an impact in terms of trying to change the world and spending all of my time to try to create some big system or structure. If I wanted to do that, I would have had courses on my website 10 years ago, and I'd be selling memberships for $250 a month.
I guess this kind of goes back to what I'm talking about. Kind of goes back to my question for you about would you ever invite those paranormal guys onto your show? Because I think sometimes your chat, and this is not a negative thing, but maybe I should just ask this question: do you find that people come to your chat that come here to and not being trolls necessarily, but come here because they genuinely want to have like the discussion, or do you find that it is people that really believe the way that we believe, or maybe they don't believe exactly the same things and they can learn from it and stuff like that? I guess what I was asking was, I think that it would be interesting to if some people that don't have beliefs
No, to have opposing views. I mean, I understand.
and be able to have adult conversations about it
Well, exactly. I mean,
without
I drop the link all the time, and people don't necessarily want to, so they'll drop their comments in the chat. Like for example, tonight, I had somebody telling me that Chinese medicine was a thing, and it's not. There's only medicine. There's no Chinese and Western medicine. There's Chinese and Western philosophy, but there's not Chinese and Western medicine. There's not Chinese and Western physics. There's not Chinese and Western mathematics. There's just mathematics. So in terms of medicine, there's just things that have been proven to work and things that have either been proven to not work or things that have yet to be proven to work, and they're not called medicine. The other night, I had somebody in here saying that astral projection and remote viewing were proven and were science. And then I said, no, they're not. That's pseudoscience. And you're free to believe whatever you want, but and these people they won't come up and talk with me on the panel because they know that they can't back up their claims. So I'm of course I'm not. I don't bite. I talk with people that I disagree with all the time. I had that lawyer on, and that lawyer told me, we had a lovely chat, and then that lawyer told me that they also do work in spirituality and he's a religious guy. And so, and for whatever reason, just because it was brought up, I actually just said, well, actually I'm not religious. And he said, oh, well, we'll have to get together another time and talk about that. And that was like a lovely opportunity because were both the perfect type that we absolutely could have a really enjoyable intellectual conversation about religion, because that's not something I care to do anymore. I've debated on religion for a decade. It's not something I'm interested in, but I would with the right person, just like I would discuss anything with the right person. And people that come into my room, if I drop a link, they want to come up, and we can have a disagreement, but have a lovely intellectual conversation. I mean, I also wanted to make a video on intellectualism because the rules of intellectualism are very different from layperson conversations and certainly from social media. And so anybody that plays by those rules, you can have a lovely, positive, dialectic conversation. No hard feelings. Nobody is offensive. Nobody insults each other. There's no bad words. There's no insults. You just have a conversation. So I'm all about that. And Patricia wants to hear that Alex Jones song again. In any case, I think I'm going to go because I'm tired. It's been 9 hours and 50 minutes, but I'm happy to talk with you because I missed you. I'm glad to hear everything's going well. I'm glad you got away from all of that and had a good time and went and did something fun.
And then got the death flu. Just kidding.
And then got the death flu. Are you over it? Or are you still in the midst of it? Or
got another set of like steroids.
Yuck.
I mean, I've never had a sinus infection, like, you know what I mean? That was like that went to the back, like lymph nodes in the back of your head style. Like,
ouch.
Really painful. Like optical migraine brought on by like
Oh.
just like I couldn't watch anything or listen to anything. You know, I was like
Right, just down and out for the count.
yeah, like because
Yeah.
my lymph nodes were messing with my inner ear,
Yeah.
so I was like all dizzy and stuff, and it
That's
was
no fun.
I couldn't eat. I was really not well. So
Uh,
again, public service announcement: if you believe in getting like those shots for the flu, a flu shot, if you believe if you can do that, or if you feel comfortable doing that, I think that maybe you should, because this
yeah.
doctor
I'm
was like, flu is this year is going to be terrible, terrible, terrible.
Yeah, I have heard it's going to be a bad flu season. But anyway, I'm glad to hear you're at least a bit on the mend, and nice to hear from you. And I'm going to say goodnight before I fall over. 9 hours and 20 minutes, and I'm gonna go make some dinner. And hello, Glam Dolly. Yes, you missed the show. And to Patricia, I just posted the link to that Alex Jones song. And Glam Dolly, look forward to you showing up the next time. It was very, very interesting, at least for, well, I don't know if it was very interesting. That's for someone else to determine. But we talked about a few things. I made my initial case, and then we talked about some psychology stuff that was fun and interesting. So there are moments if you want to scan around and find anything interesting. And then I got to catch up with the Grab, who I haven't spoken with for a while. So, oh, I didn't even get to say goodbye. You just popped up. Anyway, I was still gonna say goodbye to you, Jenny. So anyway, let's talk soon, and take care, AF. Thank you for everyone who showed up. Hope you found some moments enjoyable and you had fun. And I will see you again the next time, whenever that is. Maybe soon. Who knows? Good night. Good morning. Talk to you soon. Oh, thanks, the Grab. Anyway, I'll talk with you guys shortly. Bye for now.